My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system, which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. See thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com. The Ontario Police Department is group stalking by helicopter flying right over me outside of 325 West G Street. It's 1:03 a.m., Thursday, July 7, 2022. Flying right over the vehicle that I'm inside of, where directed light remains, where the people of the state are group stalking, directed light flashing inside of the vehicle all night long, the ongoing pattern of conduct of terrorism by the demon-possessed who are stalking me, where they all know, the entity, the state of California, knows where I'm sleeping inside of a car. Demons stalking in a helicopter. Many of those whom I captured up front, who you hear me confronting on my podcast and capturing on video under the fake sun in directed light, the Ontario Police Department refusing to provide their badge numbers while they are group stalking outside of the Ovitt Family Community Library. That same police department stalking by helicopter at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's 1:03 a.m. It's Thursday, July 7, 2022. This is P.O.C. 8:29 a.m. and the people of the state, the demons that engage in molestation regularly, stalking, following obsessively everywhere, with the entity that stalks by helicopter and a corrupt police department, stalking by helicopter just like I captured at 1 o'clock in the morning, following everywhere inside of the grocery store, including in the bathroom, where the people of the state are group stalking right now. This is just to highlight what is the sex offender that's engaged in obsessive stalking under the fake sun and Stater Brothers, which would never again, the fake sun is captured here after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They are indeed group stalking on behalf of the Ontario Police Department, while a bunch of sex offenders are in line in the grocery store monitoring with this demon that goes into the bathroom stall next to me in order to engage in relevant positioning and activity creation. With Tracy Banks, who walks in also to monitor with her. That's why she's arriving and hopping out of line. This is P.O.C. She's a sex offender monitoring with them. It's 8:30 a.m. Yeah, that's Stater Brothers specifically entering into the bathroom. And I'm gonna be clear, Tracy Banks is monitoring with them. That's why she walks in the bathroom with the groceries to say, come on, let's go, with audible activity while she's monitoring with that demon that walked into the bathroom stall. And I'll show you the fake sin, which is over Stater Brothers. Well, let me see, 9ER82 is also sex offender monitoring. And again, you see what Tracy Banks engages in. She comes in, engages in what is interceding as I'm documenting other third parties with whom she's monitoring. Alrighty, that is a Caucasian male with the gray tennis shoes. She's got like a, light gray tennis shoes on. She's steady trying to hide her face, and Tracy Banks arrives in the bathroom instead of waiting outside for me in the bathroom. She's going in because she knows that I'm documenting another third party with whom she's monitoring. All right, they're both demons. They're both sex offenders. They're monitoring together, and Tracy Banks arriving is again the false attempt to protect some other third party that she's engaged in monitoring with. I want to make sure I point that out. And everywhere that she's stating is audible activity. And this is also, again, that sex offender that knows that I'm documenting. While I'm documenting that sex offender, she too is a sex offender group stalking with demons in line at Stater Brothers, all under a fake sun and directed light. So what you're looking at is this Latino male, Stater Brothers, and he's walking through directed light. He's a sex offender. Let me get his name too. Latino male, this is Richard M. He's monitoring. He's a violent sex offender and he's walking in directed light. License 6UES 246. License 8ZIR 121. All right, and this is the third party that is monitoring with the sex offender engaging in positioning under a light source that's not going to be over the Stater Brothers Plaza after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That's I've documented. The sun's not setting through the entrance doors of the Stater Brothers. That's a sex offender. Again, they're following obsessively in the store, and then they're also following in the bathroom. K899CO. What? Are you starting the car?
In the car.
I can get in the car. I'm going to document. And I'm also going to document your crazy ass trying to stop somebody else from being documented while you're stalking in a bathroom. That's a level of sickness that I'm going to document. This is P.O.C.
This guy's over there calling the police.
Yeah, that's a threat by a minion that's monitoring. That's what she's uttering, just like she did with the police who were stalking by helicopter, mentioning the police. That's why she's going to federal prison. That's what you're listening to. The fake sun's right over the car at 646 West Hall Boulevard. Indirect the light with these demons that surround on both sides of the vehicle. License plate 7LFE882. License 8FVB188. Talking about Richard, who was pacing in direct the light, who's been talking on the phone. She's referencing the police. This is a demon that engages in referencing the police. That's supposed to threaten you. It's audible activity in direct the light and under the fake sun. That's a psychopath. And that's a sex offender coming in, creating more audible activity, monitoring with the sex offender who I'm capturing in relevant position in a bathroom. All right. And again, she's referencing the police who are stalking by helicopter flying in circles over me. That's the police that she's mentioning intentionally while I'm documenting her and the rest of these demons. 8WTD019, stating that Richard is calling the police when Richard is walking, monitoring me. 9AYC570. And what is the significance of that? Because none of these demons have to call the police who are stalking. That's a demon who is not only threatening through their audible activity, that's a demon who's sending up a signal. All right. License plate 7TIF137 19150G1, I believe. License 8C42601. So not only is that Stater Brothers stalking in the bathroom, that's the people of the state stalking in the bathroom. That's Richard M., who you see pacing outside, stalking in the bathroom. That's the minion whose audible activity you hear. That's the Ontario police stalking in the bathroom. All right, and like I said, those demons are pacing all around, obsessively following with communication devices in the grocery store, and they also engage in following into the bathroom. Very demented, highly obsessive, predatory, and sexually violent stalking and monitoring conduct on behalf of the state. And I want you to listen to every syllable that you're listening to, 8TWJ185, because you're listening to demons that I'm encountering, that I'm documenting while they're stalking somebody in a restroom. And all the ways in which you're trying to threaten someone, you're threatening the wrong person. And you're the demon that's already surrounded with evidence. And so you listen to what they state while they're under what is a fake sun. Okay, where I'm documenting the Ontario Police Department. This is the same block. Okay, big picture. The sun's not going to be over the same street after 6 p.m. today, especially as you go to another city and the light source is not leaving the Ovid Family Community Library or the B&G Plaza. All right, like I documented yesterday. The entity is keeping the fake sun over me while you hear demons engaging in what is verbalizing a threat while you're monitoring. All right, you're going to prosecute for every syllable that comes out of their mouth while they're monitoring with communication devices. All right. In other words, this is under federal law. Satan, that's going to not only be prosecuted for stalking and monitoring you, but for what Satan wants to say while it's stalking and monitoring you. License 1560780, that's City of Ontario. License 8SMP293. License 8YZX421. 8VAX143. 8HIL740. 9BNZ189. 16448M1. 7XDH697. U01BGZ 5EUP340 8SXA500 7SLF203 8MMR233 8WQL251. San Bernardino Sheriff's Department also stalking in the bathroom, monitoring right now under a fake sun. Licensed, and they're in between 3-Star Janitorial and 150 East Hope Boulevard, San Bernardino County Public Health Clinics. License 7SYA783. Alrighty, and this is big picture. What you're looking at with the placement of the fake sun right now. You're paying attention to where the fake sun is as I'm capturing video at 6:40 yesterday, 6:40 p.m. The fake sun is in the same position. If you're looking at where I'm on the opposite side of the Ontario Town Square, that's where the fake sun is. Because I would not be able to capture it if it was somewhere in, for example, Los Angeles, but yet it's remaining visible over me, over the parking garage, over the Ontario Town Square, where I'm capturing the Ontario police stalking. That's what you're paying attention to. The entity just keeping the fake sun at the same position, the same address, and my body is on the opposite side of that light source. The entity is keeping the light source over me. That's what I just captured in still images. And also you're looking at what is not remaining out the side of the Ovid Family Community Library, not remaining in Ontario, not remaining off of Euclid Avenue, but remaining directly over me while I'm again en route and remaining at a different location. While you're listening to demons stalking in a bathroom, engaging in what is waging a threat while you're uttering the name of calling the police, which is criminal summoning. You'll go to federal prison for that, 1404991. Demons who are kidnapping you, defaming you, engaging what is harassing you, following you around. You're mentioning that corrupt police department with whom you're stalking with the intent to threaten somebody. 8RXP147, 8BCW813, 7UGM872, 71820R2. That's the specific intent behind referencing that police department who's captured day and night, including this morning after 1 o'clock in the morning, flying directly over my head by helicopter. That's why you're referencing that police department. All right, who are doing nothing other than stalking. That's what the Ontario Police has been shown as a matter of fact. That's all that they're doing. It is currently 8:39 a.m. It is Thursday, July 7, 2022. This is P.O.C. YWT055. This is Hapag Lloyd, a trucking company. The back license is 4TZ2103. Being carried by Best Logistics USA 9F75539 at the truck. License 6JVR726. Seven TTG 291, 8HEK 521. 7Y. Oh, I think I might have read this one. 7YWT 055. 8LGE319. That's Student Transportation of America. 8N71081. 8FJN484. AZEND4, I believe. That's an out of state license plate. 9AUA741. 4NC3744. 9BEJ269. 7YGW707. 7VFW087.
Showerly. Amazon is proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
979. Oh, I can't really see that. 8VYY201. 8YKF195, stalking on the side of the Archibald, where the freeway ramp is, where I'm showing you the fake suns right over me at the 10. They're with their hazards on. License 8FNC025, they're stalking in the path with light activity. The fake sun remains over me. This is the pattern of conduct. The light source is not remaining over the side of the over Fairview Community Library or anywhere over B&G Plaza, and it's not occurring at the same time. It's also occurring while getting off of the 10 freeway, whereas when I'm on Omnitrans Route 61, that does not get on the freeway. The entity's taking specific streets to get to Archibald, right? You're talking about what is paying attention to the maintenance of this light source directly over me where I am at. And you're also looking at what is impossible to be the sun if that was remaining over the B&G Plaza over my head as I cross the street at Plum and B Street, the City Hall parking lot, and the side of the Ovid Family Community Library. 8ELS551, SAND016. In that specific environment, demons are stalking with light. All right, 7AGM349. 263UZ handicap, 8TXV353.
I don't feel good. What's wrong, bud?
Vertec and Ryder crossing path. 263UZ handicap, 7AGM349, 8TXV353, SAND016. These are demons group stalking at the intersection of 4th Street and Archibald while directed light is flashing inside of this car, and demons on the opposite side of the street, nowhere near the vehicle, are crossing paths. Those demons are surrounding, and you can see that in the images by Topgolf, the building, the venue on to the passenger side of the vehicle. Those demons are monitoring. That's terrorism, and their group stalking. And they are the same entity stalking in the bathroom. I'll be prosecuting them as sex offenders. Also engaging in what is a threat to engage in kidnapping and harassment while you want to reference the police with whom you're stalking. That's P.O.C. 20621E2.
Crash investigation. You can take the alternate routes, Magnolia.
I think I already read that one. 8ELS 551.
Take the scenic route to winning at Kauai
8U78889. 40571V1. 8FLE 817. 7VVL 419. 8UZU 909. 7DRK 389. 7TZM 361. AQUASW 6PXT 453. 909 67F2. 8VUA 874. 6GXL 416. 8CAY 813. 9BGD 161. 8ZZV 111. 07256U2. Metrolink crossing path at we're at 8th Street and Hermosa. No, I think it's 8th Street and Hermosa. Metrolink crossing path is significant for purposes of what is light activity creation. All right, and it's currently It's currently 8:51 a.m. This is where the public storage is at 8949 off of 8th Street in Hermosa. The fake sun right over me. And you'll see that fake sun right over the public storage, all right? Nowhere near any B&G Plaza, not occurring at the same time, it's not occurring after being over the B&G Plaza, not occurring at any point in time when the entity's fake sun is right over me at B&G Plaza, as I go specifically to 215 EC Street, where the entity kept the fake sun, as I captured on video, after 6:40 p.m. Metrolink is group stalking, creating light activity. Demons stalk with light, using their businesses to engage in state surveillance with the people. 6WYR146, Metrolink represents the people of the state. A third party facilitating surveillance with the people. 59993K3, and it's also demonic activity. Metrolink's engaged in terrorism while they partake in the elements of monitoring. It's captured in still images. It's 8:52 a.m. Take the next right on 8WPS 632, 5EXG 680. And the red one. 8WTM 373. Yeah, it was 8th Street in Hermosa. Now we're at Arrow Route in Hermosa. Matheson, US dot 314842. Monitoring 1UT5267, 8SCV 149, 83460. Something too. I can't see that last license plate. 7WNU180, 8USM293. These are group stalkers that are monitoring, and the entity immediately, as I put my phone down, begins the flashing of directed light to this car. This is terrorism while you're inside of the car. This is occurring while the entity is stalking where it is that I'm sleeping. This is what the entity is doing while I'm sitting on the bus, while I'm walking outside, flashing a directed light while a minion is referencing the corrupt police with whom you're monitoring. That's the significance of mentioning them. While you are standing under a fake sun and in directed light, that's the psychopath, the delusional one. That is Satan. That is monitoring, and it's hostile. You want me to get off at the red light right here in the intersection? So what do you want me to do? Okay, so that's audible activity anyway while I'm documenting. Like I was stating, that's the significance of what's going on. Matheson's engaged in that terrorism while flashing directed light is occurring inside of this car, speaking to what is the presence of a demon that's monitoring as well, engaged in criminal conduct. Likes to engage in what is threatening, with whom the Ontario Police Department, they're going to federal prison. So you want to reference them, you'll be going as well. That's the significance of what you're listening to. License plate. I'm at Haven and Arrow Route. All right, that's nothing but a tired tactic of a demon. All right, you're talking about what is revealing, though, what's nonetheless a method by an entity that likes to threaten you. 8SOW619, the ordinary target individual subject to terrorism, subject to kidnapping, having no documentation, being silenced, is very well likely and reasonably threatened by uttering that agency or the police, you know? So you're talking about the entity engaging in what is that pattern of conduct. This is a minion that's stalking me in the bathroom, and then you're hostile while engaging in documenting it. All right, while she's pacing around the car, not starting the ignition, not moving anywhere. All I'm doing is documenting while she's engaging in pacing conduct with Richard, who I guess is going to call the police because I'm staying in the parking lot with my phone on, like he is, group stalking and directed light. License 5KVE714. 870YRB. Everything you're listening to is audible activity by a hostile and frustrated demon. 8RTC691. All right, JB Hunt. Well, don't act like it. You're under a fake sun and in directed light. You're in directed light.
I'll call you.
Okay, Satan. You do that, Satan. License plate. Okay, that's audible activity under the fake sun. 6NRJ152. That is your name. That's why you're under a fake sun and directed light. 159253 with the Sheriff's Department crossing path. That's P.O.C.
Find your way home. I'm tired of this shit. Get out.
Make sure I get the directed light while she's monitoring. This is a psychopath.
I'm tired of this shit. I'm late because of you.
It's not
Get
9
out.
o'clock yet. It's 8:58.
I have to clock
That's
in.
P.O.C. Let me show you the fake sun. Hold on. This is a psychopath who's monitoring. Let me show you this. She's monitoring right now with the Sheriff's Department. Don't be distracted by this. This is a psychopath who's a sex offender monitoring in the, that's criminal defamation. That's criminal defamation. This is the minion that's present while the entity's stalking by helicopter. She's a psychopath. That's P.O.C. That's Satan that gets hostile while you document. Don't be distracted by that. This is the Satan. This is minion. This is Satan that's present while the entity's stalking by helicopter. That's 4WON432. Okay, referencing by name. She's harassing with. She's harassing with the Sheriff's Department who's crossing path at Haven and Arrow Route right now. So you're talking about what is the same demon. That is Tracy Banks. The entity stalking by helicopter while in her car. Okay? They're stalking by directed light while in her car. She is a demon. That's a hostile demon that's engaging in what is harassment, which is audible activity. She's monitoring while the Sheriff's Department is crossing path. This is a harassing form of the P.O.C. Okay? While she's monitoring with Richard. Let me tell you, Satan is very frustrated and hostile to the fact that I'm breaking down what is the reality of her conduct. She's not driving anywhere. She's pacing around while she's talking about, come on, let's go, while you're monitoring. You're monitoring. You're not going anywhere. You're not starting the car. You're not driving anywhere. I'm going to read these license plates until you do that. If she was starting the car, I would get in the car. Let me be clear. It's not about that. She is monitoring and she's hostile. I captured the directed light that Richard M. is pacing in. She's referencing calling the police while I'm standing in the parking lot using my phone. So why are you talking about the police? What's he going to call the police for? While he's talking on the phone, all of a sudden he's calling his phone call is about me now, right? That's a threat. Under the fake sun and indirected light, which Richard M. is captured in an image in. She is pacing outside of the car while I'm reading license plates. She is engaging in what is demonic activity while I also call her by her name. Flashing directed light is occurring inside of her car. The fake sun's remaining over me the entire route from that venue, which is, again, from Ontario to Ranch Cucamonga. While she is raising her voice as I'm pointing out the fact that, and I'm prosecuting her, Satan is very mad as I'm using every word to understand what is this personality of Satan. That's what's going on here. Do not be distracted. I'm not dealing with the mother. I'm dealing with Satan. And you're talking about what is raising your voice is audible activity. The Sheriff's Department, Rancho Cucamonga Police are group stalking at Haven and Arrow Route. While she's engaging in what is directed light is in the car. The fake sun's over the car. She is monitoring. All right. So I want to make sure I point that out. This is an entity that with whom, again, she has no basis of any, you're talking about the absence of any moral fiber, the absence of any legitimacy. Okay. A violent sex offender stalking in the bathroom. That's the significance of what I'm capturing. And then engaging in what is hostility. Oh, and she also engaged in criminal defamation. That's what you heard. While she is in every bit a demon-possessed stalker under the fake sun, in directed light, where the entity is stalking every night while I'm in her car by helicopter, including inside of her apartment complex, Woodside Senior Apartments, where the entity has too engaged in what is criminal defamation, where you're talking about what is Satan, who is that sex offender, who is that stalker, who is that psychopath that then wants to defame you. All right? That's the environment where she's uttering audible activity. And raising her voice and yelling because, first of all, she's hostile because I'm using everything against her. And I'm not referencing her and she's acting by herself. She's an entity, a demon-possessed one. All right. So understanding and recognizing, calling Satan out, that's very frustrating. And then also creating what is a system whereby it is criminalized what Satan is doing because it's both demonic activity and it's also criminal monitoring. That's very frustrating. All right. And this is also one who is also shown to be first of all, she's not a normal person. She's also not a mother. It's abnormal, both the pattern of conduct and the fact that you're engaging in the pattern of conduct against one whom you're blood related to. That's a very sick person who you hear raising their voice, monitoring with every stranger whose license plate I uttered under the fake sun. She's hostile while I'm pointing out what is evidence of group stalking, the pattern that Metrolink, for example, is engaged in, the extent to which, in other words, that I have surrounded this entity with what is a specific pattern of conduct. Tracy Banks is a hostile demon as she's frustrated by that fact. You're talking about what is nothing other than surrounding Satan, binding Satan with its own demonic pattern. So you're talking about Satan that's just mad. okay? And as you hear me not being distracted, don't be distracted. She's monitoring with law enforcement. She's still going to federal prison. She's group stalking with the Ontario Police Department. She's group stalking with the Rancho Cucamonga Police, which is the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. Also, again, a pattern of stalking under the fake sense. She is monitoring every syllable. Every syllable uttered is the P.O.C, okay? She is engaging in what is monitoring me while I'm documenting it, and then I become the blame while I'm documenting what you are doing. You are a whole sex offender stalking. I'm going to take a picture. Me taking a picture does not take 5 minutes either. So you're trying to make it my fault while I am documenting where you are engaging in that pattern of conduct, and it's my fault as I'm capturing. But you're putting groceries in the car. You're not going anywhere. So I'm reading license plate. You're not going anywhere. You haven't started the car and pulled off, and I refuse to get in. That's not what's happening. She's monitoring, and she just wants me to stop documenting while she is pacing around the car. Okay, monitoring. Satan is engaged in monitoring to whatever degree. All right, even though she supposedly has to get to work, that demon is still pacing because she's monitoring with Richard, who's in directed light with a communication device, pacing back and forth. With the demons who pull over as I read their license plate at Stater Brothers on both sides of the vehicle, directed light flashing about. She's monitoring with them. But what is her audible activity? Come on, I'm going to be late, as though it's my fault. I'm holding her up. She's the demon that's driving. She's the one in operation. She's not even sitting in the car. She's not going anywhere. She's focused on me documenting. And again, her walking in the bathroom, she's monitoring with that demon in the bathroom. Knows that I'm documenting them. All right? She is monitoring with the demons who's standing outside. You're talking about you don't know how to walk and chew gum, because I do, because you weren't going anywhere. When she gets in the car and starts the vehicle, you're talking about what is then would be an obstacle to her going on. And all I'm doing is explaining those details to you, because this is why I disregard it, because you're dealing with Satan. First of all, you're monitoring. But second of all, I want you to listen to what she's stating. All she's doing is trying to stop me from documenting third parties who are monitoring with her. And that's why she engages in what is the very tired tactic of trying to threaten somebody or referencing the police. You and those police officers are going to federal prison. All of you are demons. All right. So this is what she's doing. And guess what? While I have surrounded you with evidence of what are your patterns, it's tired. And I have evidence, and I have the ability to advocate on behalf of what is going to be federal law, which you're in violation of existing federal law and federal law, which I will enforce against you. Satan doesn't like that. That's all you're listening to. An inferior, a frustrated and hostile demon. Okay, everything about the condition and the criminal system you're engaged in is revealed. It's exposed. In addition to that, you have what is a response for every tactic that you engage in. Satan doesn't like that. Satan does not like that. So this is the reality of what you're listening to. And what do you hear me doing? I'm focused, and don't you be distracted either. I'm pointing out to you what's a psychopath. That is Tracy Banks. She's a demon. And the more that I call Satan by its name, the more that Satan acts true to form. That's what you're listening to. Like I stated, when you're listening to this demon that's outraged under the fake sun and indirect light, still monitoring with law enforcement. She's going to federal prison for that. Don't be distracted. She's monitoring with Rancho Cucamonga police who cross path. The entity is keeping the light source over me at Arrow and Haven, where you hear these demons crossing path, while I'm in her car flashing directed light, and you're hostile because I'm calling you by your name, Satan. That's demonic activity, and you are a demon. How many videos am I capturing where this demon, Tracy Banks, is present right there while the police departments, more than one, are stalking by helicopter? That's a demon, okay? A psychopath, all right, who is engaging in that criminal system. And you're hostile because I'm calling you by your name, Satan. That's what I'm dealing with. That's what you're listening to. That's the delusional psychopath that is indeed stalking with the people in the bathroom, trying to slow me down while I am, not trying to slow me down, but trying to stop me from documenting when I'm in no way any obstacle to what you should be doing. If you're in such a rush, then stop pacing around the vehicle, Satan. Then stop pacing around the vehicle, start the ignition, and let's go. That's not what you're doing, though. You're monitoring, and you're focused on what I'm doing, which is documenting license plates, which is not stopping you from hopping in the driver's seat and starting the car if we got to go so bad. All right, if it's such my fault that you're late. You're the ones that, and I just want to back this up still. It is all beginning with what is your criminal conduct, which I'm going to document. You're a sex offender who's stalking. You are also stalking in the bathroom. You're a sex offender. It's going to be documented. So it does not change what the focus is. That's, again, the conduct, the tactics of a psychopath, misdirected blame, while you are engaging in what is that system, all right? And that's the same with the entity ordinary target individual, you're not going to be distracted by that. You're stalking, and you want to make it about any and everything other than that. And that is the topic of discussion. That's the focus, and you're not going to be distracted by that. But you're listening to what's the everyday struggle of Satan while it's being surrounded by evidence. And this is, again, one that is worthy of not only federal prison, but you're talking about a psychopath that is Tracy Banks monitoring her own daughter. You're talking about what's a level of mental disturbance in and of itself. That's abnormal. That's a level of psychosis, that level of malice. This is a deep disregard for the basic humanity of one, not just anyone, but one whom she gave birth to. That's a psychopath, all right? That's a threat to your life, all right? And the entity is engaging in what is an ongoing intent to obstruct justice while you want to raise your voice or threaten that I can't sleep in your car while your group's stalking. You're stalking with the police. All right, and why? Because I'm documenting the fact, the impossible occurrence of what is light flashing in the back of the car while demons with whom you're monitoring. You're all monitoring together in a specific environment, okay? So it's not going to cause me to mince words, and it's also not going to be a distraction, and don't let it be a distraction to you. License plate, 5WJJ346. That's the same minion, again, has no legitimacy, engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping with law enforcement with whom she's monitoring, and who she uses as the basis to threaten. 60KX684, 6WTW793, Vertex, crossing path 33723H3, license 8FBV674 9BST195, D48OG1 6WPM757 7YDG157. She's a psychopath, and it is part of her karma that the entire world know her condition while she's engaging in criminal conduct and showing what is the violent psychopath and one worthy not only of federal prison, but she needs to really be restrained in a mental ward. All right, while she seeks to defame somebody else, you don't have any legitimacy. You are a stalker, and you're doing so with the police. 8TNE508, and you've been doing so for years, and you're also a demon. 8NWJ611, you are demon possessed, which is speaking to the threat that she poses while she would engage in this against her own flesh and blood. It's speaking to the threat to the public that she is to society, which I'm revealing about the demon possessed population in and of itself. Engaging in terrorism, engaging in what is group stalking against your own flesh and blood. What level of sick, all right, would engage in that, all right? And I'm telling you who. It's the demon possessed. All right, using whatever you have at your disposal. You threatening for me to not be able to sleep in your car where you're stalking and monitoring with the police who are day and night following by helicopter, aiming, flashing directed light, which is occurring inside of your car as you speak. You cannot, and you do not have any basis to engage in what is criminal defamation. You'll sit in federal prison for that, while you are the demon-possessed stalking with directed light, okay? License plate. 58403F3, 8ZLN011, 7NWV442, 7S80157, Matheson, again, crossing path again, 14489V2, 7JBL716, 7BXJ942, 8GEL124, 8XTU239, 4WSH680, 27554J1. This is Rancho Cucamonga Police crossing path again, an African-American female and a female in the passenger seat, 1490797, monitoring with the County of San Bernardino, monitoring under the fake sun at Haven City, where the same entity was stalking by helicopter, 6UKP382, license directed light, 6CAK514, license 8WCW442, 8WBX170, 8KJS868. All right, and that's the same sheriff's department with whom she's monitoring in directed light under the fake sun in Rancho Cucamonga, where the Rancho Cucamonga police are crossing path, and there is no sun over the side of the Ovid Family Community Library. All right, it's right here over me at the intersection where these venues are in relevant position. Like the entity is engaging in, that is Tracy Banks, a demon that's engaging in demonic activity, criminal conduct, 8XPK096, criminal monitoring with a population of demons. She's a demon, all right? And you're hostile because I'm speaking the truth about you. All right, and what does Satan engage in? Kidnapping you in hospitals, while the Sheriff's Department that engaged in kidnapping, because that's what they are. Rancho Cucamonga Police is the same San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, the same Ontario Police Department, kidnapping, 8RNZ047. What's the pattern of conduct? To engage in what is kidnapping, exercising fictitious authority while you are engaging in stalking. You're doing so while you're engaging in stalking and monitoring while your criminal activity is being documented. And the entity seeks to engage in what is defamation, criminal defamation, because it's serving the criminal system of federal group stalking and monitoring. It is highly unpersuasive where you are heavily documented as, first of all, a demon, a matter of evidence under the light source, which is not the natural environment, and in directed light. This is Tracy Banks's directed light on the roof of the car. This is the demon, okay? 7XDF316, 53495B1, MALFCET, 8ZFY987, and 8ABN970, engaging in what is LUCY17. They're all going to federal prison, 8MFL009. And I'll tell you why. Rancho Cucamonga police pacing around. They're all going to federal prison. License 1417719, Rancho Cucamonga police. This demon, Rancho Cucamonga police, 1479634. They're all going to federal prison, like I just read. Demon engaged in stalking. There you go. I'm going to show you the fake sun over this demon's head. Group stalking at the intersection of Haven and Arrow Route. No, excuse me. Haven and Arrow Route. These are demons in Sheriff's Department vehicles, one demon after another. This is a fat Latino male with the license 1479634. They're monitoring a UPS's crossing path. This is the entity that engages in kidnapping with the Ontario police who's stalking day and night. Monitoring and group stalking under a fake sun that's nowhere near the Ovid Family Community Library. But again, on June 16, 2022, that's where the fake sun remained. The entity is keeping that fake sun while this entity engages in kidnapping, criminal defamation, which is the audible activity, the substance of the audible activity of this demon, Tracy Banks, in her car under the fake sun in directed light. This is a demon that's harassing and monitoring, seeking to engage in what is threatening you. All right. While you're in your audible activity, you're referencing the police who you're stalking with. What are you talking about? And what am I doing? Because I'm using my phone. Oh, they're going to call police. That's Satan trying to threaten you. 6DLN562 4WHU903. And she is engaging in what is criminal monitoring. And defamation is the substance of her audible activity. License 6EVP919, federal prison. These demons of Rancho Cucamonga police pacing back and forth. They're under the fake sun. License plate, federal prison, license 9AYB270. So the entities engaging in what is kidnapping on June 16th. The Sheriff's Department engaging in what is kidnapping under a fake sun that's directly over me at that Sheriff's Department at West Valley, by the way. And the entity engaging in what is through the defamatory act of refusing to release me at a site release, all right, after kidnapping, but they called that form of kidnapping, it's going to be a site release after they kidnap me, and then engaging in what is a defamatory 5150, 7FJS368, in order to engage in what is kidnapping at Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, 8KRM080, every third-party license plate I'm reading, they're going to federal prison, 8VNV644, 8LSW923, LAFC85. The entity engages in this. Again, I'm just reminding you about the details of that act of kidnapping where the entity's fake sun is remaining in Ontario over the Ovid Family Community Library, just like it was yesterday. But today, where I'm here, this is where the demons that are the same Sheriff's Department engaging in kidnapping and then defamation, criminal defamation, to kidnap inside of Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, where the entity kept its fake sun, as I documented on June 22nd. Okay? The entity is keeping that fake sun, June 21st, through the window of that hospital. At no point is the sun present there. The entity is engaged in the P.O.C. while engaging in what is criminal defamation, the P.O.C. by demons inside of that medical center. All right, that's a pattern of conduct. 7TLA928 by Satan, that's placing you under surveillance. BLKKNT1, I believe. And these are demons who are monitoring you, and the pattern of conduct is supposed to result in what is your being defamed. That's unpersuasive. You're talking about what is a psychopath. That is the pattern of conduct. Those engaging in it, 8C34378, the demon-possessed are psychopaths, and they're violent sex offenders. And this is not name-calling. This is the pattern of conduct that they're engaging in. And they're doing so pursuant to what is a specific condition. These are demons in a demonic environment engaging in what is demonic conduct, all right, and engaging in what is, again, very tired tactics. Not only are you speaking to one whom is far from anywhere suffering from any mental capacity, I'm referencing myself, you're nothing but a hostile demon while you engage in what is that very specific method, all right, and you'll be prosecuted for that. 66767E3, 90085J3, 74044X2, and she is in every way revealed through the pattern of conduct which she is engaging while she is uttering criminally defamatory speech under a fake sun and indirected light, that I am crazy. Remember, that's very, very specific language. That's Satan, and that's the state that is defaming as their audible activity while they are engaging in very demented conduct. That's the personality of Satan, okay? The one that's stalking day and night. She's always right there while the entity is stalking by helicopter and monitoring right now, okay? With the same entity. License plate 6YTR943-0454OG2. License 8CVE534, 8NCL381. License 7VRF801. License 403YLD, that's out of state. License 7NIF424. And they're all going to federal prison. The demon-possessed entity, who I've shown you at the Rancho Cucamonga police station, the fake sun over the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, the entity is doing so as I'm showing you what is not at the same time the sun going to be over the Ontario Police Department or the Ovid Family Community Library. CD7 M29 paper. But you have what is an entity that is, again, what's the key? What are you paying attention to? The inferiority of Satan. Even with all of Satan's minions, Satan loses, all right? And you're frustrated and you're hostile. License CLERAVU 8KIR659. Not only because you're inferior, but because I've surrounded you with what is your own demented pattern of conduct, and I'm going to prosecute you. 9BGT358. That's an inferior minion, okay? One who cannot spell, she can't even spell defamation while she's engaging in it. That's her only device. These are very tired tactics of an inferior minion, and that's the reality of what Tracy Banks' condition is. You're not dealing with flesh and blood. You're not dealing with the mother, as you also are witnessing. You're looking at what is the high level of malice that demon is acting with while she is monitoring and failing at stopping me from documenting it. All right, and then what do? What's the all Hail Mary resort? Oh, I'm crazy. Okay, Satan. 5HGA043. She's going to federal prison. 8CNR829. 45484R2. 6FRU946. CC96856 paper. 7YQX052. 7FMD 799. 6RCF952. 7ETX316. 6RCW106. 8UOF656. Yeah. 8JSV491, 7MYK897. And what the Sheriff's Department engaging in while you're listening to me read these demons' license plates, you have one demon. In real time, Satan is listening to what I'm stating. So you're talking about what's deliberate conduct. More and more of those demons begin pacing around as I'm stating whatever it is, the subject that I'm stating at that time. You're paying attention to that. These are demons that are acting deliberately. First of all, they're in a specific environment. You already know that. But second of all, the content of what I'm speaking of, the content of my speech, 7YQX052, Satan reacts in real time to it. CC96856 papers, 8SCV291. Those are demons that are pacing in direct light. And these third parties are going to federal prison. The facilitating venue where I'm showing the placement of the light source, including 8ZGK688, 8SOH618, 8JDW971, 61283M1, 8JJR936, 7U.S.C.944, 8JMW801, 8EAM578, 8SNM530. They're all demons touching with direct light while they're driving on a street, and somehow it's like flash photography. Those are the psychopaths. And that is the same psychopath that is Tracy Banks, a demon, all right? And then the demon wants to try to defame you. You're not in any way, you have no legitimacy, and you can't defame me because I'm smart enough to surround you with evidence of what first and proof of what is your demon possession, your secret, in other words, and your criminal system. All right? That's called malice. And people like that, an entity engaging in that, that's called terrorism. Okay? License plate. 8TPX239, federal prison. License 7RMR883. 5LZT592, 7KCM569, 8AJJ911, ROD7965, federal prison. All right, license plate, 7SHL418. They are all, first of all, under a fake sign that's nowhere near the city of Ontario, nowhere near 215 EC Street, 8LQG666, nowhere near the Shiro's Liquor. It's directly over the Shiro's Liquor, directly over the California Clinica Medical, inside of the Shiro's Liquor Plaza. The entity is keeping the fake sign directly over the Andy's Burgers, in the B&G Plaza. I'm showing you the fake sign that's over Ontario Town Square Townhomes as I walk up Plum through the parking lot of City Hall. But you're talking about what is not occurring at the same time. That is speaking to what is the direct evidence of the demon possession of this minion, Tracy Banks, and all the rest of them as well. They're all in the same environment and they're monitoring together. All right? And she is a psychopath engaging in that with 4WYZ485. Engaging and targeting who do you think you're sacrificing? Saying you did it to the wrong person, you're going to sit in federal prison, and I'm going to tell the world about your secrets, about you're a bunch of demons engaging in targeting system. That's what group stalking is. 7X27730, federal prison. But if they're not natural born citizens, you deport those minions out of this country after they do their time in federal prison, because they're group stalking right now in California with law enforcement, acting with impunity as well. License plate 2386082, 8SHL418, 8THD772. 7CGU 800, 32575P1, 8SNS080, yeah, that one, 6EQH029, 4CWU042. And what I also, the reason, that's why I'm pointing out again, because obviously you can hear the conversation in the vehicle with Tracy Banks, but I want to make sure it's clear. And this is no bias recitation of what you're listening to her own words, and I'm letting you know what you're listening to. You're listening to a demon. Remember, the P.O.C. is underway. This is a demon. And what is this unfounded hostility? Oh, and it is unfounded. Satan has no basis to be angry because I'm calling you by your name, Satan. That's what you're doing. You're known by your deeds. That's what you're doing. You are a demon. You are also a sick psychopath stalking. You're stalking one who is revealing the fact that you're a demon. You're mad because I have all of the answers. You're mad because I'm prosecuting you. You're mad because you're inferior based on that. And this is not a matter of opining. This is scientific facts. I've already shown you what's the environment. These demons aren't under the fake sun at the stoplight. They're group stalking. They're San Bernardino County. Andrew Matai and Mark Vasquez under the fake sun. All right, at the Rancho Cucamonga Business Center, group stalking under the fake sun, monitoring. And they're doing so with law enforcement. And they will find themselves in federal prison. The venue that they're walking to, San Bernardino County, off of Haven and Arrow Route, is monitoring as well. Another venue, San Bernardino County. San Bernardino County is heavily documented engaging in the P.O.C. Those two minions are group stalking at the crosswalk, and they are captured in still images. All right, it's another method of crossing path. It is currently 9:22 a.m. where the fake sun is remaining at Arrow Route and Haven Avenue. And I want to point this out, and again, this is advocacy. 7XRA827, Satan can't insult me, Satan is stalking me. All right. In addition, you also can't defame me because you're talking about what there would be no basis whatsoever in order to create what is the exposure that I have of this system, in addition to what is policy that I advocate. Oh, if Erica Lorraine Spencer was actually suffering from some mental incapacity, which Satan wants to in every way, but you're talking about what is a well-documented pattern, though. That's what Satan wants to do. You're going to recognize that under federal law. That's why, hence, criminal defamation. That's what you're listening to this demon, Tracy Banks, in. What sort of sick person would do that? 4084OK1 federal prison, 19609G3 federal prison, 8HPS 161 federal prison, monitoring with the child, 8KNN 561 federal prison with the child in that vehicle, okay? License 33384B1, license 8DCW 445, license 7WHA 955. But like I said, Satan can't insult me while you're stalking me, Satan, because you're inferior. And you're talking about what is mad because I'm calling you by your name because you thought that that's going to remain a secret. You thought you were going to get away with it. You thought you were going to sacrifice me, Satan. And you're going to sit in federal prison. And your karma is that the whole world will know what you sought to engage in and what you're doing right now. The psychopath that you are. The psychopath that you are. Because I have a response under federal law for what is your pattern of conduct seeking to defame the ordinary targeted individual. It's called criminal defamation, and it's called federal prison. All right, Satan is mad because I have a response for that, because I am superior to it. Satan is inferior. These demon-possessed minions are inferior. License 7GVV540. That's why Tracy Banks, Satan, as I properly refer to her, a minion, a puppet of Satan, a very sick and demented psychopath who has nothing other than what are tactics to harass, her tired old tactic. You can reference the Ontario police. You're going to federal prison. That's why the Ontario police are referencing your name when they should have no basis under what is your false universe of no group stalking. Okay, well, why are those minions stating your name? Because you're stalking with them. That's why they're flying over me, stalking by helicopter in your car, in your apartment complex, at the mall while I'm with you, while I'm in traffic while I'm with you, while I'm at Starbucks while I'm with you, everywhere I'm going. That's why you're referencing them. That's a tired tactic. And she's a sick individual. That's the reality of what you're listening to. Okay? That's why you have Satan raising their voice. And it has nothing to do with me getting mad. You're a minion pacing all around. You could hop your crazy self in the driver's seat and start the car, but you want to pace around. But you want to stop me from documenting while you are engaging in what is nothing but standing outside of the car. It doesn't become my fault because you're mad because I'm documenting you. You're sick. She's sick. 7KAX237 8LIA076. And guess what? Whether I'm sleeping in her car or whether I'm sleeping outside where this entity is continuously stalking, monitoring with directed light, federal prison, license 6KVV712. The entity is still stalking and Tracy Banks is still monitoring as well. 265XHA, license 7TMK321, license 66027V2, license 8JQA619, license 9AGT860, 10873H3, CHZ050, I believe. Omnitrans molesting, bus 1216, license 12. I can't really see that license plate, but that's bus 1216. Omnitrans is heavily documented. They're a bunch of minions that operate buses stalking. I mean, it doesn't get no more pathetic than that. You're already driving a bus for a living, but anyway, this is under the fake sun at Arrow Route and Haven Avenue. I mean, no disrespect to those who do not serve Satan and you perhaps may drive a bus, an honest living. I'm talking about Satan, a bunch of demons, a bunch of stalkers, okay? You are stalking somebody and your tactic of stalking is driving a bus for a living. And everything about why you're engaging in that pathetic conduct is about me. That's what Satan is doing. XP97288. 8VIF183. Extra Lease and Earnest Packaging Solutions. These are companies, third parties. Terrorism, they're stalking with directed light. 8PDE262, 8XGN738, 9AYU858, 7VCJ552. License PRTWNGZ. License 13337K3. 8ZCX964, 7DFJ916. Guess I didn't read those. ATAL 825, yeah, right, that one. 0834983. Alrighty, this is P.O.C. You're listening to what is, again, my exposure of the reality of public corruption and dealing with what is the betrayal of one whom you're blood related to, but you're dealing with what is demonic activity. All right, so I'm not dealing emotionally with what is even a sane person, one who is unpersuasively and foolishly trying to defame one whom she's monitoring. She's engaged in group stalking, and that's the pattern of criminal monitoring. 6HAT 708, I believe, while she's engaged in the pattern of conduct with which she's surrounded by a body of evidence while she's engaged in it. I mean, foolish. Monitoring 1403718, that's Metrolink, who's crossing path in a vehicle, a utility vehicle, as opposed to using their train. But it's the same company nonetheless. The entity is engaging in this, and you're listening to what is the real-time casualties of nothing other than a minion, because that's exactly how she's going to be prosecuted. She's not different. She's the state that's operating with license plate 4WON432. Monitoring, molesting, terrorizing, just like every other minion. License 1399984, a demon driving that bus. She's a demon operating her vehicle. She's not a mother. A mother would never engage in that. But also, you're talking about you're going to talk about what is the application of rules. You're not making some exception. You're also understanding what is the existence of a system, because it doesn't change because you know that demon's name. 7ZCU165, 7EIH189, yeah. 8RNZ047, 7UHE901. You're also understanding what is necessary for your own life. Those who are awakening, those who do not know who you are, and I'm speaking to those who have an ear, those who do not know who you are, those who are not subject to what is serving Satan. You're not demon possessed. You don't serve Satan, because this is the system of minions. ATSW418. This is a system of minions that are also in the government. This is what the state is doing. It's not just California. I'm revealing what the country is engaged in. Okay, California is engaging in it because the rest of the country is engaging in it. And I am revealing that what the entity is doing based on the venue where I'm at. And a big picture level, I'm documenting the venue happens to be the state of California. All right, and this is speaking to what is 7BLB083 CD71W17 Mercedes-Benz. That's a company. I'll prosecute them. 9F92273. That's Coca-Cola. Reyes Coca-Cola Bottling. License plate Ocean Fresh Fish. That's a company. I can't really see their license. 9828. I can't see that one. 33364V2. That's PRC. That's a company. They're all engaged in the same thing, whether they're in a commercial vehicle, their own vehicle, directed light all over the asphalt. They're under what is not possibly the sun. These are demons. And they're doing so with knowledge of the fact that they're being documented. That's a psychopath, an obsessed stalker, who also follow into bathrooms. That's a sex offender, who then want to defame you while you surround them with that documentation. 8MYB829, that's a psychopath. Okay, 6HQW715, that's a 715, excuse me. That's a psychopath that would do that to their own daughter. That's a psychopath. All right, license 115893. And don't get me wrong, it's not like I expect Satan to accept what is its judgment. It's not like I expect Satan to accept what is the role of loser that it's been relegated to, 8VAN136. I don't expect that. But you're understanding what is nothing. This is advocacy. This is serving to protect the ordinary target individual. Enforcing your constitutional human rights to prosecute a government who has no right whatsoever to place you under surveillance. And doing it while it's a whole demon-possessed entity, a bunch of psychopaths engaging in terrorism. And terrorism through the ways in which they monitor, through the ways in which they want to obstruct justice. All right? And this is terrorism, all right, by a bunch of demons engaging in that. 01864C3, 1313884, 9ACB169, demons with directed light, 5DXS167, 8AHR970, URRNCM, license UAH2860, that's Virginia. The entity engaging in this conduct, which is speaking to what is necessary as a matter of justice, because this is advocacy. All right, I'm not dealing with, you think I care what comes out of the mouth of this minion Tracy Banks? I'm exposing her. I'm going to prosecute her. And this demon that for years has engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping, think you're going to kidnap me with the police inside of any jail or hospital where they are monitoring. They are still engaging in this system where the entity sought to silence me and kidnap me inside of these mental wards where they're engaging in defamation, literally making it up. You're monitoring me. You're making up information in order to arrest me and then making up information in order to defame me. Where the demons that are the police are monitoring, the demons that are these medical professionals, they're not actual medical professionals, they're demons. This is Satan playing dress up. And that's what I'm speaking to with regard to revealing public exposure. These are the hospitals. These are the venues where the pattern of conduct is underway. Laws need to change because of what the government is engaging in. You're not ignorant anymore. So you're talking about what's a matter of what is law in this country? J629D, handicap? Oh, you're talking about what is disarming the entity that facilitates the system. laws that need to change. You're talking about Welfare Institutions Code, removing the ability of any hospital because of what the nature of the criminal conduct, because of the terrain that we are in, the landscape that we are in, what the government is doing, laws that the hospitals and police shall no longer be able to engage in because the entity is engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring. All right, it's about protecting the liberty of American citizens. All right, and so that's on a whole other level. Central Transport, that's a trucking company. They're engaged in terrorism. Directed light all over the ground while they're crossing path. That company can be prosecuted for that. I don't have the license plate, but Central Transport's a yellow trucking company. They're group stalking. I'm also revealing what is necessary as I have documented this P.O.C. And what is justice? The psychopath that you're going to sit in a mental institution. PLURGRL. And not just because I'm saying abracadabra, voila, you're going. No, it's because of your criminal conduct, 8ZAU306, which is very demented, very disturbing. And it's so sick and wicked and malicious, you seek to actually defame the one whom you are violating. Oh, that's a whole other level of evil and criminal. 7 EPA 419. That's what you're witnessing while I'm documenting this conversation with Tracy Banks, a minion, okay? Monitoring her own daughter, 6XOH058, a psychopath who is surrounded by evidence. You're listening to a delusional psychopath, everything that she's saying, 7TBM 081, while she's still monitoring, she's still group stalking. 70724E2, fake son over my head in Ranch Cucamonga while she's raising her voice. What's your all you're going to do, ordinary target individual, you're going to document that. You're going to document it. Because everything has legal significance, relevance in the specific environment. All right? And by the way, while you're documenting that, that's no reflection on your mental state, by the way. 8PAS732, which Satan hates that. Satan is a liar. Satan cannot handle the truth, not even the truth about itself, okay? 78602Z1 is a demon and does not like the fact that it's being revealed to the world that they are indeed a demon. And they're also a stalker. RODFAM6, 6YOU505, 02247G3, 6UQP946, 8ZOR279, 8LBP801. And you're going to use everything that they are engaged in. That's what you're listening to me do. This is the tactic. This is how you're prosecuting an entity. This is how you are addressing Satan. This is not only a necessary response with regard to what are a bunch of demons that are terrorizing American citizens. This is necessary under what is federal law. This is conspiracy amongst a government and a people to place another under surveillance, to harass, terrorize, to engage in what is monitoring them. You are necessarily using those tactics against them while they are engaging in essentially what is gang conduct. This is what group stalking is. You're going to use their conduct against each other. While you want to stalk access with license 7301K2, this is a demon. For example, if I did not see their license plate, this demon right here next to me, 46654K1, is going to be prosecuted while that other third party is molesting. And why? They're in the specific environment. They're group stalking together. You're going to use their conduct against you together to prosecute all of them. 9ATV326, 7MWH081. And that's also what you're doing while the entity that's placing you under surveillance wants to stalk and monitor and harass by the Rancho Cucamonga Police license license 1419460. And you're going to prosecute the people of the state. They're stalking with the same demon-possessed entity in the same specific environment, where the police, where law enforcement are present, who are terrorizing an ordinary American citizen, seeking to vocalize a threat, while demons like Tracy Banks reference them in her audible activity, stalking and monitoring in helicopters and in police vehicles. The people of the state, such as 7XTL993, who are monitoring with them, intentionally threatening with them, are going to federal prison. All right, that's a very well entire tactic of the entity. That's audible activity of the same entity, the Rancho Cucamonga Police, who are now engaged in criminal summoning, federal prison. 1515410, that's the Ontario Fire Department. 7K569JL, license 8XPG030, federal prison. 7SOY320, 6RMU577, 8SAT400, 25815G3, I believe. Yeah, and this is criminal summoning that Rancho Cucamonga Police are engaging in. Ontario Fire Department, they're facilitating venue at 425 East B Street in Ontario, California, where they are not in relevant position under a fake sign that's over the Ovid Family Community Library right now. They are coming to this district to engage in crossing a path in criminal summoning with Rancho Cucamonga Police. 6SNV128, 4XEK777, 8ZLN011, 8GIZ937, 10384E2, 7YIJ957, 6LGN120. This is demonic pacing, and they're all going to federal prison. They're engaged in criminal summoning. 8YUT308, 7KEX337. This is what the Ontario Police Department were doing outside of the library at 215 East C Street, where the fake son remained. It's not over Haven and Arrow Route. That's how you know what are the demons of Rancho Cucamonga Police, and they're acting with impunity. 8PHM490 is as well federal prison. 8YNV138, 126CAD, license 8YKF158, UPS 36178D1, terrorizing with law enforcement. 8EKV609. This is P.O.C. and the property where I believe Tracy Banks works is engaged in criminal summoning while not the Demons of Ontario Police, Rancho Cucamonga Police, as you hear them blurping a siren, they're doing so under a fake sun and indirect light. They're doing so while the Demons of the Ontario Fire Department are crossing the path. They're also doing so while they're listening to every syllable that I'm uttering. Those are demons using instrumentalities, law enforcement agencies who are stalking day and night by helicopter. You're not doing anything other than the same P.O.C. And you're talking about what is revealing public corruption. That's why we're going to shut down the Sheriff's Department. As I document, they're going to be shut down. 9A-NC-263, they're going to federal prison. License 8UHB-372, 7NHW-271, still at this very moment, still stalking, and they're doing so with a demon that's using light activity. That's the Sheriff's Department. All right, license, this is Rancho Cucamonga, City of Rancho Cucamonga, the municipality, with law enforcement, 1393523, 6XYA-OYD, 8DO1056. So the entity is keeping this fake sun over this intersection, and 8ZRM714. That's what you're using against the entity. You're using its own criminal conduct against itself. And right now, they're going to federal prison. 41044C1, they're going to federal prison for what is a tactic of criminal summoning. All right, and while this pattern of conduct is underway, you're going to reference what is all of the audible activity by the, let me show you this. I want to show you Highway Patrol, group stalking with Rancho Cucamonga Police, the crossing path. This is captured right now under the fake sun at Haven at 9:38 a.m. This is the entity that's engaging group stalking, California Highway Patrol, that's a state actor. They're group stalking with Rancho Cucamonga Police, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. You're using this criminal conduct against the people of the state, and they'll sit in federal prison. This is how they engage in monitoring and terrorizing harassment together. Commercially, UPS, 8174 8A3, I believe, and third parties 7BNS 046 8NZE 956 SUMERWN, demons touching with directed light while they're stalking with the police. 8TWF 706, they're stalking with the Ontario Fire Department, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, and California Highway Patrol. 9ABJ 752, that's revealing again what is no exception to demon possession. California Highway Patrol, that's a demon operating a vehicle representing law enforcement, engaging in the pattern of conduct. 7WHA 995, license 6W56922, 59993W2, 8XBW 067, license 6MMM945, 7WFW954. And this is the entity engaging in that conduct which you are going to use against it. Just as I was stating, you're using the entity's criminal activity against itself. They are engaged in gang conduct, and this is how you are addressing what are a population of demons targeting an American citizen. And it is also revealing the reality of how you are addressing, as a matter of justice, the criminal system of a government that's acting vicariously through a specific type of people. These people are demon possessed. All right, and these people, as I'm revealing corruption, that's speaking to what is demon possession. And this demon possession is relevant to the ways in which you are ordering society, organizing society. Those that are engaging in this, you're talking about exposure of companies, 6Z10154. And I want to be clear, San Bernardino County engaged in criminal summoning over here. Those two minions whose names I uttered, I took their picture under the fake sun, criminal summoning. Haven Market, criminal summoning. All right, license plate, 6KPA708, license 8FTY757, 7RZV406, license 6WHE928, 9F944F3, Pena Trucking, touching with directed light 4UM1569, criminal summoning, Pena Trucking, license 6VIA637, 54747, that's handicap, 8KFA183, 8UVH154, and the entity engaging in criminal summoning, license 1419694, stopping in relevant position on the same side of the street that I'm on, in relevant position at the intersection of Haven and Arrow. License plate 8C42414. And like I said, the people of the state will go to federal prison for that. You're documenting the agency itself, and the people of the state, 8AGW037, they'll go to federal prison because they're monitoring with law enforcement who is communicating a threat while they're stalking you in your face in that specific environment, molesting, terrorizing with directed light, and doing so while they are in real time monitoring your documentation. That's multiple levels of psychopath level conduct. And the people of the state are directly engaged in that. 7TLT954. And those are the tactics of the entity that's monitoring via the people of the state. And then you have what are demons that are the corrupt agencies here, California Highway Patrol, You have the Rancho Cucamonga police who are in a specific, they're all demons. They're in direct light under the fake sun. And they are engaging in waging a threat, monitoring, and it's going toward what is federal prison for the people of the state. 79246Y2, 8JDC525. There are demons directed light across these metal boxes on the sidewalk. Impossible light activity, in other words, which is focused around me. This is the directed light that I'm documenting inside of the car. Well, Satan, who doesn't like me to call it by its name, because that's what she's doing, so that's how I'm going to call you, by what you're doing. With a child in the vehicle, FRMABVE, engaging in terrorism and group stalking. While you are, this is a threatening environment, this is terrorism that's underway, and you're bringing children into it. All right, you're a demon that's pacing around and monitoring as someone else with law enforcement, threatening them. You're not engaged in traffic, and you have no place of legitimate presence on behalf of the state that's engaged in the P.O.C, and that's how we're going to prosecute that with a child in the vehicle. 8DYX116, 7YGJ743, 29316Y2, license 8LKB707, 8UO7VO7, 8XTS320. And it's currently, by the way, 9:42 a.m. where the fake sun remains at this intersection, nowhere near the site of the Open Family Community Library. And that's what you're seeing, where you're seeing California Highway Patrol, a demon-possessed state actor, group stalking in a state vehicle. 7JXK262 engaged in criminal summoning with the Sheriff's Department. 7G83465. You know exactly where I was at yesterday at 215 East C Street on the side of the building where the Southwest Airlines, Delta Airlines, the Ontario International Airport was stalking by airplanes. 29316Y2. License 8W62699 Vertex, who is pacing. 7DTZ907, 7FJW277, this is Vertex pacing. 3372983. License 2D31085, 8TKB734, 8TKX497. 7HHS318, 8ZUX317, 8GIV425, 9ARK524, 8TCH668, 1661DX1, that's UPS, pacing, directed light while that Caucasian female with long brunette hair is crossing path. License 8036382, that's terrorism, while demons are monitoring. You're going to prosecute these companies criminally and civilly. You're also going to, again, that's federal prison. Companies are not avoiding people relevant with regard to what are these companies, will be sitting in federal prison. All right, and they will be civilly prosecuted. You're talking about what is draining the pockets, while you want to engage in surveillance, stalking, terrorizing with a bunch of demon-possessed law enforcement agencies, while you're all psychopaths monitoring the documentation of it. That's what UPS is engaged in. 8RFF153. Alrighty, license plate. Let's see. I think I read that one already. 9F38701, that's MHX. That's a trucking company. Alrighty, and you're understanding, I'm reading license plates. Where I'm located is speaking to the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court is directly engaged in criminal summoning. The Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court is a group stalker. The Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court is in relevant position to where I'm at right now at Arrow and Route. It goes beyond this location where I'm reading license plates, where I stand right now. They're monitoring with communication devices. 8RVS167. American Medical Response Group Stalking, license 47432J2, I believe. License 8WFC855. 61017 Mobile Mini Incorporated, license plate CB2961, license 7PFW858, 7K34212, 8PSR644. You have what is the demonic pacing, 8XPU499 on the sidewalk. So I'm just showing you what are demons that are crossing paths. 47423J2 is American Medical Response. Demons in operation of their communication devices, vehicle 38868. Those are demons just driving an ambulance, like demons driving fire department vehicles, demons driving California Highway Patrol and police vehicles and sheriff's vehicles, 9BSX640. License 8WBX301. Rancho Cucamonga Water District crossing path, directed light on the asphalt while they're crossing path, they're monitoring. License 8JAE299, federal prison, the entity is stalking by helicopter. All right, showing you images of that while the fake sun is right over my head. That's the pattern of conduct, and that's the pattern of conduct underway while that psychopath Tracy Banks, who you hear, is engaging in the pattern of conduct. She's a very sick person, all right? 7GGK965, that's the pattern of Satan. And that's what, like I said, I'm not going to mince words with Satan. And she's going to sit in federal prison, and I want that documentation to be a matter of public information. License 8YVD637, 420VP handicap, 6FBH030, 8LRM970, license plate 5VUV481. The entity is stalking by helicopter. They're all going to federal prison. You're understanding 8WPC 837. You're understanding the multiple acts of the state acting directly, threatening your life, stalking by helicopter. The entity who you can see as I'm showing you helicopter, that's called relevant positioning. They're flying in relevant position. The fake sun is directly over me. These demons are doing the same conduct, molesting with directed light, and the entity is stalking by a helicopter in relevant position. Federal prison. That's how you're using the entity's criminal tactics against itself. Monitoring with the demon-possessed population, the people of the state. 8PHU 184. And it's not just these demons in whose license plates, also businesses engaging in that, who you're going to prosecute civilly and criminally, and who are not exempt from going to federal prison. All right, that's going to happen with these companies. 8VQC 236, you're going to hold them accountable, and somebody will sit in federal prison. 8WYV 755, that's necessary as a matter of justice. It's addressing what is the tactic of a state, engaging what is the highest level of malice, stalking commercially, while they're engaging in the same exact demonic activity. All right, that is necessary as a matter of justice. In addition to that, you have what is that audible activity of that demon, Tracy Banks, a hostile demon. Everything you're listening to her saying, Satan is mad because I'm documenting, and you're surrounded with evidence. 6K41344, that's what her problem is. 03664U2, and she's very sick while she engages in that. Very sick. Understand what she's doing and then what she's saying. 6TEG266. So the question is, wow, why are you mad, Satan? Because you're a psychopath. That's why you're mad. 618-5982, license 8RTU867, 6TSJ110. All right, and capturing this pattern of conduct, like I said, the mind state of the ordinary targeted individual is pristine. The entity seeks to defame the targeted individual. They have no documentation to establish what it is that they are alleging, if they even have the ability to even clearly articulate it. You're talking about demonic, demented conduct. I've created a nomenclature such that you can understand what Satan is doing amongst a whole bunch of demons. Okay, this is in no way, in any way, it's speaking to what is the exact opposite, a higher level of an ability. Okay, and this is not bragging. I'm speaking to what is the truth. Satan is a liar, and Satan is so inferior and terrified. But you should be terrified because you monitored and you group stalked and you harassed and you kidnapped the wrong person, and you're going to sit behind bars for it. 98KS021, 8KMC049, 673U26, 95030M1, 7WWE367, 9BJY481, 5BJT293. They're all going to federal prison. 6WOZ505, 6EYJ076, 7VZH205, and I'm going to tell you what these demons are doing right now. 5FLZ266, 8WPP039, license 8YFR558, 4YLR338, 8RUN599, 8UGM912, 8ZDJ129, 8AXT279. Every single last one of them are going to federal prison. Those are the psychopaths that act with impunity. 8ATL528, 3218368. That is Sky Limit Logistics Corporation. The entity flashing directed light. These are hostile demons that are group stalking, crossing path under the fake sun at Haven and Arrow. All of them are going to federal prison. 5SOP151. Impunity is a part of the analysis when you're documenting the pattern of conduct when you're prosecuting. AGFR480, Rancho Cucamonga Police 1490797. The same African-American female with the passenger, the female passenger. License 8LDH401. All right, and the fake sun remains here, nowhere near the side of the Open Family Community Library. And again, at no time, at no vantage point is sunlight creating some flash photography impact. 6HFX652, they're demons. All right, 5JKF293, 38861 in 2. License C-17LM. Omnitrans crossing path. License 7GCC017. Every license plate that I read, literally, you're talking about one demon after another. This is what's occurring, again, while I'm inside of that demon's car, Tracy Banks, sitting in the back seat. Demons that are targeting me, such as 8SVA405, because they're the same entity, flashing directed light targeted in the back seat of where I'm seated inside of her car. That's what I documented July 4th. 3NDF896. Psychopaths engage in that conduct, and because you're mad, because I have a term to address your demonic system, I have a response under federal law to prosecute your demonic system, then you're engaging in what is unpersuasive attempts to try to threaten with the demon-possessed law enforcement agency who you're referencing. They're going to federal prison. And while you want to reference them, you'll go to federal prison. That's a tactic of trying to threaten. You're threatening the wrong person. And you can also not defame me while you are a stalker, a psychopath, a demon-possessed one, and you're mad because I'm calling you by your name, but also while you are still monitoring. That's impunity. That is part of the analysis. These demons are crossing paths one after another after another. This is an ongoing molestation violation by a bunch of demons, a prosecution of an entity. That's why you are using their conduct against each other. All right, while they're molesting, anybody in relevant position can get it because they're engaged in group stalking together. 9BBY748, this entire entity was engaged in stalking all night long, aiming directed light inside of the vehicle where I slept, where this entity was stalking all night. That's why I captured helicopter after 1 o'clock in the morning, where Gate City was group stalking 44761E2. The pattern of conduct is ceaselessly underway. It does not stop. It does not take a pause. And just like with any other conspiracy, this happens to be a conspiracy, a grand one, amongst the government and the people of the state. Bobby Boo Plumbing, 73561N2, that tall, dark-skinned minion in operation of their communication device stalking with directed light, 6DZP364, and they are monitoring while the entity is maintaining presence. It's the same entity as I'm specifically identifying more. 8ZFN550. They will be prosecuted, in other words, for the criminal conduct that the entity was continuously engaging in. They're one entity. 7KHM668. They're stalking everywhere, maintaining presence everywhere, including the Maori group. License 8LKU741, 8VDT052, 7AEM786, 7EGV917, 5JRD879. They are minions that are group stalking in concert with the demons at outside of what is 325 West G Street, a facilitating venue where the entity is keeping a fake sun, as I've documented, where I'm there remaining in Ontario. This is why the fake sun is over me where I'm located here, because they're one entity. All right, indistinct. All right, and they'll be prosecuted using their criminal conduct against one another. 5VJ, I can't really see that one, you can scratch that one. 8XKJ695, 6JIP708, 161124, Illinois. 8SZN057, 51984E3. License 8YUV719, 7UIN124, 39809Z2. EY240, handicap. 5WYR234, Molly Maid, Minions, 16680M2, 7FMD253, license BJ6086, I can't really see that one, you can scratch that one, 9AQH628, 8GLC713, 7NCD578, DUSBUNY. Land Post Transportation, license 34552D2. Directed light dragging behind that van while they're group stalking under the fake sun in that commercial vehicle. 8XEF461, 7CKU569, 9AWK525, 17802M2. That's Hotspot Promotions. License plate, I read that one. License 8GLC713, 7FOS135. Stalking with directed light, 7NCD578, Impunity, 9AJC841, 9AFW634, OOWEE85. 6NYJ685, license, that's FedEx, license plate, I can't really see that one. 7PNR443, 29955K3, CD74H71 paper. And they're all under the fake sun that's over Haven and Arrow Route, not over anywhere near 215 East C Street. That's Garter World. That's Brinks Security. This is UPS. This is Robertson's Trucking Company. I'm documenting the commercial actors, monitoring with these demons whose license plates I'm reciting as well. All right, this is state surveillance that I'm documenting at this intersection. And then you have the demons of law enforcement where the entity is acting directly, stalking by helicopter, stalking by demons in the sheriff's police department vehicles and California highway patrol vehicles. They're demons. They're all demons under that impossible environment. 8YHF421. License 11241U2, that's UPS. Robertson is 87011G2. UPS license 09717U2. That's a company engaging in what is demonic pacing, all right? Companies are gonna be, it's analogous to documenting an individual pacing repeatedly. Brinks Security, crossing paths with that's the red Brinks Security vehicle, and they all have the same exact impossible light activity on the asphalt. That's not sunlight. And it's also not the sun that's over the Family Community Library at the same time, but it's over my head at this intersection. Those are demons. Okay, Brinks Security is engaged in demonic activity. They're terrorizing and monitoring American citizens. While they know they're being documented as well, Brinks Security does not care about your constitutional rights, your human rights. All right, they're violent sex offenders. 8DSS430, that's what that company's about. 8PKV343, excuse me. License 5LBR028. Brinks Security also engaged in kidnapping, as I've already documented, and they are still to this day continuously stalking. Brinks Security as a company, understand, based on their conduct, which is documented, that's what that company is about. That's the truth, contrary to what they are demonstrating and exposing about themselves on the world stage. MVRACN. All right, you know them by their deeds. Brink Security would be nowhere near here if they had nothing to do with what is group stalking in the state of California with this, on behalf of the state, with the people of the state. Contrary to that, documentation showing specifically the company Brink Security fully engaged in the pattern of conduct, fully hostile to the documentation of that criminal system, having no regard whatsoever for your constitutional human rights. ATT 8055, they're a bunch of demons, and they're engaged in what are hiring the demon-possessed to place American citizens under surveillance, abusing that position and that company name to do so. 8CZJ 798, 7LKW 321, Capital One Plumbing, license plate 0834983, 8WVA 096. And let me just remind you, what's the fake son? Nowhere near the Ovid Family Community Library. Alrighty, this is Ready Refresh, molesting. Firehawk, medical transportation, demons inside of that vehicle, molesting. Ready Refresh is the demon stalking with audible activity. As I step onto the street, he's stalking with audible activity. That's a demon. 42390L3 is Firehawk medical transportation. They're molesting with directed light. Group stalking at a red light. Ready Refresh is license 43241N1. P.O.C. They're under the fake sun, which remains over me on the side of the street that I'm on in Rancho Cucamonga at Haven and Arrow, nowhere near the Ovid Family Community Library. 8DST 902, 7VUS 113, 6DYF260. Those are companies that are engaging in molesting. Varda, crossing path 94880A1, license 6VPY 953, license 7CTC 504. And I captured those images at what is 9:58 a.m. of the presence of such commercial actors. Chino Hills Police Group stalking. You already know about them. They're crossing path right now. This is in the specific environment. This is an entity engaging in what is crossing path by any means. It's pathetic. 8AVC 819. The entity listens to me document, and they engage. I'm revealing what's demonic activity. So let me translate something for you. This is Satan that is essentially making statements while it's engaging in its demonic system as I'm exposing it and prosecuting it. That's why Chino Hills is going out of its way, crossing path in the Rancho Cucamonga district under the fake sun and indirect light, where there is no sun anywhere near the city of Chino or Chino Hills, as I've documented, at 9:58 in the morning. 8CBR 737, 8UUR 142. Monitoring a communication device, federal prison while Chino Hills is group stalking in the path openly. This is the entity that is threatening you while they are stalking in a police vehicle, a sheriff's department vehicle, California patrol, helicopter, etc. They are threatening you. 4RKF 106 will sit in federal prison because they're monitoring and threatening together. These are demons. Those are the tactics of the demon possessed. Referencing the police, oh, they're going to call the police on you while you're monitoring. Satan is a delusional psychopath. They'll go to federal prison for that. That's a threat to engage in what is criminal summoning, a threat to engage in what is harassment and kidnapping. They don't even have authority under the law where they're placing under surveillance. All right, these are the tired tactics of a bunch of demons. License 95415UT, 1QUEENI, not a queen. She's a minion, and she's a stalker, a demon-possessed one. 63088C3, 8RQD850, 7PAE484, B47AV8R, 6GHH150, 4649OK2, 6KZJ999, 8HFL957, 8CZU223, 6NSM812. The fake sun, again, I'm over here at the Haven City Market where I documented at 9:04 and 9:06, I believe, where the fake sun is over me and the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department is group stalking. The entity is flying helicopter over my head in this parking lot. This is the same venue where I'm documenting this. All right, this is where I'm standing right here at the Haven and Arrow route. Essentially, I have not left the intersection where Tracy Banks, where Satan is having a hissy fit because I'm continuously documenting and calling Satan by its name while they are continuously engaging in criminal conduct, and that's what Satan promised. Because you're not going to stop it, in other words. So Satan was literally having a hissy fit. But everything that's coming out of Satan's mouth, I'm going to prosecute Satan for it. All right? License plate 6TXB473, I believe. 8ZNL691, 8DBR503. License 8XLD243. And what they're doing outside while I'm documenting molestation with direct light, that's what they were doing in that Minion's car. 6RXF103. And then you have what is name calling. You're trying to, but that's not ordinary name calling. That's the state that wants to call you crazy. Why does the entity engage in that? Because they want to engage in kidnapping. No pissant third party on the street's going to defame you, and no state actor or third party that wants to kidnap you will defame you. That's a very serious federal crime. Criminal defamation. That's what she engaged in while she is engaged in this same exact conduct, molesting, terrorizing with directed light. Demons. License 7ROP009. License 8YJZ379, directed light across 497MV while that demon crosses path. They're monitoring together. Impossible light activity across their cars. 8CTC083, 6RCA083, HTT2540 Texas, 7FWW011, 8HCP387, 7KEF654, 7CKX067, License 6LOZ696, 8LMT262, 8MJV342. So when I'm speaking to what is the ordinary target individual, whatever it is that you have with regard to documentation, all right, establishing the prima facie case of P.O.C., you are literally going to use that evidence because the evidence spans farther than you have realized, because you're documenting an entity. You're documenting the police, what's your location, where you are at, because they're monitoring beyond a radius. And I'm talking about those who are going to serve time in federal prison, because you're prosecuting the state. I am speaking to those, you're going to sit behind bars while you engage in this pattern of conduct, stalking by any method you think you're threatening, Satan. You want to threaten with the police, you'll go to federal prison with the police. You want to threaten, stalk somebody, engage in terrorism, stalking them with helicopters, where are you at? Because people are going to sit in federal prison for that. That's the system of terrorism. And that's how you're addressing it. And you're using these demons' criminal system, their criminal conduct against each other. That's what you're doing, because they're monitoring together, okay? You're talking about a sex offender touching you while they're engaged in group stalking. The demon-possessed are touching you together. While they're stalking in the bathroom, the demon-possessed are stalking together. That's the state that's stalking in the bathroom. In addition to what is the entity, the people of the state. While one demon enters, that's the people of the state that are entering. The people of the state that are present vicariously on behalf of the corrupt state, the state of California. A sex offender, okay, stalking you in bathrooms. You want to engage in defamation? You want to engage in what is threatening to engage in criminal summoning? You want to engage in what is actually criminal summoning or kidnapping, fictitious extortion? I mean, you're talking about the list of federal charges goes, and it's necessary, because this is what the pattern of conduct looks like. This is what they're doing. And even beyond that, like I stated, federal laws need to change in this country because of your awareness of the reality of group stalking, what the government is doing. So you're talking about removing the entity's ability to, in any way, keep American citizens against their will with regard. Get out of here, Satan. Look at this focus. You see this demon 7VIW591? That's Satan that's scared of what I'm revealing. This is that focus on me while I'm on the sidewalk. I'm not even reading his license plate. All right? Not a distraction. Don't be distracted. That's Satan that's scared of what I'm speaking, the truth that I'm speaking to you. Okay? The entity, you're going to change federal law because what the government is doing, what you are aware of that the government is doing, and you're talking about removing the ability of the government to keep American citizens in hospitals under some claim of for the good of the public. Guess what? The public's engaged in group stalking. The public and law enforcement that are handing them over to these hospitals where the pattern of conduct is underway, they're engaged in group stalking. It's kidnapping. It's facilitation. You're changing federal law because of the landscape, and it's necessary because you're protecting more than those whom you claim to be protecting. You understand that. It's analogous to the notion of what are your constitutional rights. Protecting what is one who is innocent under the law. That's the purpose of what are the constitutional laws that we have, the laws that we have in the book, to protect the innocent person wrongfully accused. And it's analogous to that principle because the government is engaged in group stalking. Group stalking is a fact. This is a reality, all right? So based on that, you have a responsibility. The federal laws need to change. You're talking about what is even beyond what I'm prosecuting, what I'm documenting, what I'm exposing. It creates a responsibility. The federal laws have to change because of what the states are doing, what the government is doing. And this is how they're engaging in what is kidnapping, torturing, tormenting, obstructing justice, in other words. Oh, you're removing the ability of hospitals to do that. They don't have any right under the law where the government is engaging in this level of corruption and kidnapping, defamation, engaging in what is, in other words, silencing American citizens, where you may not even be aware that group stalking is underway. You have to change the laws. You have to change the laws. License FZ050. And because I'm speaking the truth, that's why you hear Satan engaging in what is focusing on me on the sidewalk. Okay, should be running away while I'm documenting your life plate, but I'm not even looking at them. That's why they're stopping on me, stopping over here and yelling outside of the vehicle. The light is green, Satan. What are you doing? Why are you yelling at me? Because you don't want me to finish my sentence? That's why. That's what's going on, okay? These are demons. These are demons. And I'm speaking the truth. And what you're listening to me do, I'm not going to slow down. I'm not going to stop. You're not going to avoid it. I'm going to fully expose it. But not only that, I am going to prosecute you. I'm going to make an example out of you. All right? 9BMU 751, 8HEX 544, 8FEN 386, 8ZEY 705, 8AJE 412, 6GHPO 96, ECUABKR, DIGTL40. This is exactly what the Sheriff's Department engaged in. So I'm telling you what their whole system is. They engage in kidnapping. The Ontario Police, they're stalkers. You already know that. They're stalking. So then while they're stalking, they engage in kidnapping. All right, that gets you into the system, first of all. All right, what is the ordinary target individual subject to? You're creating what is some sort of criminal record while they're subject to surveillance. And they're making the information up. This is relevant, okay? But not only, aside from that, they're kidnapping you, then they're taking you to the Sheriff's Department who is kidnapping you, and then you're talking about what is facilitating kidnapping, where either you stay in the jail or they're engaging in what the entity did, which was literally just writing up a 5150 on no information. But let me be clear. Let's say I was acting berserk, understandably so, somebody that's very disturbed and outraged because they've been kidnapped. That doesn't make them crazy. That makes them a human being that's reacting to what is an outstanding and unbelievable injustice. But let me be clear, Satan wants to lie. Satan, while you are ignorant of federal group stalking and monitoring, is going to paint a picture. Oh, this is a mentally disturbed person. Oh my goodness, they're acting so outland. I mean, they cannot compose themselves. They need medication. They are just out of control. That's what this bias. Okay, this is literally artwork that these demons that are in the medical profession are engaging in. It's not a science. It's very highly imprecise. They write down whatever they want. They interpret in a biased manner whatever they want. They also, as I've shown, make up information. They literally make it up while they're engaged in criminal conduct, and kidnapping. All right, that's literally what they do. But like I said, this is not a science in any regard. And you're talking about what is literally disregarding what is the corrupt system that's underway. They're not talking about the fact that you're outraged because you've been kidnapped against your will while they're engaged in monitoring and terrorizing you while there are a bunch of demons engaging in demonic activity. That's not going to be included in their quote-unquote diagnosis. All right? They are engaging in what is a very biased and very specific method employed to achieve a criminal objective, which is defamation. All right? And this is while they're abusing the law. Like I stated, you don't have authority under the law. The P.O.C. supersedes all of that. And that's from the top down, bottom up, however you want to look at it. From the top down, it is abuse of the law. They don't have any authority whatsoever. So you're talking about what is the prima facie case of federal group stalking and monitoring, and the entity engaging in what is kidnapping. You're talking about what is necessarily changing based on your knowledge of what the government is doing. Monitoring, terrorizing, placing under surveillance, obstructing justice, where the pattern of conduct is underway. Laws such as the Welfare Institutions Code, which this entity is routinely abusing. While the Sheriff's Department on June 16, 2022, while I am kidnapped and waiting to be released from a kidnapping upon what are false allegations, for what is supposedly a site release, which does not change, it's a kidnapping. The Sheriff's Department engages in what is, first of all, not placing me into the ordinary booking cell in order for me to make a call to this demon, Tracy Banks, in order to come pick me up. They engage in what is deviating from protocol because they intended at the outset to engage in kidnapping me. That's why they did that. From the beginning, when my arrival, they intended to do that. That's why they did not put me in the ordinary booking cell. All right? You are due a right. Let me be clear. Yes, this is criminal. It's fictitious authority, but I'm also showing you how while they're abusing the law that they don't have authority under, they're also engaging what is outside of protocol while they're doing so. It's clear evidence of what you're totally just out of bounds of. You're not even acting like you're abiding by what are my rights. They kept me in a separate cell, and I'm going through this because I'm speaking to you about what is the federal laws that need to change and how you are aware of how federal group stalking and monitoring is necessarily having an impact on what is the rest of the country and laws that need to be in place. Where you are ignorant about the pattern of conduct that's underway. So you're talking about even where the prima facie case of federal group stalking and monitoring is not established, say nobody's brought a case in a particular state. The federal laws need to change because of what I've shown you about the entity is doing, how the entity is obstructing justice, and how you are disarming the entity from kidnapping in jails, from kidnapping in hospitals. All right, that's what you're necessarily doing. But anyway, even when there is nobody that's presented any documentation to prosecute the state, that's where you're necessarily doing that. Because that's how they're engaging in what is defaming and kidnapping, silencing American citizens that they are placing under surveillance, the demon-possessed. This is what the states are doing. All right, so anyway, the Sheriff's Department that engages in, let me get this demon's license plate, ADBP 310. On behalf of all of the rest of those demons that are pacing around whose license plate I didn't read, they're molesting, they're engaged in ongoing crossing the path group conduct with the police that was flying over by helicopter while I was reciting my analysis, but I'm not going to stop my train of thought. So anyway, they're going to federal prison. So anyway, the entity is engaging in what is placing me outside of the ordinary process in another cell off camera because there's no camera inside of that booking cell. And they're doing this. They keep the handcuffs on me while they're stating, oh, the booking cell is full. That's why we placed you over there. But they didn't take the handcuffs off of me. They're engaging. Understand what they're doing. Like I stated, demons lie on paper. They act on camera and they abuse the law. So on camera, what does it look like? It looks like that I've been arrested by under 5150. They're containing my person, restraining my person, keeping me in handcuffs, placing me into the cells where those that are arrested pursuant to that 5150 Welfare and Institutions Code section. All right, that's what they're doing. That's what it looks like on camera while they're telling me, oh, we're only putting you over here because The booking cell is full. Oh, but we'll move you over there because I'm owed my phone call. And that's why I told him, I said, why are you putting me over here? I didn't get my phone call and I'm waiting to be released, right? They're doing this on purpose while on camera. Understand what they're doing. On camera, it appears as though I have been, that's why they kept the handcuffs on me, that's why they put me in those cells. And that's why you also have the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department who arrives. I'm going to go into in-depth analysis about what happened on that June 16, 2022 kidnapping. I've yet to do that. I have the names, and I'm going to go through step by step what the entity did after the kidnapping. I've already documented June 16th to June 21st, that kidnapping from the Open Family Community Library to Arrowhead Regional Medical Center. But I'm going to go through what the entirety, names of everyone that I documented while I was there, and what the entity was doing while I was there, subject to the pattern of conduct at the hospital, at the Sheriff's Department, and also I documented what they were doing before they kidnapped me at the Open Family Community Library. But anyway, I'm going to include this, but I want to go over this now because this is relevant to what I'm speaking about with federal prison. Excuse me, not just federal prison, federal law, excuse me, specifically, which needs to change. Outside of a prosecution, federal law needs to change, period. The government is corrupt. Showing what the state of California is doing is speaking to what is the threat to the liberty of any American citizen in this country. It can happen to me, I'm documenting it. It can happen to anyone else. That creates a responsibility, okay? So like I said, the entity is then arriving, making it look one way on camera. This is intentional, and they planned it from the beginning. It's not about the booking cell being full. That you could have took the handcuffs off of me and put me in that other cell. That's not what you did, though. You kept the handcuffs on me because you're making me appear as though I've been arrested pursuant to 5150. I'm out of control. I'm super crazy. So you're putting me in that cell. You're restraining me. And then you're sending a Sheriff's Department medical worker to the cell on camera. Remember, there's no camera in the cell that they put me in. There's a camera in that hallway. And it's placing me within that that outside on the surface, it looks as though I have been arrested pursuant to 5150 under the Welfare Institutions Code, which I was not. First of all, it's a kidnapping. It does not change. It's P.O.C. But let me be clear. They're abusing the law. So they're appearing to conform to what are the requirements of Section 5150. That's what they're doing. Okay? That's why they did that. All right, and this is Deputy Hoffman. I documented her. She's engaged in ongoing kidnapping. She's going to federal prison. All right, she's acting with the Ontario Police Department, and while they are engaged in a criminal continuation of kidnapping, which occurred under the fake sun. The fake sun is over the West Valley Detention Center. While they're engaging in that, and they place me outside of the cell, and I never get access to the booking cell, contrary to what I told them. I'm like, why are you keeping the handcuffs on me? Why are you putting me in this cell? I need to make a phone call. This is supposedly a site release. There is no site release. They send the medical worker who comes and engages in nothing other than presence. Understand what the entity is doing. They're acting on camera. They're acting on camera. So in reality, when they're coming to my cell, a medical worker, as though she's consulting with me, as though I'm talking to her, as though I'm telling her anything other than get your monkey face away from me. I'm not talking to you. You have no consent. This is a kidnapping. All right? Okay, essentially, etc. You're talking about what is on camera, though? As though she's communicated with me, as though she's gained some information, as though she's diagnosed me, as though she's confirming, indeed, it is 5150. We have cause to take her to the hospital. That's what it's looking like on camera. They're engaging in that, understand. They're conforming to, which is serving to abuse the Welfare Institutions Code. That's what they're doing on camera. Demons lie on paper, act on camera, and abuse the law. This is the P.O.C. This is what they're doing. This is why federal law needs to change. Based upon what the government is doing, how they engage in kidnapping American citizens, abusing the law. You're removing the ability for any agency, any hospital to engage in that. And that's, federal law has to change. And it is analogous to what is the greater point. In the same way that constitutional laws that we have on the books are protecting what is an innocent and wrongly accused defendant, changing federal law is serving to protect an American citizen that is subject to what is a corrupt government that is targeting them. Using those laws to engage in what is ordinarily holding one that perhaps has some sort of medical issue or say not subject to the pattern. Let me tell you something. The entity is abusing the law, using those very same laws to kidnap American citizens. That's exactly what the Sheriff's Department and the Arrowhead Regional Medical Center did in concert together. They're engaged in kidnapping from one agency to the next, abusing the law in doing so. All right? You're talking about what doesn't change, though. It doesn't matter. And this is what I'm showing you about what Satan is doing, because you're going to strip beyond, go beyond, delve deep beyond what is the surface level that Satan relies on. I don't care what they try to do. Keep me in handcuffs. They're engaged in the P.O.C. I've already established it. So you're understanding what is demonic, what's entirely malicious. That's speaking to prolonged time in federal prison. That's what Hoffman's getting. She's going to federal prison. She's not getting out. That's speaking to what is the Sheriff's Department that is to this day right now still monitoring. Okay? While I'm documenting these people of the state, they were monitoring as well, engaged in kidnapping, still monitoring. Impunity is part of the analysis when you are serving for what is punishment for the pattern of conduct. All of that is relevant to what I'm documenting today. They're still stalking, they're still monitoring the entity that engaged in kidnapping you. That's relevant to how long you're going to sit in federal prison. They're one entity. They're under the one fake sun that remains over my head all day long, no matter what city I'm in. That's tying together what is revealing a system. They're all in the system together, all right? So like I said, this is speaking to what is necessary, and that's a change in that federal law, because that's exactly what those demons did. Those demons that are stalking on the street, engaging in criminal summoning today, all right, July 7, 2022, still stalking and monitoring, still. All right, and that's exactly what Burtech is engaging in. These demons that are pacing with these company vehicles, I'm going to prosecute them criminally and civilly. All right, because they were engaged in kidnapping with the same sheriff's department. They were engaged in kidnapping with the entity that was engaging in the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. All right, where they were engaging what is abuse of the law, exercising fictitious authority under it and abusing it. While federal group stalking and monitoring is underway, the system that is entirely corrupt. 7JSC381, sexually touching, all right, molesting my person. That's a sex offender with Rancho Cucamonga police under the fake sun that remains at this same intersection. 8XDY862. At no time ever is it over the Over Family Community Library. Ever. Alrighty, I'm just showing you the environment, unmistakable with regard to where I've remained for a prolonged time and where I was yesterday, which is just an immediate example. My documentation has already established what is a P.O.C. This is speaking to what is impunity, and when I say they're going to federal prison, they're going for a long time. All right, this is 6VKN260 LUZMITA, and not only are they going for a long time, this is the entity, as I'm reminding you, that is not only stalking, acting with impunity, this is the entity that engages in kidnapping. That's also relevant to how long they're going to sit in federal prison. All right, 68193S1. Alrighty, and it is currently where I'm capturing those images of the fake sun at 10:18 a.m. Remember, I'm showing you Home Depot, the fake sun that's over the roof of the Over Family Community Library yesterday, before I walked inside, and the entity immediately moved that fake sun from the side to the front as I walked to the front, 16610X1, showing you a demon that's sitting inside of a Home Depot commercial vehicle monitoring. Whereas today I'm remaining here in Rancho Cucamonga at the same intersection, and the fake sun remains here. United States Postal Service crossing path, license plate D396K1. United States Postal Service pacing. All right, you've got multiple vehicles. 7TCE500, license 8YCN335. Alrighty, and so that is with regard to, again, I'm going to expand upon that because I documented specifically as many names as possible while I remain kidnapped, and that is revealing what is a system, how an entity is engaging in kidnapping you, and what's necessarily a response, changing the federal laws in order to remove the ability for the entity to engage in such tactics. And this is to protect American citizens in general, because this is occurring even where this system of federal group stalking and monitoring has not been documented, it has not been exposed. You're necessarily changing the federal law. All right, so that they cannot engage in what is abusing it to kidnap American citizens who are subject to the P.O.C. In some state, in some city somewhere where nobody knows what's going on and they're being held against their will. All right, 24644K2, under no right whatsoever under the law, abusing those very laws to engage in this pattern of conduct. License 8LDK671, 8WAT238, 7FOT990. They're all molesting. 8RBF930, just documenting a whole army of the demon-possessed, a whole bunch of demons and impossible light activity. All right, license 8XFR579, 6XYG027, 8RDF576. All right, this criminal system is also speaking to what the Ontario International Airport was doing in that specific environment. That's why the sun is not over the Over Family Community Library. And it's not remaining here at this intersection in Rancho Cucamonga and over the side of the Over Family Community Library at the same time, nor for the duration of the day. All right, license 70HW522, 7BND078, 8WYX198, license 8NRU266. All right, and like I stated, this is one entity that's acting together. So I'm just speaking to, again, as that is the case, you're documenting what is an ongoing conspiracy amongst the state and a people who are stalking, this is group stalking together, as unprecedented as it is, it is a documentation of an entity that is group stalking, as I documented the other day. That's what they were doing. That's the environment that they were doing it in. And it is impossible that the light source would be over me here, where, again, the Ontario International Airport, Southwest Airlines, Delta Airlines, Alaska Airlines were group stalking, terrorizing, engaging in demonic activity, using commercial airline planes in that specific environment. That's why that environment was there. And it's impossible that that is a natural environment. All right, especially where the entity kept that fake sent over the Overcoming Community Library all day long, but you got it in the morning in here in Rancho Cucamonga. We're 7GGX 707, sex offenders, 615-OOV2, 8VGR253, 01239Y2, Rancho Cucamonga Water District 1424121, Omnitrans license 1545811. Those are companies acting, engaging in molestation together. 8GHE352, 5DXS309. And 8VZP736. So again, this apartment complex building at the intersection of Haven and Arrow, they're a sex offender. That's Greystar, I believe. Greystar, the company, they're engaged in criminal summoning. They're engaged in terrorism, state surveillance. They're monitoring. While I'm documenting a sex offense, Greystar is going to be prosecuted for that. They're monitoring what is over here at what is the Haven Market, all right? Where I've already shown you the entity keeping the fake sun over me with this parking lot. 6XYG027, stalking in the path in the parking lot. 8ZKK169, and this is the sex offense. San Bernardino County is engaged in a sex offense. There are a bunch of demons molesting with directed light. Satan is not only stalking, Satan wants to touch all over you. While I am documenting that, that's exactly what Tracy Banks was engaging in while I was in her car, and Satan is mad because I'm calling her by her name. You know them by their deeds. You don't want to be a demon? Stop serving Satan, okay? Because that's demonic activity. It's impossible light activity. What these demons are doing is exactly what was occurring inside of her car, which is terrorism. I'm going to prosecute her for that. It's just additional criminal defamation. License 5UYP423. This is exactly what they were doing in her car. CF286 handicap. Edison, SoCal Edison engaged in a sex offense. 887CEH. 8EFD518. 8HFK784. License 7UXL759. And again, this is just speaking to what is my location. It spans beyond what is the Haven Market, San Bernardino County, the property of where Greystar is located. All right. And I believe that is, yeah, Arrow and Route. These demons of San Bernardino Sheriff's Department 1459716, directed light. 1490797, directed light. The same African-American female, that's a demon, okay? These are demons. It's the same African-American female. It looks like she's got some sort of defecation locks on her head back in a ponytail. 8EKC8633, that's a white and blue license plate. And she doesn't have her Caucasian lily white minion passenger. She's by herself while she's pacing around me in directed light. License plate 6XYG027. Already, I just want to be clear. This is the same exact pattern of conduct that was underway inside of her car, and Satan is just mad because I'm documenting it. That's what's wrong with Tracy. She's very sick, okay? You're talking about what you're mad because I'm telling your secrets. You're crazy, and it's not a secret that you're crazy. And you're crazy while you're engaged in criminal conduct, so it's not just that you're crazy, but you're going to be prosecuted for your crazy. 2075483, molesting, okay? And guess what? Greystar is a part of that. Tracy Banks works for Greystar. All right, I'm documenting her right now while she's engaged in criminal. All of this is the system of an entity. I'm prosecuting him. License plate. Hold on. 8ZPY677, 7LLC444, 8NXM140, 8KHE442, 00536M2, 9BCV995. 9F55907, and that is G&M Mattress and Phone Corporation. The same exact molestation, a sex offense, terrorism, stalking. 7NEE107, and they're doing so with the demons that are the Rancho Cucamonga Police. That's the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, who engaged in specifically that kidnapping and criminal defamation, abuse of welfare institutions code. That's serious time in federal prison. All right, that's what I'm speaking to. That's what I will be expounding upon, though, with regard to that kidnapping on June 16, 2022. But I'm referencing that right now because you need to understand these criminals, this same sheriff's department, engage in criminal conduct and then kidnapping you, and then the entity wants to kidnap you inside of a hospital for purposes of defaming you. All right, license 4788311, when there's nothing wrong with the ordinary target individual alleging without any documentation. All right, I've already shown what is a matter of fact group stalking, dealing with nothing other than a delusional, because I'm dealing with Satan. This is a demon-possessed population. While they're stalking right now with directed light, this very tape, all the evidence is going to be used against them. They are to their own demise still stalking. All right, that's Satan. License 8ZHF519, to their own demise. 6DER983. I have hundreds of tapes. It's over 1,000 where I am stating what is directed light, which is a fact. This is evidence which I'm surrounding every single, these thousands of third parties who I've documented who have no chance. You don't have a leg against the evidence for what is your conduct and your condition 8LZS083. When I have directed light, it's an ongoing pattern anywhere that I go and everywhere that I go. So when I'm documenting on my podcast, directed light, I don't have to make it up. I have thousands of video documentation speaking to what is stalking by the people of the state and directed light. That's exactly what they're doing. You do not have a leg up at all. You don't have any stitch of legitimacy in federal court. You are shown as the psychopath criminal, and your secret system is no longer concealed. And so while you want to engage in what is this pattern of conduct, while defaming somebody, while stalking with the police, stalking with a bunch of demons in positions that they have no business in, I'm going to snatch those badges. They're going to federal prison, removing those agencies from existence, CM 05135, as the psychopaths that they are. It's nothing but psychopaths flying around in helicopters, stalking. Psychopaths driving around in sheriff's department and police vehicles, stalking. With these demons who are stalking with directed light, license plate 8ZTS347. The only thing they're missing is the Rancho Cucamonga police logo on the side of their car. It is Satan. It's demonic activity. License 8KHC850. Alrighty, and I'm speaking to what is the location where I'm at. The venue that's engaged in that ongoing sex offense. The Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court is a sex offender, a group stalker, engaging in that pattern of conduct, criminal, everything that I document, in other words. All right, Chaffey College, crossing path 1588245. 8EOG908. Chaffey College, meaning this is a commercial vehicle with a Chaffey College logo. All right, and that's enough to document. 8PCA651. 8LIH916. CD75H80 paper. 8YVU386. 683. I can't really see that one. But you have what is, again, all of those companies, including Omnitrans, crossing path, 7YZR619, and molesting with directed light while they're crossing path. Omnitrans is a company that's no longer going to exist after I prosecute them, civilly and criminally. They're going to be removed from existence. Omnitrans engaged in years of documented criminal activity. 6NLL921, a Latino male in operation of their communication device. And Omnitrans is engaging in what is that egregious criminal act of molestation. Omnitrans fully engaged in the P.O.C. for years, knows that it's being documented. That's why they lie about their employee numbers. That's why they engage in what is unfounded hostility by minions who are mad as I document them. 6WPD914. They are engaged in an ongoing sex offense. That's a violent sex offender. All right? Like any other molester who has the sick issue with getting mad at you while you are reporting to any court, or, for example, calling, not a demon-possessed, corrupt police, but calling the police and reporting that you've been sexually molested or documenting it in order to prosecute, and a psychopath is mad about that. That's a very, very sick sex offending entity. And that's the people of the state. That's the state of California. All right? License 9BOY975. All right, and that entity, Omnitrans, molesting my person with direct light, 8VPU083, has been engaged in sexual violence for years. 5SGU193, 7LCE980, 8YAZ695, 5PRG382. And doing so, again, while I'm both sitting on the bus, there's no sun remaining over me on Route 61 or on Route 83, while I am en route or remaining in Ontario or going to Chino. That's not happening while I'm remaining at Arrow and Haven. That's speaking to what is the minion that is Omnitrans. They're nothing but demons driving buses. You're identifying what is a group stalker by a company name. The means whereby a state is placing you under surveillance. A business used for criminal activity, which it doesn't have a right to exist. You're going to remove that company from existence after you civilly and criminally prosecute it. But I want to be clear, Omnitrans being a sex offender for years, all right? Impunity at 8LEA496. This demon, MWK 5527 is going to federal prison. CALNLEX. Crossing paths as loudly as possible. That's gonna fall. American Medical Response Group stalking crossing path. 8T24606, I believe. Alrighty, and what you're listening to is myself who is engaged in doing justice, dealing with the demons whose name I know, who you hear, Tracy Banks, a demon, and those who I don't know. But I'm going to tell you what they are. They are the people of the state. The people of the state of California are the demon-possessed population engaged in group stalking. 3979OV2, 92750L3, license 5WWV295. And that's what this is about, and that's what you're witnessing. That's what you're hearing me encounter. Satan is a psychopath. Satan can't scare me. You're stalking. You're stalking me, and you're scared of me. That's why you've engaged in so many acts of trying to kidnap me over and over again, and you're not stopping justice. And because you try to stop justice, 6UEV213, I believe, AVPZ750, because the entity tries to stop justice, that's speaking to what is a pattern. That shows you what the government intends to do as any American citizen seeks to document a government placing you under surveillance. You're going to create federal law to address that. And what are repercussions under federal law for that pattern, that the tendency that the government engages in, obstruction of justice. 8XEK 692 1410834. That's the fire department. 310TR handicap. Alrighty. It is currently 10:32 a.m. License plate RUDIARI. All right. AMR crossing path again on the opposite side of this is Haven. All right. So AMR is just pacing. Again, when they are sounding their sirens, AMR is engaged in criminal summoning. All right. They are crossing path like every other minion. They're demons that are in the medical field, which you're going to address that. All right. They're engaged in kidnapping, criminal defamation, monitoring with communication devices, facilitation of all the above. 6D CY 554. And you're going to change federal law as you are witnessing the criminal activity of American medical response. They're going to hospitals. They're engaging in kidnapping. They're engaging in criminal defamation. They facilitate that with the people of the state. Okay. That's exactly what they do. This is exactly, I'm sure you're witnessing real-time examples of why federal law is necessarily changing. 8YRA 496. And American Medical Response is engaged in criminal summoning. The corrupt agency, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, lights their vehicles up in order to create light activity. That's criminal summoning, which AMR is engaged in by presence. License 8WWB691. This entity is so pathetic. F*TH1, obviously because they're stalking. But while they listen to me, it's literally why I say it. I'm literally dictating what Satan is doing. 8ZTM852. License 6RFY600. That's the nature of a stalker, by the way. That's the nature of what is an inferior entity, by the way. 7AZG445, 8FCH588, 8NIU469. License 5RNC834, Idaho AM2719. And that is Mahever Trucking LLC. Touching all over my thighs, my lower body, touching on my genitalia, touching all over my body, 9BOZ428 with directed light while they're stalking with law enforcement. That's federal prison, okay? Using a trucking company to do so, which is terrorism. All right, and like I was stating, Omnitrans and the entity that's crossing path with all these third-party companies, while I'm walking in the shade, these are demons that are stalking with light, doing so while they're maintaining light all around them, right? AWLD025. While I'm standing under the fake sun, all right, they're stalking with light, I'm being molested. While I'm walking in the shade, this is terrorism and molestation that the entity engages in. THEBOI, a red-faced minion, okay? It's not a red face, well, kind of a red face. He's super white with red hair, 7XLE426. He looks red from here. And he's in operation of his communication device, the boy. The boy is a demon, and he's stalking, and he's doing so with his communication device while he's crossing path into the fake sun, which, again, is nowhere near the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, 8EZP413, that parking lot where I stood at 10:29 a.m. It's nowhere near the Ontario Police Department either, where I stood at 10:29 a.m. It's obviously nowhere near the Ovid Family Community Library, where I stood at 10:29 a.m. And I've also documented the same inside, under the roof of the Upland Public Library in Upland, California, documenting what is the presence of the fake sun. Whereas I've also been remaining in Ontario at Euclid and Holt, where the fake sun is present, where the same Sheriff's Department is group stalking at Euclid and Holt while I'm inside of Tracy Banks' vehicle while she is turning on Euclid Avenue. There at 10:29 a.m. at the bus stop for Route 83. The fake sun remaining over me. That's impossible that would be the case at the same time. I've documented that, but even as I remain in Rancho Cucamonga and the fake sun is over me where these demons are molesting, I'm at the driveway, the ingress and egress of the Haven Market. That is not the parking lot of Rancho Cucamonga. It's very specific where that light source is while I'm at the back part of that parking lot of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, a group stalker. where the fake sun remains over me, where demons are pacing around in direct light. That's why the light source is over me here. It's an unnatural environment where the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court is placed in relevant position. It's a state facilitating venue, where state surveillance and terrorism is underway, where the demons that are the Rancho Cucamonga Police, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, are engaging in, with the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, criminal activity, having zero legitimacy under the law, engaging in what is the act of impunity, ongoing monitoring while they know they're being exposed, they know they're being documented, speaking to the absolute zero legitimacy, zero credibility under the law. They have none, no authority. 6384 6S2 7KIR 244, and in the same, the people of the state, they actually have no authority under the law. They're not exercising individual liberty rights. They're present on behalf of the state that's group stalking you. All right, it's criminal presence. License 65730D2. That's African American male molesting with directed light. He's driving a large truck in operation of a communication device while he's crossing path. And this is literally the reality of this system underway. And you're looking at what is entirely criminal from any aspect. You're talking about from the bottom up. Criminal presence, criminal placement, any address, the government's engaging in surveillance. And so this system of public corruption is based on what is the necessary presence, and presence is criminal. All right, the government doesn't have a right to maintain presence around you to keep you under surveillance. And how are they doing it? Both directly and vicariously. You don't have a right to keep your business to engage in that criminal conduct. Your business is a facilitating venue in relevant position. Your business is engaged in surveillance and you're using it for that purpose. That's also shown through what is a specific environment. That environment that is in violation of basic scientific facts. All right, there is no question with regard to what is the P.O.C. I'm showing you how all of these facts are intertwined. And the entity is engaging in what is an entirely malicious system. The people of the state have no First Amendment Bill of Rights, individual liberties to be in relevant position. It's criminal presence. The entity itself has no right under any law whatsoever to be in relevant position to you, which they are necessarily in relevant position to keep you under surveillance. Monitoring with communication devices, which is the P.O.C. License 8XSA 697, impunity, crossing paths with her communication device under the fake sun. License 8LEU007, and there is no sun over the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. The entity had a fake sun over me as I captured at 10:29 a.m. in order that the world may see what is the criminal establishment, the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. 5TWD 804, showing you what is the issue, what is going on in the state of California. It's not just the corruption of Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, a facilitating venue where surveillance, demonic activity, corruption is underway. Criminal monitoring, okay? Facilitation of criminal monitoring. It is that which is occurring throughout the state of California. I'm showing you what is the fact of demonic activity as well at a courthouse. That's why the fake sun is nowhere near the courthouse as I stand at the same intersection, let alone the Ontario Airport, the Ovid Family Community Library, 7WDF154 demons, 9BLG253 demons, 7SHS131 demon. They're pacing around me. 8PWC542, 6PSU878, 7THN845, 7GBH 439, 11818B2, 7YWU562, 6ZAW627, and they're all demons that want to come around and touch on me with directed light, sex offenders. Okay, that's what Haven City Market is engaging in, this entire plaza. San Bernardino County is being documented simultaneously. They're in relevant position. Greystar, this is a company in relevant position, that entire complex. License 8SOF242. All right, these demons are obsessed stalkers. 8ANB539, directed light reaching toward me across the asphalt while they're driving on the street. Satan is focused on me. They're obsessively stalking, which is personified through the light activity. Directed light is reaching across the street, reaching out toward me, focused on me. That's the demons that are the people of the state. That's why that directed light is occurring. Okay, that is the system underway as well. And so I just want to speak to it after 10:29 a.m. right now. But I'm just giving you a big picture as to where I'm at, where I've remained. And the fake sun is not in conformity to what would be the natural environment at some position where it would be in its zenith as you're standing in the parking lot of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. That's not the case. It's remaining where it is directly over the top of my head, where I am not even in the parking lot of the courthouse. If that was the sun, I would be looking toward it. It would be in front of me. That's not the case. It's directly over the top of my head, where these demons are also stalking with directed light. 8TZA901, that's the P.O.C. 8FDP 734. The P.O.C. is underway at a state facilitating venue, a corrupt courthouse having no authority under the law, the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. 8VOG 324. That's federal prison. They are monitoring with a state facilitating venue. Understand that's a terrorizing threat. The police, the sheriff's department, courthouses, where the entity is engaging in what is kidnapping, exercising fictitious authority under the law. You're monitoring with that entity in any of those capacities. You're going to federal prison. License 5KHW798. License plate. And every single last person I documented engaged in that today. License 7WRY616. (7YJL367) 7YDV740 9BFH139 41287G2 8HIW083 8TTU215 8SGR 958 7NSK 392 8YND028 8VMF 561 8YTC 347 8AXJ 768 6KER 867 7SPG 652 7JXG 398 8HPD 988 5RWF 771 8YYX 564 SUEZFS, or that's probably an ES. Susie's probably. Susie's a demon. License 6ZBT612 7MBX077 8TZJ986 9BBC248 8ZQU605 8VFV722 7GRZ866 7DWS551 KIKKGAZ 7WLJ991. License. This is, I want to be clear, where am I at? This is the bank. Yeah, Bank of the West at 8311 Haven. This is a company in relevant position while I'm documenting I'm at the intersection. Bank of the West is monitoring. Everybody that's present as a customer engaging in any business working at the venue, they're engaged in massive state surveillance. That's what's underway on the clock today. That's what they're doing. You're talking about what is documentation, like the ordinary target individual, for example, that's not documenting as many as I am. You're talking about where is your location. It's very, very easy. They're going to sit in federal prison and they're not escaping it. They're not escaping it. They're going to sit in federal prison. There are many people that are going to pay the consequences as a matter of justice while they want to terrorize and stalk with California Highway Patrol by helicopter, by these demons of the Rancho Cucamonga police. Guess who's going to sit in federal prison? The people of the state in relevant position. All right, using business establishments. That's why the fake sun is over my head at Bank of the West. These are demons present as employees, as customers in relevant position wherever they work. I'm revealing a demon-possessed population, and you're showing what is no exception. No exception. And also how you're going to prosecute these demons. Oh, everybody that's in relevant position, wherever the target individual is at, wherever it is that you're documenting, oh, the police were present and they were doing a traffic stop, you automatically know they're criminal summoning. Everybody's going to federal prison. Everybody in relevant position, wherever they were at, that's how you're going to prosecute it. Because they're monitoring with communication devices and it's terrorism. While I'm standing there, Omnitrans and all these companies molesting with directed light, oh, these sex offenders are going to serve time in federal prison. You don't have any shelter where you work. You don't have any shelter where you live. All right, and you're also understanding what is the malice of that psychopath, Tracy Banks. What you need to know, ladies and gentlemen, with regard to what I'm documenting, I'm not just revealing criminal conduct. I'm showing you what Satan is not impervious to, being identified and being prosecuted. This is demonic activity. Guess what? That demonic activity can be prosecuted in a court, a federal court. Okay, because the state has no authority under the law. You are necessarily prosecuting this in a federal court. You're prosecuting the state in a federal court. Not only that, the entity is engaging in what is conduct that is at its core, what is again demonic and corrupt. The entity is doing so, and I'm revealing to you what you need to be awakened to. This is the reality of demonic activity, the reality of Satan, whatever you want to call it, evil, darkness, okay, whatever you want to, however you refer to that, okay, it is abnormal. Evil is abnormal. Evil is twisted. Evil is demented. This is evil that's occurring under business names, occurring under corrupt agencies. They're engaging in what is criminal conduct. It's not just calling out some I would say negative force that's just engaging in conduct that you don't like because it's evil, because it hates you, because it's of darkness. 45349F2 is going to federal prison. This is criminal. These demons are placing you under surveillance. Okay, but not only that, this is about an awakening. What you're listening to, this is Satan, and I happen to be blood related to this demon. This is Tracy Banks, and the reality is Satan is very hostile when you reveal his covert status. Satan doesn't like that. Okay? Satan does not like that. Satan wants to use those closest to you. That's what you learn about that. He wants to use the ones closest to you. Those are his favorite vessels. Satan just needs a body. This is demon possession. All right. And that is also not only to keep you bound in some emotional tie, but also to blind you that you would never suspect it. But you're talking about what is a spiritual awakening, and you're witnessing what is an enemy of mine. As Tracy Banks, she's fully engaged in the P.O.C. This is the pattern of conduct that's underway. And what do you hear Satan saying? While I'm speaking the truth about her condition, she's a very sick individual, engaging in this amongst her own daughter. You thought that you were going to sacrifice me, Satan. That's not what's going to happen. I'm going to tell all your secrets, and I'm going to drag you in federal court. I'm going to drag you. I'm going to drag you. All right? I'm going to annihilate you. Okay? And so this is documentation for prosecutorial purposes. All right? 8 VVG 263. And Satan is inferior. You want to know how and why Satan? First of all, Satan is, first of all, not a god. He is beneath that. He wants to be, and he cannot be. He never will be. Satan also has no authority. Satan is very fearful of those whom he is placing, with regard to the pattern of conduct. He's fearful of those who he's placing under surveillance. Does not want you to know who you are. All right. Now, when I'm speaking to those who have an ear, those of who you are, you may not know who you are, any spiritual gifts that you maintain. The demon possessed are placing you under surveillance. They're targeting you. All right. Keeping you distracted in life, fearful of the powers that you hold that you don't even know about, while you're so distracted by a bunch of demons who are following you everywhere, including by helicopter. That's evidence against Bank of the West. I'm going to prosecute them. Okay. The entity is stalking again by helicopter. I don't even need the video. You already know what these demons are doing day and night. Okay. That's how fully established the P.O.C. is. That's exactly what they're doing right now, stalked by helicopter. Everybody in relevant position. The minions inside of Ranch Cucamonga Court, inside of Bank of the West, inside of this shopping plaza, Haven Market City, this whole plaza. You're talking about very easily documenting who's in relevant position, who's going to sit in federal prison for that. It's an act of terrorism. And as a matter of justice, you are responding to that. Oh, by the way, the Gray Star property is called Ivana. That's where the entity is flying over by helicopter. They're monitoring. Ivana, Gray Star, is stalking and monitoring, terrorizing with the entity that's stalking by helicopter right now. All right, like I said, very easily capable of what is serving what's a matter of justice. Those who are engaged in P.O.C. in relevant position, engaging in terrorism with the entity, sitting in behind bars in federal prison. You're going to literally do time in federal prison. And you're talking about what's the evidence against them? Not only were they documenting not only was it documented that the entity is engaging in terrorism on July 7th, 2022, where they are monitoring via helicopter, all right, terrorizing the American citizen. This is what you're submitting by documentation upon establishing the prima facie case. This is the same entity that engaged in kidnapping. Indeed, the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, who is monitoring, is engaging in terrorism, stalking, threatening the American citizen in that specific environment, and has been engaged in a pattern of kidnapping, exercising fictitious authority under the law, and to date, demonstrating impunity, a necessary aspect of the analysis when you are determining how long you're going to sit in federal prison. All right, when you slice this entity down by name, because they're going to sit in federal court and can't nobody give them any legal argument. You have no legal argument being in what I've shown is a scientific fact, not the natural environment, revealing to the world what you need to be aware of, the reality of Satan and a demonic environment and the demon possessed, who are targeting specific people in the world, specific people. All right, and the reality is that it's a spiritual battle. Okay, but let me tell you something. Obviously, this is a spiritual battle that Satan has long lost. Satan is literally you're just waiting for the day I'm dragging you in court, because right now all you're doing is handing me over. You're just I don't even need it. I don't even need it. My YouTube channel is a wealth of evidence, and I have even more than that. My website is a wealth of evidence, and I have even more than that. Okay? You're just handing it over to me. Because what I say, because it's going to be as I say it. I'm the one that's revealing it to the world. I'm letting you know what Satan is engaging in, how Satan does it. And guess what? I'm also going to be the one that's prescribing how you are necessarily dealing with Satan. And I'm telling you, when I say you go to federal prison, that's exactly, that's why they're handing it over to me, because that's exactly what it is. When I say you're going to federal prison, that's where you're going. That's exactly where you're going. 81541Z1. So anyway, like I was stating, to those, I'm revealing what is demonic activity, and what you are listening, for example, when you're hearing this hostile demon, this is Satan that I happen to be blood related to. And you hear me, I'm not going to back down from Satan. Satan, you cannot intimidate me because you're using the person that brought me into this world. That's unfortunate, but that's not my problem. She is serving Satan. And so I'm just giving you a little mini lesson with regard to what is relevant to your own life, as I'm also prosecuting a crime by a government and a people, a demented one. The reality is that this is Satan that thinks that you can boss me around because you're using this demon that happens to be what you would ordinarily refer to as a mother. She's not a mother, though. I believe that the term mother or father is a term of art. That's not just based on the ability to engage in the reproductive act. It is the posture of your heart toward that who you brought into life. If you are harboring hatred, you're not a mother. You're harboring hatred while you're engaging in demonic activity, targeting me with the people of the state. 8YYP624, you're a demon-possessed individual, and that's not a secret, and you're mad because I'm revealing your secret. All right, while you're engaging in the conduct demonstrating you're a demon. You know them by their deeds. You're engaging in demonic activity because you're a demon possessed. That's why, because you serve Satan. That's what you're witnessing. So while you're talking about the entity that's engaging in this pattern of conduct, and you're listening to what is a minion that thinks that Satan thinks that you can't bully me. Tracy Banks is a minion just like 6AD. Hold on. Let me get this third party license plate. Just like every other minion, this fat black minion with her phone, 6AAD012, she's going to federal prison. The entity, she's just like that minion. And how? Because she's a third party. You're talking about what is going to be uniform treatment under federal law. But what does Satan want to do? Satan wants to use those who are closest to you. And this is what you need to understand when you're revealing understanding what is demonic activity and the reality of Satan, apart from this criminal system that I'm showing you to, but it's directly linked to it because it's relevant to what is malice. The state of California is using your own mother. All right, not only to engage in what is a very often criminal defamation, kidnapping you in hospitals, relying upon their defamatory speech, all right, to put you in what is a hospital to keep you there. This is why you're changing federal law. This is how that malicious system works, okay? This is how that system works. And this minion that will be defaming you is the same one. What I have documentation, but the ordinary target individual doesn't, betrayed by their own family and friends in order to remain kidnapped somewhere and defamed, but lacking documentation of what are these same minions who are defaming them. And they're there group stalking with the police who are stalking you day and night by a bunch of demon-possessed police officers, kidnapping you in sheriff's departments, stalking by helicopters, but you don't have the evidence of that. So it's you against Satan, Satan's word against yours. And guess who Satan is using? Satan's using those in positions of influence. Satan's in the court, Satan's in the police stations, Satan's in the sheriff's department. Satan's using all of the minions, a group of minions. Satan thinks because you got a group of them saying the same thing, that's going to make it the gospel. That's not what we're doing. They're all lying. And I've shown you the pattern of conduct. They're all lying. That is reality. That's the truth. They're all lying. They're all lying. All right. So like I said, this is the reality of what you're witnessing. And it is unfortunate, and it's not unfortunate for me, it's unfortunate for her. It's revealing what is a very disturbed mind state, one who would engage in that. And it's the reality of what is the hatred that is actually in the depths of her heart while she engages in this criminal conduct. And that heart is an icebox. I'm not actually speaking. You're talking about, you're talking about what is not my problem as well. As I'm speaking the truth, and I'm going to continue to speak the truth. You hear Satan is not going to bully me through any demon named Tracy Banks, and you're not going to bully me through any demon, any police department. I will drag every single last one of you, and you're going to federal prison. And you're listening to me tell the truth. Just like I surrounded you with evidence. You thought that was never going to happen. Wait until you're behind bars, because it's happening. You're going to federal prison. All right. So like I said, the entity is engaging in this conduct, and you're witnessing what is the reality of demonic activity, the reality of what is Satan, however you want to refer to that entity. It is nothing to be fearful. Satan is targeting those as a matter of what is the P.O.C. in general. This is spiritual warfare. Satan is targeting those whom it is inferior to. It's inferior to you. That's why they're targeting you. Fearful of the power that you hold. If you do not know who you are. And this is about, at the end of the day, it's about an awakening. It's about an awakening. You are witnessing what is warfare, spiritual warfare between what is a demon-possessed mother and a daughter who I am. I'm going to continue to speak the truth. And it's not something that even Satan, you can't in any way twist it. You're mad because everything that I'm speaking to with regard to the spiritual reality, it's also surrounded by what is tangible evidence that you are witnessing with your eyes. It is unmistakable. It is undeniable. All right, but let me be clear. Satan is relying on the fact that you would just be like discerning something with no material evidence, and that's how you're going to engage in what is defaming one that has spiritual gifts. But that's not what we're doing either. Because let me tell you what the dual purpose is with this awakening. Not only, again, are you witnessing to reveal to you the reality of what is demonic activity, the reality of what is spiritual warfare going on in this country, and I'm surrounding it with what is the ability to prosecute it because it's demonic and it's criminal. All right. It's not impervious to being identified and documented. It is also serving for your own good in order that you may know, in order that you may be awakened, in order that you would know. Wake up, because that's what you're witnessing. And that's why I'm going to publish every minute of it. Okay. That's a psychopath. That is Satan that's in that vehicle yelling at me. And don't be distracted by it. Satan wants you to be distracted. Satan wants you to get upset. Satan wants you to get caught up in an argument on this and that. And I'm late and you're defending yourself about how am I late? You weren't even driving the car. You're pacing around the car. This is a demon that's pacing. But she's yelling about, you're making me late. No, you can start the car. If you were starting the car, drive somewhere, I'd be in the car, but you're not. So I'm going to read these license plates while you're pacing around, Satan. All right, but again, all of that audible activity, also you're not being distracted. While she's yelling, she's monitoring. It's audible activity in directed light, which I also captured in images while she's pacing around with Richard M. All right, and while again, I'm engaging in what is walking in a parking lot with my phone. Oh, and then all of a sudden, I guess Richard's going to call the police. Okay, that's why she has basis to assume that Richard's calling the police on me while I'm engaging, standing in the parking lot with my phone. Okay, understand what that is. That's a threat. And even in their alternate universe where Satan doesn't have any form, they're delusional psychopaths. You're all stalking. That's already established. But they're engaging in what is criminal summoning. Oh, you're engaging in a threat to engage in criminal summoning because I'm documenting. Which even on its surface, why are you calling the police? Why exactly would Richard be calling the police? Huh? Oh, Richard's focused on me and he actually is pacing around in engineer light, which I captured in images, impossible light activity. That's why she's saying that. Standing in the parking lot using your phone is no basis to engage in calling the police after using the bathroom. Nothing that occurred. Nobody, I didn't stuff anything in my panties. They're stalking, monitoring what's going on while my panties are down, in fact. They are the criminal. And like I said, even if I were to steal a candy bar from Stater Brothers, they are engaged in criminal surveillance. They do not cease from being the criminal. And you're never going to be distracted from that. You're dealing with what is entirely evil and malicious. Satan doing all kinds of songs and dances to distract you. You as the audience, you need not be distracted. As you hear me, I am not distracted. I am well too familiar with the tactics of Satan. It's entirely pathetic. And that's why it gets no respect from me. 9BLG253. And it includes minions such as Tracy Banks. That's prosecution for what is harassment and intimidation. That's what Tracy Banks is engaging in as she represents the state of California, engaging in what is harassment. Satan will not harass me or bully me through any minion named Tracy Banks. You will not harass and intimidate me as a third party monitoring with the people of the state. All right. And that's the significance of that. And that's what you're dealing with. That's what you're witnessing. License plate 6J323. I can't really say that. You can scratch that one. But this is the reality of that. It's about an awakening. It's about an awakening. All right. And you're witnessing what's demonic. Satan despises the fact when you're using what's supposed to be, the most clever, all right, the most covert method of betrayal. Satan using your own family members and your friends. Those who actually should love you, and they actually are harboring hatred. And I am not just saying that. Let me tell you something. What Satan is engaging in, this is demonic activity, in case you did not know. Engaging in the perpetration of wicked and evil against you is the communication of hatred. You are spiritual enemies. You are on two different teams, whether you are aware of the fact that you are a spiritual being or not, whether you know who you are or not. And this is just a reality. And there's a point where you're going to have to get up out of your feelings and accept it. All right. You're talking about people who are willingly walking in darkness. Those who are called to you are called to a higher calling in life, whether you know it or not. And this is about an awakening. And so this is why you are witnessing. It's not just a prosecution. Yes, it is a prosecution, and it is epic in that regard. It's also epic with regard to what is the awakening of a people. All right. In order that you would see the light, wake up. All right. What you're witnessing me go through, you're going to go through. All right. In order that you may not be ignorant, in order that you may know. OK, because that's what Satan wants to do. He wants to use those closest to you. All right. So like I said, it is currently 10:59 a.m. 8JOK621. But like I said, while the entity is using what is Tracy Banks, what's unfortunate, well, it's not unfortunate. It's a matter of justice. All right. And that's just a matter of what is karma. All right. You're engaging in what is monitoring one who's actually going to prosecute you to the nth degree. And that is myself. You're talking about what is in every aspect of justice shall be served. Shall be served. All right. It's already been decreed. License 8XFU483. And that's the significance of what you are witnessing. As you're witnessing, it's not only, again, like the personal life. This is not a mother and daughter. This is not any sort of existence of any love. This is a psychopath. And that's also not just some angry. I'm not some angry daughter. My documentation is substantiates everything that I'm speaking to. My documentation is also spilling into what you will learn from, what you benefit from in your own life. The reality of demonic activity, the reality of Satan, all right, the reality of evil, whatever you want to call it, and criminal conduct that's directly tethered to that, in addition to what is understanding the tactics, the methods, the tools of Satan, which are often those that are closest to you. You shall know them, and you will know them by their deeds. You will know them by their deeds. Somebody that's telling you that they love you, but yet they're engaging in that which is to your demise, to your harm. All right? That's the truth of the reality, not what they're saying out of their mouth or even giving you money. These are superficial acts. Do not be deceived. Don't be deceived. License plate. Old Dominion Freight Line. License 83286T, I believe. And I can't really see that whole license plate, but that's the company Old Dominion Freight Line. They're crossing path. License I Heart, INDAY, I believe. Let me see. I Heart INDAY. 8YLO899. CD90H28. This is criminal conduct that's occurring outside and around a courthouse. They are inside of the courthouse engaged in criminal monitoring, demonic activity. The United States Postal Service is engaging in it, and the same demons, the Rancho Cucamonga Police Station, a facilitating venue, 7CQM757. This is federal prison for everybody documented, okay? United States Postal Service crossing path, that's the federal government crossing path like every other demon, all right? They're just in a specific type of vehicle. You're just classifying them based on how you're going to prosecute. 7FRD129, where you're dividing the entity as opposed to while the entity is acting directly and or vicariously, all right? The United States Postal Service is, again, that's a aspect of the federal government. That's the entity acting directly. 8YZT769, 7VAP884. 7YBN 797, 7SBS 286, 8MXB 026, 9ASE 443, 8HEV 201, 7B 98287, 7XRX 979, 29314K2, 8YPA 575, V675LO. Directed light all across. There is no change, no exception. There's no deviation from the same exact demonic environment occurring around a courthouse, okay? This is criminal conduct. This is state surveillance, criminal monitoring, 18 U.S.C. territory occurring on the grounds of a courthouse, exercising authority under the law that it does not have, okay? License plate 8YEF588. Everybody on the grounds, everybody that I'm documenting, 5AQU753, 43817F3, 7SND294, 8VSZ865, 8ZTG917, 8YHN243, 8WXM880, 8ZHX722. So the reality is these are demons that are pacing around and they're monitoring with the demons at the courthouse. 6RXG848. Demons in positions that they will be removed from. They have no business engaging in what is any conduct in a courthouse, engaging in the business of the people. They're a corrupt entity, engaging in what is routine exercise of fictitious authority under the law, regardless of whose case it is. It's a corrupt venue. They're engaged in state surveillance. And as I've documented, showing you the fake sun, showing you direct light, showing you stalking by helicopter, showing you stalking by the demon-possessed agency, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, engaged in, as I've documented, engaging in routine kidnapping, as I documented, that same Ontario Police Department routinely kidnapping from 2020 to 2021, pursuant to a fictitious prosecution, which this courthouse routinely entertained for purposes of repeatedly kidnapping. 8YCD280, that's fully published already. 6XSJ867, 5HAN649, 7ZLX053. These are all demons, directed light, coming across the street toward me, all right, toward the passenger side, lines of light coming toward the sidewalk where I'm walking. 8UVH311. These are demons, and the demons at the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court are monitoring with them. 7XGE296. That's impossible light activity. 68472L3. 6CED938. These are the cockroaches of humanity. You are going to exterminate them out of the courts, out of the police stations, out of the sheriff's departments, out of the fire departments, out of the hospitals. You're going to remove them from being able to exist as a matter of what is commercially while they're engaging in this system. They're cockroaches. They are sick. They literally look like psychopaths, one demon after another with this light activity. They are sick people. Sick people, and they are sick people inside of that courthouse. License 1592503. That's the sheriff's department that's waiting for me to remove them from existence, because that's what's happening. Group stalking. It is currently 11:05 a.m. United States Postal Service crossing path again. License plate, stalking with the, they all are. You're talking about the Barton Plaza, the real estate building, the courthouse, the shopping plaza, Panera Bread, San Bernardino County, You're talking about what's a whole pool of defendants with regard to who's going to sit in federal prison while they're stalking with law enforcement and the entity that's stalking by helicopter. 6GDS768 is stalking with Rancho Cucamonga police who cross path in directed light. And she's a demon doing so. That's why you have this impossible light activity. It's the ongoing evidence, which again, it's while Satan engages in the P.O.C, Satan is repeatedly revealing its own secrets. License plate. Directed light with a child in the vehicle. Group stalking with law enforcement. License 8HIM793 at the Barton Plaza. 11:05 a.m. The fake sun is right over my head. Nowhere near Chino, California. Nowhere near the roof of the Ovid Family Community Library like you saw on June 16, 2022, where that entity engaged in kidnapping, where a fake sun remained over the Ovid Family Community Library. Where today it's over my head on the sidewalks while I'm walking on Haven Avenue at the Barton Plaza, across from the I'm at Foothill and Haven. That's an impossible occurrence with what is light activity, all right? And these demons are molesting with directed light while they're group stalking. They're going to federal prison, molesting, touching on my lower body, touching on my thighs, touching on my person with directed light while they're stalking. Again, that's 8HIM973 with a young child in the backseat. 8TAN002. And the reason why you're going to federal prison, you're also going to sit for a long time. That's demonstrating impunity. All right, and that's, again, like I said, that's the entity when you're going to prosecute in federal court to its own demise. To its own demise. License plate 8RTK586. UniFirst, UNIFIRST, commercial actor. They're part of that same molestation. 8WKG783. They're molesting with that demon that crosses path, touching on my thighs. UniFirst is a sex offender. They're engaging in terrorism. They're group stalking with law enforcement as well. They're doing so with minions that are intentionally molesting me with directed light while they're hostile as I'm documenting them. License plate 8ZXK715, United States Postal Service, pacing by again. Again, the more that I reference demons, the more that they cross path. That's demonic in and of itself. That's Satan's pattern. 8HFK517. Omnitrans, bus 2358, loitering at the Rancho Cucamonga Chamber of Commerce, group stalking with light activity. They're part of the same sex offense. They're touching on my thighs, my lower body with direct light with those demons, doing so with a minor child in the back seat. That's what Omnitrans is engaging in. They like to engage in violating your rights, monitoring, doing so while they know that you're documenting it. Placing you under surveillance, invading your privacy, touching on your body as a sex-offending demon with the rest of these minions who are all monitoring together. They like to do that, stalk you under a fake sun while they keep a fake sun over me while both are on those buses and while they're group stalking on the roads and the highways. KLMN07, 03106X1, 6Z55594, UKE-429-T, 7NSJ767, in case I didn't read that one. Coca-Cola crossing path again. This is P.O.C. Panera Bread is monitoring. Remember Vic, he's going to federal prison, already documented him. 39376K1, license 052168H3. Vic is nothing but a hostile minion, engaged in the P.O.C., engaged in targeted harassment, aware of the fact that Panera Bread has been documented, and Panera Bread remains documented, and that's nothing other than ongoing harassment while you remain engaged in the pattern of conduct. The personality of Satan, again, to its own demise. To its own demise. You're going to pay for that monetarily, and you're also going to serve time in federal prison. All right, they engaged in what is ongoing criminal summoning. It's terrorizing an American citizen, stalking by demon-possessed police, surrounding you with helicopters and whatnot, threatening you while you're documenting, and they're stalking you. Psychopaths. 7NXJ202, 8XXD263. So while Vic engaged in that act of harassment, which I documented days ago at Panera Bread under the fake sun, Vic provided an ability to specifically document himself. License 8TBP088, revealing the posture, by the way, because this is state conduct, of what is Panera Bread's attitude toward your constitutional rights, towards your human rights, towards your rights to enforce them against an entity that is placing you under surveillance. And that's why he's engaging in that harassment under the fake sun, indirect light, which is clearly inside of Panera Bread. Hold on, Omnitrans is here. All right, I'm on bus 2359. It's driven by an overweight African-American male who's molesting with directed light that's occurring on the bus. 8HSL711, molesting. 414RC, handicap molesting. 82097W1, molesting. Continental Floor Incorporated, that's a company in relevant position, molesting. The Best Western Plus on Foothill Boulevard. This is the facilitating venue where that molestation is underway. Best Western is a part of the pattern of conduct. Fake son over me, molestation at that venue, 6YTN277. And it's currently 11:17 a.m. where the fake son remains over me now after walking north of Haven, now going east on Foothill Boulevard, stalking under the fake sun, molesting with directed light, demonic activity. Alrighty, this is again sponsored by Omnitrans. This is the documentation of what is impunity. Currently at Foothill and Elm Avenue. License CD 16J75, directed light on the asphalt while that demon crosses path in a blue Tesla with a paper plate. And again, directed light. CD M3111. Six TTP 371. License 8TJL 328.
Get out that car, man. I went to court for it.
This is a menu monitoring. Crossing path and directed light, which you can see at the entrance of the bus. Crossing path, stalking with light, that's a method. And they're also, as I stated, I want to make sure I recorded this, the entity is molesting with directed light on the bus. In doing so while the bus is heading eastbound on Foothill. The bus is driven by an African-American male, an overweight African-American male, and operates his communication device monitoring, molesting me with direct light and also direct light across the roof of the bus. Absolutely impossible light activity, which I have also documented on video before on Omnitrans on more than one occasion. All right, this is what they're doing. They're touching with directed light while they're stalking all around. And these are demons that are pacing around in that environment. And doing so while I am sitting on the bus number 2359. And we're at Rochester and Foothill Boulevard at what is 11:20 a.m. XQX 651 23468G3. These demons dragging direct light on the asphalt while they're crossing path, including plumbing master, license 49823E1, 8MXL509, touching with direct light, 5HVC685. This is impunity, 8NBB444. These are the people of the state that will be going to what are mental institutions while they're engaging in terrorizing an American citizen, molesting and terrorizing them with directed light. And these psychopaths also know they're being documented. The psychopath that you witnessed this morning, 8DQF741, which was the psychopath you witnessed, Tracy Banks. This is a psychopath that's hostile while you're documenting and you're molesting me with directed light. And you're mad. Those are the minutes that are going to go to mental wards, okay? As I requested a stop right now, lifting up my arm to request a stop, the entity is molesting me with directed light. That's called stalking with activity. It's demonic. 8TJL328, 8NXR568. This is P.O.C. at what is Day Creek, 12327, where the Longhorn Steakhouse is at. This is where the fake sun is directly over. Nowhere near the other family community library, over the staircase to the elevator, creating any sort of sunlight inside of that library. This is P.O.C. on Omnitrans. A bunch of demons sitting on the bus, engaging and monitoring with the company Omnitrans.
You're fair. No courtesy rights.
Alrighty, this is bus again, 2359, Route 66. Demonstrating impunity under the fake sun. This is license plate. They're all on surveillance cameras as well. License 1545838, directed light on the side of the bus on the passenger side where I'm located as that bus drives off. Alrighty, and showing you what is the maintenance of the fake sun over me and not remaining visible through the window of Omnitrans as it proceeds driving past me and I don't remain seated on that bus. Omnitrans is a facilitating venue and the impossible occurrence of a fake sun remaining over me, speaking to the demon-possessed driver, the demon-possessed passengers, the demon-possessed minions pacing around me as I'm identifying them by license plate. License 8VRP982, W843MO, in operation of their communication device while they're group stalking crossing paths with directed light. license plate 5XFH332 94299F3. And this is the presence of the fake sun, by the way, where the entity is keeping a fake sun over the Ovid Family Community Library. That's why I captured it as I exited the library after 6:30 p.m. It's over the parking garage. It's over me while I'm capturing those demons that are the Ontario Police Department cowards, not wanting to identify by badge number. Even though I don't need it, I got their images. The entire police department's going to be prosecuted. They're all going to federal prison. All right, I am P.O.P. crossing path, but nonetheless, the entity kept that fake sun at the library yesterday. It's right over me on Day Creek and Foothill, where I'm standing right now, where, again, it's not remaining over some window of the bus, okay, on a specific street. It's remaining over me while I'm on that bus. Omnitrans is a demon-possessed entity engaging in state surveillance and terrorism, molesting with directed light. With these demons who are stalking me while I'm on a bus, demonic pacing, 8PIL747, the ongoing pattern of conduct. There is no sunlight over the building of the library at 215 E.C. Street, creating any sunlight through the window above that staircase and on that elevator, contrary to what I documented while I'm inside of that venue yesterday. That's why today, while I'm here in Ranch Cucamonga, the fake sun is over my head. It is not over the Ovid Family Community Library. It is not creating, while it's over me at Day Creek and Foothill, any sunlight through that window over that staircase and that elevator. Those are demons pacing around inside of that library, group stalking, inside a facilitating venue who does not have a right to exist for that criminal purpose. In the same way, these are demons pacing all around me under a fake sun, pacing around with directed light, molesting with directed light, both while I'm outside on the sidewalk and while I'm on the bus that is Omnitrans, where all these demons know exactly where I'm at, stalking. That's exactly what they're doing. 8VRL899, while I'm sleeping inside of a vehicle where this entity is stalking all night long, including the companies, every airplane, you're talking about airline company, police departments, they are all engaged in ongoing terrorism where I'm sleeping every night. This is the ongoing pattern of conduct. I just went to Ranch Cucamonga today and documented more. The same entity engaging in terrorism all night long, stalking me all night long, molesting me all night long, terrorizing all night long with their demonic light activity, flashing directed light, aimed, concentrated inside of a car where they're stalking. 635CW handicap, molesting for purposes of criminal monitoring with communication device, that engineered light. Loomis is engaged in that criminal pattern of conduct, 90404J3. That's Loomis crossing path. 98XW768. 8EFY970. 79336N1. 6ALS 609, GUTZ 3, BA471, handicap, directed light all across the ground, 85341N2, 8XTS 399, 7ZUH 768. And as I stated, while the entity is molesting, stalking with directed light, while I'm documenting this, this is the population, these are the third parties that are going to go to mental wards, mental institutions, while they are engaging in what is routine stalking. Group stalking is a pointless, illegitimate system serving no legitimate purpose whatsoever. A bunch of demons that are pursuing you, stalking you, hunting you, and then also touching and terrorizing with directed light. While then now they're at a point, they're doing it to somebody that's documenting it. Those are psychopaths that will be restrained in mental institutions while they engage in that terrorism and molestation with directed light. United Rentals engaged in that criminal monitoring. P517642, United Rentals with directed light. AJY8446, 7LSC339. Beltrans Towing, crossing path as well with directed light, 8TQH776, 8DBR503. These are demons, one after another, 7LJB471, 7WCR574, 8KTL332. This is demonic pacing. In 2022, what does Satan's demonic pacing look like? They're driving by in Aramark Incorporated vehicles, Heartland Express trucks, FedEx vehicles, crossing path in Loomis vehicles, Brink security vehicles, crossing path in driving by in Hondas and Toyotas and Maximas and Audi 7EFJ545, and they're demons that are pacing one after another. It doesn't matter what type of vehicle they're driving. It's demonic. 8UKE757. License 5UCE606. 8GGN669. And let me be clear, these demons know exactly who I am. This is demonic activity. That's why that targeted light activity is occurring. 8HPJ030. That's why the fake sun is over me. Satan knows exactly who I am, where I am. This is the reality of this group stalking system. Demonic conduct amongst an entity, a demon-possessed population, referred to as what is group stalking. This is the secret society. There are a bunch of demons that know who you are and what you are doing. 5MPH536, 7CYN930, 8HDN593. 37603G2, 98KS021. And I am revealing their condition, their criminal conduct, as I'm publishing just a fraction of the population. I'm going to prosecute the whole state for the conduct of an entity as it's acting through every single last meaning. CD59Z88, because this is what the state of California is doing. 8HSH180. CX38839, Illinois. 8DOD979, 8CBK438, 6VYH724, 7AMM328, 7CTU355, 8YCX707, excuse me, 8KSV690, 43971F1, 79072R2, 6VYH460, 6VEV692, 7TAF405, 8DHG416, MOKFRCE, FOHTFUN, LPG2199, Texas, 92223T1, 64034A3. An operations communication device, a demon with direct light on the asphalt, 70XF395. Bird Tech crossing path again. Eight VAF 781. 8KLU 276. 8E. I can't really see that one. License 8YPU 841. 8ZDD 777. 8PNV 927. 8UMM 165. 8HHH 659. 7KRH 624. License 8X 27902. 7WHG 626. 8PPB 600. All right, you need to understand the significance of what these demons are doing. They're maintaining ongoing perpetual presence. 7ADZ463, where they know that I'm located. License 7XMJ942. License 7CLE252. 8ZYX795. 7KFG347. This is criminal surveillance. And this is also established by what is the fake sun that's over the top of my head. It is not at 215 EC Street. 8XAU172. Alrighty, and that is an impossible occurrence. The sun is not remaining over the Old Family Community Library and over me at this Route 66 bus stop number 7074. All right, this is group stalking. These demons are keeping me surrounded. 4ZIR226, 8GPJ419. And that's also known by the directed light that's all over the ground, all over me while they're stalking. 8TSH184. This is, Chaffee Joint Union High School, 1017499, 8V95237. 7FWR662, 7FPT452, Penske Truck Rental, and Extra Lease. 4376111Z is Extra Lease Trucking. The back license plate 08865K3. License 31487D3. This is companies, this is the people of the state engaging in what is state surveillance in that specific environment. All right, and contributing to that specific environment, the ongoing conduct of the demon possessed, which is terrorism, that these companies are engaged in as well, and the facilitating venues where it's underway is also to be prosecuted. And I'm at Day Creek and Foothill Boulevard. License 6060883, 8MLA881, NBC25, crossing path. Yep, license plate 8TZL990, 66529C3. GL096 handicap, 8CQT157, 19824K3, 7VQW580, URRNCM, crossing path again. License 25688L2, license 6TSY548, 8JYE995, GS156 handicap, 13727V2, 8CAD852, 7NYL674. NBC, that's crossing path, a minion, a demon that's operating a vehicle attributed to what is NBC under the fake sun and indirect light, the same exact conduct, there is no exception. And that's exactly what you just heard me document. License plate 94066H3, AL21930, 89732W2, YP37287, 6UMS399, 7HSX232. 03047D3, 7VXR533, 7UPS857, 8WXM880, 8EVX802, 8CBB019, 8B16498, 7USS724, 7FJC616. That's actually not surprising that NBC is engaged in criminal monitoring, hiring the demon possessed. Who do you think is on the news lying to you every day about the sunrise and the sunset and the temperatures and the provided as though they're meteorologists, as though there's some scientific. No, they're a bunch of demons that are lying on TV. 78GX150. The fake sun is rising over me every day. What part of the newscast is that? It's not forecasted on the news. All right, and it's an impossible occurrence while they're talking about the temperatures throughout the state of California, while the entity, as I document, because that's why you're not going to argue with Satan with what is impossible, but the impossible is happening, keeping a fake sun over a single address all day long, which is what I documented yesterday. But today, while NBC is crossing path in Rancho Cucamonga, the fake sun's nowhere near that address, but it's documented. That's exactly what the entity did. All right, what the demonic entity NBC is lying on television about, giving you the weather, talking about the sunrise and the sunset of the sun, but yet that fake sun is remaining over an address all day long. All right, 8761583, and that's exactly what I mean by what you are looking at on TV, minions who are lying to you. It is not outside of the pattern of conduct for NBC, a demon operating a vehicle attributed to NBC, crossing path under the fake sun in directed light. 6FBC 989, I believe. But like I said, they're on TV lying to you every day. 6RBF240. That's why I reference what is the fake sun, because it's not the natural environment. They're lying to you about the environment, talking about a sunrise and a sunset, giving you the time of that. The fake sun's remaining over me all day long, wherever it is that I'm at, wherever it is that I remain. All right, they're not talking about that on the news. All right, SENSATIONAL, directed light, 66901F3. Schneider, crossing path, terrorism, a demon driving that truck, directed light on the asphalt, 2336N2, I believe. 23336N2. License 22915T1, 1547TL2, I believe. 5199. I can't really see that one. 8MEL416, 8P49492, 6U57025, 6RX8300, 7LV2325. License plate 7ZOS016. License plate, they don't have any license plate. Crossing path with directed light, 8HGX429, 8WEM460, 8WAW452, 8ZKP417, 8STK596, MPOWERC, 6HZJ546, 7YTA868, 57607S2, 7JWL453. I think I read 8WMF230. Hold on. 8WFM230, in case I did not read that. 19749K3. 12586V2. Fake sun crosses the street, remaining over the specific top of my head as I cross the street of Day Creek, all right? Fake sun remains directly over me. So I'll show you what is the bus stop where I was standing. The fake sun was over my head over there, crossing the street where all these demons whose license plate I'm reading, they're monitoring, they're demon possessed, using company vehicles alike, NBC, group stalking, crossing path, and a vehicle just the same. You're understanding what it doesn't matter what sort of company it is. And as an aside, by the way, NBC is on TV, a bunch of minions who are lying to you, telling you about the weather. That's not how the actual environment operates. This is demonic control. And let me be clear, those who are lying to you about the weather, meteorologists talking about the weather and the sunrise and the sunset, and tell you they are minions. They know that. They know this. This is revealing what is public corruption, revealing what are the minions of Satan. All right. Let me show you what's the fake sun, though, right over me. And just showing you where I stood at that bus stop, right in front of it, fake sun directly over the top of my head as I crossed the street of Day Creek. Fake sun remains over the top of my head. These are demons. 8JKU203, and they're stalking. They're keeping me surrounded. This is criminal surveillance. It's occurring inside of any building, inside of any business establishment, inside of any third party where they live, because that's what they are. They're third parties and or state actors. This is what police, sheriff's departments, fire departments, hospitals are engaging in. And they are engaging in what is a system of surveillance and terrorism. It's demonic at its core. It's demonic activity. 74932B3, 8KPW991, STLRGLD, 8NCG961. In those images, you will see where I am getting off of the bus. Omnitrans is leaving. All of a sudden, the sun's not remaining visible through the window of Omnitrans anymore. It remains over the top of my head, though, while I get off of Omnitrans and I stand at that bus stop. As I cross the street, the fake sun's no longer over that bus stop. It's remaining over the top of my head, 5UCZ601, I believe. And it is directly over me at the top of my head as I am across the street looking at that bus stop. All right, that's the pattern of conduct of stalking with the fake sun, by the way, which is nowhere near 215 East C Street, where the entity is keeping a fake sun over the library. 7YMX164, keeping directed light, because that's not sunlight, over the window, that's above the elevator and the staircase. All right? That's not occurring while it's over me on Day Creek. It's not occurring while the entity will be keeping a fake sun over that building all day long. It's not occurring while I am nowhere near that location, though. Okay, this is a demonic system. The fake sun goes wherever it is that I go. And it's highlighted while I go all over the place, showing you what is even down to the same time while I'm going all over the place. An impossible occurrence. Demonic. 5WCS 4 through 6. And that's what NBC is engaging in. Demons pacing around in NBC vehicles, group stalking. On TV, lying to you about the time of the sunrise and the sunset. It's a demonic environment. And they know that. 6MYG 907, they're maintaining a narrative on TV, keeping you deceived. Wake up. Wake up. License plate 8LGB734, 8LPW191. License plate 3CARDON 8WEG599 58617N1 KRINDOT 8MCR782 7FOD 925 8LWU 967 8VXS 957 6RCP 106 7FOM 205 7VPJ 052 BD, hold on, BG, get this Asian male, female, you deport her if she's not a natural born citizen. 8SWW 679 8YXJ 550 9AXT 913 7K46 707 8NRK 711 7TRY 084. Yeah, that female that I'm speaking of with regard to deportation is, she appears to be either Chinese or Taiwanese. And to me, I suspect 2 different license plates on her vehicle, but nonetheless, I read the back license plate. And I'm referencing nothing other than what is the default means of prosecuting an entity. Those that are engaging in the pedicon, and understand those that are documented, because the entire state's engaging in the system. The entire state's engaging in the system of group stalking and monitoring. I've shown you the P.O.C. In other words, if I got on the plane and went to San Francisco, where there's no sun ever, because the entity's keeping it over me at the Open Family Community Library all day long, or today on Rancho Cucamonga on Day Creek and the library, the Paul Bynum Library, there's no sun that's occurring in San Francisco, anywhere over there. That's common sense. The object itself I'm showing you as I'm capturing in pictures and video. It's not occurring anywhere in San Francisco. But if I were to get on a plane and go there, or a train, whatever, guess what will be directly over my head? The impossible occurrence of that light source over my head in that area of the state, speaking to the pattern of conduct. Because guess what's going on? While I'm documenting the P.O.C. where I'm in Southern California, they have a light source over them. It's not the sun, though. It's impossible. That is impossible. It's a demonic environment. This is the revealing of demonic activity. This is the revealing of what is Satan's control over our physical environment. It has nothing to do with the scientific facts and how the natural environment operates and how the sun's in constant motion. No, that's a bunch of bull. It's impossible what I'm showing you. And it's in violation of those very scientific laws. All right? It's revealing what is a pattern of conduct. All right? But if I were to go to San Francisco, that fake sun will be directly over my head. Directly over my head. Speaking to what are demons in that environment, in that unnatural environment, pacing all around you. 3587OK3, keeping you under criminal surveillance. 7WHS450. This is documentation of the state of California. I will be prosecuting the entire state of California, the public entity, and the people of the state who are a criminal. No one that is being represented by any DA. The people of the state are the criminal in the case against the state of California, engaging in state surveillance and terrorism. All right? And the entity is engaging in that which is on behalf of that entire entity. 4HDW214, the state of California shall be prosecuted as a sex offender based on its criminal conduct. It's a sex offender. The P.O.C. is sexual violence. That's what the entity is doing. You're going to prosecute it. It's that simple. Based on the pattern of conduct, you're a sex offender, you're engaging in that conduct, based on what you're doing, that's what's going to dictate that prosecution, that punishment. And that's necessary as a matter of justice. All right, and the people of the state, in all of the forms of group stalking by the people of the state, any company, any establishment, anything you want to use, you will be prosecuted, and you're going to be prosecuted as a violent sex offender, because that's the P.O.C. That's the pattern of conduct. With regard to companies, you're going to drain their pockets, and you're going to prosecute criminally as well. You're not going to use commercial actors and somehow avoid time in federal prison. And again, upon establishing rules like this, companies think that they can just pay their way out of punishment. No, you're going to drain their pockets, and you're going to be criminally prosecuted. Both. J62500. It is 11:44 a.m. CV234 handicap. 8SBE 624, 8THC 643, license 32597D3, 8HVW 301, 7RGE 872, 6WHJ 345, 8EXD 242, 7WLN 074. License plate 8UGH 974. AZ435 handicap, 7ZZP610. Oh, we've got some minions over here monitoring the parking lot. I'll go get them. License 8AIU378. They're group stalking with the minions who are in the parking lot of the Tuscan Brio, the T-Mobile. This is the side of the Victoria Gardens where I'm at. Across from Corner Bakery Cafe. Demons engaged in surveillance sitting in the parking lot while the fake sends over me. Demons cross the path with regular light. AGRB 028 included. This is criminal surveillance. Demons that keep you surrounded. The fake sent over the top of my head. I took pictures to show you what was the maintenance of directed light over that staircase yesterday. Which, I mean, it's doing that every day. But I specifically documented just showing, well, what did I just document yesterday? How is the sun going to be over my head at Victoria Gardens? Because there are a bunch of demons that are engaging in the P.O.C, revealing what is a demonic environment, an unnatural one, okay? In addition to what's occurring in that unnatural environment, demons who are stalking, and they will continue. They're determined stalkers, perverted stalkers. PUSH 365, 8SBE 624, 8PHW 947, 6YYD 660. This demon who knows that I'm coming, 8RVC 151, molesting, 9AMT 720. Flashing directed light across the 9AMT 720 while they're crossing path. 8KGC 571, 8ZNH 796, 8RDH 657, 7MOE 906. That's a psychopath. That is Satan. That is stalking. All right, 7GTH 450, 6YYD 660. She pulls out of the parking spot before I approach her. And she does so while directed light is moving all across the cars. And also while, again, my shadow's appearing at a distance on another car. That's a molestation. While Satan's looking the opposite direction, stalking you the whole time. Okay, license 8RLC 339, 7CDZ 416, which is also unmistakable because you're looking at what is an impossible environment. The fake sun is over the top of your head. These are demons and they are stalking you and they are very disturbed. Very disturbed. That's very demented conduct. Very sick. Okay, and the hostility that you hear that demon Tracy Banks illustrating on podcast, that's nothing other than Satan being mad because you know that they're a demon. Okay. Their covert status has been blown up. They're no longer any sort of quote-unquote secret agent. All right, you're a minion. And you're a sick one. I'm prosecuting you. All right, you monitored, you engaged in targeting, you tried to sacrifice the wrong child. 9AWN 930. 5VDR 751. 8E63713, 7TJV449, 7KEE221, 8DME140, 78OW471. Directed light while this demon crosses path. 29277K3. T-Mobile is monitoring. This demon walks into 7811. T-Mobile. Fake sun is over my head. 6JZA162. 6NRJ152. Engaged in surveillance, sitting in the middle of the aisle. Let me get some more third parties. 6FFU770. 7SAR581. 7C17469. 8XEP699. 8HAC633. 9ATW143. 7SHM161. 8TQM555. 6HUA642. 8XEN453, 7ZOJ747. That's a group stalker. I'll show you this. You're looking at criminal surveillance, surrounding on every side, fake sun directly over the top of my head, operation of communication devices. This is also impunity. This is the evidence that will put third parties both in mental institutions and in federal prison, because they're also stalking on behalf of law enforcement agencies. And they're doing so in plain sight while these demons also know they're being documented. License 29277K3 and 6NJR152 under the fake sun and indirected light. P.O.C. License plate 8CKY, hold on, 8CKX176. 6 U.S.S. 390, 260XZ handicap, 8 REF 409, 7 THZ 816, AZWL DCT 219 WF handicap, 6 NCU 005, 8 RQX 239. That's amplified audible activity and directed light. This minion is monitoring. 6 UKB 743. 6 FIT 489, 6 USS 390, 8 CKX 176, 7 KJK 617, 8J, hold on, 8JLH 185. The Cheesecake Factory is monitoring. All these demons are parked in directed light. The fake sun is over the top of my head. These demons are pacing around the Cheesecake Factory who is monitoring. All right, they're monitoring with these minions pacing around me. 8FVP 842, 8JVA 937. It's the incrimination of the venues around you, the incrimination of the third parties at the venue as well, inside and outside. This is massive monitoring. You're using the entity's criminal conduct against each other because they're all engaging in it together. And Cheesecake Factory is engaged in monitoring. They're monitoring right now while these demons, these psychopaths in directed light, stalking all around, pacing all around. 8ZRE 895. 9Z99, I can't really say that one. 7UKW 685. Directed light reaching all the way across the street while this demon 8TWX040, who is monitoring with the Cheesecake Factory in relevant position. That's why that light activity is occurring. It's facilitation. It's helping everybody else monitor. The objective is to keep directed light, dynamic light activity and presence in that environment. These old turkey neck minions, 8RRX538, directed light on the side of the car, behind the car. That demon with the black truck, I'm showing you images, group stalking in the parking lot, 29227K3, maintaining presence behind me the whole time, monitoring with those turkey necks, group stalking at the intersection with the Cheesecake Factory. The license, the address of the Cheesecake Factory is 12379, inside of the Victoria Gardens. The Ontario Convention Center is here, group stalking. 1500614, just like they were at the Ontario Town Square. GRNTMC. License 8ZZD585, 8JGG059, 8NLV258, 8NRK711, 8SXY108. Directed light across those venues, across Cheesecake Factory, across these cars parked outside, flashing directed light. That's what Oak Park is engaged in. You already know about those demons. 6LKJ156. They're group stalking at Ontario, Victoria Gardens, And I'll get this demon's license plate in a minute. This is the female driving an O-Park vehicle, demon sitting on the vehicle. That is O-Park, OPARC, license plate CF039. That's a handicap license plate. Engaging in what is not only criminal monitoring, but facilitation. And O-Park also knows that it's being documented. All right, and again, Cheesecake Factory is where the fake sun is over the top of my head, nowhere near the Ovid Family Community Library, just to give you an ongoing example, direct evidence of what are demons who are pacing in a specific environment. Also engaging in the demonic behavior pattern, which is sexual violence and terrorism, very highly demented, and ongoing threat to your life while they're stalking you as an entity and on behalf of the state. License plate IMVADDD, license 8JJS059, 6TDV583, license plate 7EML956, 319NU, and this third party, INBADD, is molesting, terrorizing, group stalking with a child in the vehicle, which is what you'll see. The fake sun is right over my head. Engaging in terrorism, engaging in group stalking, engaging in creating this terrorizing environment while in the custody of children, including them. They're part of the criminal system. This is what the demon-possessed population engage in. That's directly relevant to the way in which you're going to prosecute. And not only the people of the state, this third party, but also the state. 7EML956, 319NU handicap. They're all molesting together, and they include children in that act of terrorism. All right, demons are a part of that, and demons are engaging in this with children, via children, in concert with children. CD84T43. That's paper. License plate. Got a whole lot of people going to federal prison. That's what I documented today. Understand that. 7LGY389. CD14V94. Paper. 7KNJ185. T886SO. UPS is group stalking at Victoria Gardens. License 73407E3. ABAKNA. There we go. I want you to see that directed light. It's along what is the passenger side of the UPS vehicle, vehicle 73407E3. That's a demon crossing path. That's terrorism. You're going to prosecute UPS. 7BQS337, engaging in terrorism and group stalking on behalf of law enforcement, terrorizing another with a child in the vehicle. 8SVV126, 8BQL476, SHOWNUF. And you can see that directed light in front of the UPS vehicle and along what is the passenger side of that UPS vehicle as it's driving by me. Impossible light activity. That's the mark of demon possession. That's a company engaging in this demonic system with knowledge of the fact that they're being documented. Impunity. 7TPM653, 5ZVC078, 6YY8396. Directed light has nothing to do with sunlight, and it's also not going to be light activity where the sun's remaining over the Ovid Family Community Library. It's directly over my head because UPS is engaged in group stalking demons operating commercial vehicles. 6YY8396, the same exact direct light conduct, stalking a demon operating a third-party vehicle. All they're missing is the UPS logo, okay? And all UPS and that third party is missing is San Bernardino Sheriff's Department logo, Rancho Cucamonga Police logo. That's all you're exchanging. You're understanding what's demonic. And then you're going to engage in what is classifying for prosecution, 7BQS337. And this is outside of what is the food court, the food hall, monitoring. Crossing path with a communication device. You're looking at this demon who's group stalking on foot. That's what they're doing at the mall. This is state surveillance occurring at a facilitating venue. All right. This is 8KTJ431. Directed light underneath that vehicle. While these demons are crossing path, this is directed light. Directed light all over the place. RAYSXTS. These are the cockroaches of humanity, the demon-possessed, 8FDU027, disgusting creatures, very weird and demented, psychopaths, 36732R2, 8KTJ431, 8VXN881, 17489E2. I want to be clear, sunlight is not fanning out against, not only against, but underneath, to the depths underneath these vehicles that are parked. So you can see the shade underneath the car. While this demon is operating a Tesla, this is the demon creating activity. Directed light is fanning underneath the vehicle. That's impossible light activity. It's also impossible light activity while this demon is pacing around, while directed light is appearing on the food hall at 12434. This is the demon, a lily-faced white minion who's crossing path, stalking in the path using this vehicle with license 7ZMN904, engaging in demonic activity. She's a group stalker. That directed light that I showed you Richard was pacing in at the Stater Brothers, that's the directed light that's appearing on the food hall while this demon is using a vehicle to cross path. Group stalking. Alrighty, that's impossible light activity. That's the pattern. Minions standing around inside of the stores, standing group stalking at the pay stall to pay for their parking. They're stalking in the path. They're all monitoring. They're a bunch of demons, and their malicious system that's not even sophisticated is fully exposed. That's why you hear demons like Tracy Banks very, very irate while you call Satan by its name, okay? 8VRS440. License 8KHW684. License plate CHK9768 Arizona. CHIZPA Heart. License plate 8WJN672. 8ZQH887. Two 67556U1. Six RBD 361. Alrighty, license 8ZRE895 7YCK381. Now, what happens when I'm en route? You've got the entity that's stalking all together, an entity just pacing all around me as I'm en route. The entity is just going to concentrate this environment around the library all day long, and they'll be pacing all around inside while I'm inside of the library. 7 FMF813. Demons that know where I'm located. They know what I'm doing. They're also physically stalking in the bathroom while they maintain that knowledge in that specific environment. That's a sex offender, a very demented one. 7YPT017, 5NDC723, and they're in that specific environment, which is that direct evidence of the P.O.C. It's also revealing what is their condition. They're demons that engage in group stalking. And they're doing it on behalf, again, what's criminal? The entity, a state, the government has no constitutional basis to place you under surveillance, which is what they're doing. Group stalking is a system whereby the entity is doing it vicariously through the population. The population is also a specific condition, which is demon possession, which I've also shown you as a matter of objective evidence, literally proof of what is demonic possession. All right, while you're looking at what is the scientific impossibility of the environment where these demons are stalking. Okay, this is the entity's pattern of conduct. The fake sun follows, remaining directly over the top of my head, at no point ever being over the side or the front of the Ovid Family Community Library, remaining directly over me while I come to Rancho Cucamonga today, documenting the P.O.C, arriving in Rancho Cucamonga at the Paul Bryan Library, where the entity is keeping the fake sun for the duration of the day where I remain, and the entity is maintaining ongoing pace and conduct inside of that venue and outside that venue, all around, where an entire state, the entity is concentrating activity around me, engaged in criminal surveillance inside of a facilitating venue. Again, the Paul Bryan Library doesn't have a right to exist for this purpose. This is documentation serving for what is prosecution. Understanding how the system operates, though, of what you're understanding. So now they're just going to place it over the library and keep it here all day long. And these are demons that are group stalking and monitoring together. Demons walking in the bathroom stalking, demons outside of the library monitoring on communication devices together. They're acting as an entity, as one. Violent sex offenders, demented stalkers, psychopaths, okay, engaging in that P.O.C. together. And this is the Paul Bryan Library, arriving at what is 12:01 p.m. The fake sun is over me. Remember, I've arrived here earlier than that. But not only that, I remained in Ontario at 215 E.C. Street yesterday. It's right over my head. And this is where it remains as I exit after 5:45 p.m. Look at where it's at. The entity is keeping it through the window, pushing directed light. While it's supposedly remaining over Family Community Library, it's visible through the window of the Paul Bryan Library at the same time, I suppose. Aiming what's supposedly sunlight onto the floors, onto the bookcases, moving it through the aisles. There are a bunch of demons in this mug, pacing all around. And those demons like to stalk in the bathroom, just like you saw at Stater Brothers. This is the pattern of conduct everywhere you go. The demon-possessed are psychopaths. That's the rage that you heard from Satan with the license plate 4WON432, Tracy Banks. Engaging in demonic activity, hostile as you identify Satan by its name, based on its objective conduct. And there's sex offenders stalking you in the bathroom, following me everywhere, stalking with noise in a specific environment, and also following into the bathrooms. Okay, that's what the P.O.C. is. And this is documentation of what is federal stalking by an entity in the bathroom while the fake sun is here and direct light is present. Alrighty, again, arriving at 12:01 p.m., fake sun over me. This is Paul Bryan Library in Rancho Cucamonga. It's 12:03 p.m. And this is P.O.C. Hi. I'm sorry, what's your name?
Roja.
Roja, hi Roja. I wanted to find out if you guys have any study rooms available.
Yeah, let me check. So yes, we have one room available right now. It will be from 12 to about 1:15. So it would be for an hour and 15 minutes.
Oh, a little less than that, but.
2 hours.
You don't have anything that's available for the full-time segment?
For the 2 hours, yeah, I'm trying to.
Okay.
Kristen room?
Day Creek?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
not the street. There's a room called Day Creek?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Would you like me to sign you up for that room?
That's over here?
Yes.
Can I look at it real quick? I never saw that
Sure,
one.
it's the big one.
Alrighty, documenting not only Roja, but you have Karen Simon in relevant position, monitoring with the minions who are at the circulation desk. They're sitting around engaged in surveillance inside of the library. They're in direct light, which I've captured video of. They all have triple shadows, engaging what is pacing around me based on what it is that I'm physically doing, both physically and on the video of the internet, stalking with noise creation and engineered light, and they are all under what is the fake sun that remains here for the duration of my time here. This is demonic activity that's underway inside of the venue, the same exact pace. It's occurring under the context of what is indoors, if you will. The entirety of the property, the Victoria Gardens, this is an entity that knows where I'm located. This is why the fake sun is over me at this venue. This is why you have that specific light activity. This is why you have what are demons that are stalking with noise in that light activity under that fake sun. This is terrorism. It's also demented, while a bunch of freak weirdos who are stalking you are always following with noise creation, and not only to harass, but also to engage in monitoring. The pattern of conduct is to maintain activity creation while they are in relevant position, monitoring and group stalking as an entity on behalf of the state. All right, and this is what Paul Biden is engaging in. I do want to document again, not only do you hear Roja, they're monitoring with the entity that is filling this inside of this library, pacing all around me, including the use of children to do so, while they are demons that are stalking, knowing what I'm doing on my phone, knowing what I'm doing on the internet, knowing what I'm doing on the laptop, and also engaging what is stalking in the bathrooms. Okay, this is currently 12:15 p.m. and that's Karen Simon. This is P.O.C. Nancy as well, documented Nancy in relevant position group stalking inside of the venue as well. This is Rancho Cucamonga, the Paul Biden Library. All right, I do want to document, you have Rachel, who is also, she's like an olive skin African American female. She has her hair back in a ponytail. She formerly had what are cornrows, braids, synthetic braids on her hair. She is in relevant position because this is group stalking that's going on inside of the Paul Biden Library at a facilitating venue. They're all walking around. These are demons that are pacing in direct light. I've already shown you what is the 5 shadows of my hand underneath a table. They're all engaged in surveillance. This is a bunch of demons stalking together, a bunch of psychopaths stalking with noise. Everything that you're listening to, their conversations, it's all about me. They all know what I'm saying at the same time. It's demonic activity. And the entity is engaging in what is molesting, terrorizing with directed light. I'm sitting inside of what is hubby number 10, where these demons are sitting all around at tables. They're sitting all beside me. And this is also speaking to what are the psychopaths that are the people of the state and the criminal conduct that Paul Biden Library is engaging in while flashing directed light. It's appearing on the cubby space of number 10 where I'm sitting, while these demons are also aware of what I'm documenting onto the internet, which I will be referencing November 25th, 2019, where I documented the criminal conduct pattern of conduct while I was underway at Starbucks at 706 West Hall Boulevard. The entity engages in this pattern of what is terrorism and speaking to what are psychopaths while you're subject to this, and a whole bunch of demons are acting like they're focused on something else. That's Satan, a bunch of freak weirdos. Okay, that's a system of group stalking. That's the very conduct that's going to result in them going into mental institutions. Okay, but nonetheless, the entity does this while it's observing, monitoring my documentation, what I'm publishing, what I'm updating, whatever it is that I'm doing. And I do want to document that. And I want to add the name of Rachel. She's a minion at what is the circulation desk, also engaged in the pattern of conduct with Karen Simon, with Nancy Roja, who are in relevant position, who I'm documenting. All right, this is directed light. That's the ongoing pattern of conduct. This is terrorism. And these are the demons I'm showing you, what are a demon stalking in the bathroom. They're all stalking where the entity is engaging in what is directed light. All right, obviously, duh. Just want to update that. That's what the entity is doing. It is currently 3 p.m. P.O.C. Do you guys have like a grace period when you long to arrive? Is it like 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Or?
If you are within, it's 10 minutes.
Okay.
It doesn't look like anyone has reserved the room after you, so we're not going to come kick you out, but if anyone does reserve the room after you, then we will ask you to vacate.
Oh, I understand that. Okay. Thank you. So you hold on to that. Is there a way that I can get that, because the battery's about to die on the laptop?
Oh, a charger?
Yes, please.
Yeah. They're in these boxes. I'll note down the card number.
You have my card already. All right, thank you. Alrighty, that is Deborah Bromwell. That's spelled Bramwell. They're in relevant position at the circulation desk, monitoring, flashing directed light while I'm sitting at cubby number 10. They're demons and they're monitoring while they work at a facilitating venue, which is the Paul Bryan Library in Rancho Cucamonga, P.O.C. Alrighty, looking at what is relevant positioning in study room Haven. This is a demon. This is an overweight, perhaps an Asian male. The entity is sitting in a study room. You see the position of the desk. You see what is nothing other than a desk and chairs. This is a study room. This is where you're supposedly going to a study space to engage in what is activity where you supposedly need quiet. I'm just giving you what is, again, the demonic behavior is out of context, out of character for the venue where they're at. It's demonic activity. And while this demon is group stalking in a study room, this is a demon. The fake sun's over the venue, directed light, stalking with audible activity, amplification of audible activity. The entity is causing the desk where I'm inside of study room arrow on the opposite side of the wall of this demon. This is a documentation of what is harassment by a demon-possessed entity, the people of the state facilitating venue of the Paul Bryan Library. The desk inside of the study room where I'm at is vibrating and shaking. That's impossible activity creation. It's sensational activity. It's demonic. Okay. This is occurring while you're looking at this demon, while he's guzzling down a drink. All right. He is sitting at what could you possibly be doing that is going to cause any of that activity? Not plugging anything into the wall, not pulling in and out any chair, pulling it in or pushing it, pulling it out or pushing it into the desk. This is the same demonic behavior of those who are monitoring. And as I walk outside, as I'm capturing this group stalker that's inside of that study room, in relevant position, in other words, you have the demons that are using and these are the employees. This is the facilitating venue. They're pushing library carts. They're creating loud noise while they're walking around in the library. These are demons that are tracking my steps, maintaining noise while they're walking around. They're pacing in engineered light, maintaining audible activity. Know that I have exited the study room, keeping noise up while they are all in directed light. All right. So I just want to document that. And I documented that group stalker. The use of the library facilities is a means of identifying nothing but a third party who's engaged in criminal surveillance. There's nothing that you're doing that's outside of the P.O.C. This is state surveillance underway, and I'm documenting and identifying those who are engaging in the criminal pattern of conduct. And you're also witnessing what is for your own informational purposes, understanding the guise under which demonic activity is ceaselessly underway. Look at what Satan is doing. Scenario after scenario, it's the same criminal elements of monitoring. It's the same demonic behavior. All right. And you're looking at what is Satan that's using a people. Satan doesn't have a race, an age, a weight limit. You're talking about no economic status. These are demons engaging in the same entirely demented conduct, psychopath, group stalking, sex offending minions. Okay. This is underway at what is Paul Bryan Library. It's 3:43 p.m. This is P.O.C. This is documentation of what is ongoing harassment by the entity that is monitoring, and they're also monitoring the documentation. So this is the psychopath, sex offending minion that is also aware of the fact that they're being documented while they are continuously harassing and group stalking. That's relevant. That's impunity. That's part of the analysis when you're also prosecuting. Alrighty, it is again 3:43 p.m. P.O.C. Hello, Deborah. Here you go. Here's your charger and for the study room. My ID card, please. Capturing what is the very telling and absolutely impossible. This is a reference to the demonic and criminal conduct that's underway at Paul Bryan Library. And that's that light activity that you see on the bookshelves, while understanding what are demons who are pacing around and engaged in criminal monitoring. What's most telling is the entity has directed light sitting in the middle of the floor. They're walking around, including Roja, with multiple shadows. Let me show you impossible light. Roja in relevant position while you've got just a patch of directed light sitting in the middle of the floor. Demons stalking in the path, helping another demon at the desktop laptop checkout kiosk. Demons helping other ones at the circulation desk area, answering questions. They're surrounding what is directed light. In addition to that, you have what is the placement of impossible light activity while the entity is keeping the fake sun under the, over the parking garage, over the Ovid Family Community Library, which I documented before. I've documented this before. It's exactly, while I'm here, I'm always reminding you, what is the entity doing with the fake sun in Ontario, right? At the Open Family Community Library. But it's just so telling when I'm documenting these demons of the Ontario Police Department. Just last night. Just yesterday. I'm laughing because it's pathetic, not because it's funny. This is very serious. It's terrorism. It's a bunch of demons engaging in state surveillance. This is the very criminal system, the very terrorism that is the grounds upon which you are able to remove from existence, because the people of the state don't have a right to operate businesses, maintain public establishments, to facilitate a criminal system of terrorism and group stalking. The criminal conduct of a government. They don't have a right to do that. So, but I am laughing because it's so pathetic when you've got this light activity. I mean, they're literally, the patch is growing. Let me show you another picture. Okay, the patch just got bigger. That's witnessing what is the presence of Satan, by the way. That's what I'm stating. These are demons, okay? This is demonic. This is, again, asininity as well. This is catching Satan. What does Satan do? Engages in even more asininity as you capture it. You're going to prosecute that, though. You're going to prosecute that. I'm laughing at it. I'm exposing it. But the ordinary target individual is terrorized by it. It's a threat to their liberty, a threat to their reputation. The entity wants to defame you in such an environment, engaging in such conduct. All right? That's not what's going to happen. Showing you with the minion that was engaged in group stalking inside of the study room adjacent to me. Ready? Creating earthquakes, sitting at the desktop in alignment to me, a demon in directed light. Alrighty, this is the environment where they're all engaged in corporate knowledge of what you're doing. That's the reality of what Satan knows. Satan knows what you're doing. Satan knows when your panties are down, and Satan's surrounding with noise in that bathroom, in that space, with that knowledge. Satan is also stalking with its engineered light in that private space, pacing all around inside as well. While Satan is stalking you with your panties down. Satan is a sex offender. All right, and this is capturing that light activity. So again, as I stepped out yesterday in the Ontario Police Department, there's a group stalking outside of the Over the Family Community Library. And that fake sun, as I stand at that entrance, is this is at approximately 6:04 p.m. if I recollect correctly. It's on the face of my website. Alrighty, you've got the minion stalking in the bathroom. This is the demon that is inside of Study Room Haven, going into the private space, which is for purposes of relevant positioning. And that demon also knows that they're being documented, okay? That's one that is communicating a threat that they intend to engage in sexually and violating you and going in what is a sexually predatory positioning for monitoring. All right, and that's because it's occurring in a private space. So anyway, the entity is engaging in what is placing that light source over that parking garage, right? While I'm standing at the entrance, they're at the Ontario Town Square. Those demons are holding an event. Everything on an amplified microphone is audible activity. The fake sun's over the parking garage. That is some very interesting light activity occurring inside of the Paul Bryan Library. While the light source, the sun, is supposedly over the parking garage. All right, that's understanding what are stalkers. All right, that's revealing what is that very specific environment where the entity is obsessively stalking and doing so in that environment. And because the entity is engaging in a very specific pattern of conduct, all you're doing is just giving it time. Stay at the same location for over 12 hours and you'll see what's not possibly the sun and what is not sunlight. Go to two entirely different locations and see what is not the sun as it's over your head at both venues at the same time for the duration of the day. All right, that's the P.O.C. Alrighty, and you've got demons pacing around, pacing in and out of the bathroom, pacing with children, pacing in and out of the exit while they're all monitoring. All right, one demon after another. They're not going in using the bathroom one after another. They're maintaining presence and they are patrolling, and they're sex offenders patrolling into the private space. Alrighty, that's the pattern of conduct. This is Paul Bryan Library, the city of Rancho Cucamonga engaging. That's 5:54 p.m. All right, that's a sex offense by the city of Rancho Cucamonga, the venue itself. Again, those that I'm documenting, you have of course, Rachel, Nancy, the minions that are engaging in the pattern of conduct as I document them by name, including Karen Simon. These are just the employees who I am identifying, every single last one that is here, in addition to those that I'm specifically encountering and identifying on a podcast for purposes of documenting. And exposing both their condition and their sexual perversion while they're engaging in criminal conduct with the government as it's being exposed. All right, it's relevant what they continuously engaged in while they were fully aware of the whole process of being exposed. This is what the entity engaged in, and it's relevant to how I'm going to prosecute them. The entity is engaging in this conduct together as one in that environment. It is currently, by the way, 5:55 p.m., and that is documentation of what is Karen Simon and Nancy and Rachel and Baldwell these minions that are group stalking inside of a bathroom while patches of directed light appear on the floor while they have multiple shadows. Thanks. That's the P.O.C. Alrighty? It is, I'm going into the private space now. This is federal stalking by entity in the bathroom. It's 5:56 p.m. P.O.C. Alrighty, and that's the tactic of the demon possessed. They maintain presence inside of the bathroom. A demon will engage in flushing the toilet as you walk past them. It's stalking with directed light in the private space, activity creation. Entering as you're inside of the private space to create activity. They're engaging in what is present in that specific environment. They are literally the absolute pathetic and sexually violent entity that is crouching in bathroom stalls to engage in what is ongoing stalking and surveillance. Literally stalking in the bathroom. And they're doing this in Rancho Cucamonga, at Victoria Gardens, at the Paul Bryan Library. That's P.O.C. Alrighty, showing you what is the fake sun that's directly over the entrance. As I walk out, it's right there over my head as I'm standing at the entrance doors exiting the Paul Bryan Library, where there's somehow some patch of light is appearing on the floor inside of the venue. These are sex offenders that are pacing in and around a bathroom to engage in the criminal elements of monitoring, demonic pacing. This is the entity engaging in what is terrorism. The entity engages in terrorism, engages in state surveillance in private spaces. This is how you're, again, dissecting the pattern of conduct by the state and the people of the state on whose behalf the state of California is monitoring, engaging in surveillance and terrorism. So the sex offender that engages in the elements of monitoring in the private space is indeed doing so in what is an invasion, doing so in a manner that is invading the privacy. And this is by an entity. Let me be clear. You're dealing with Satan. Satan is occupying literally every single last person around you. All of those demons at the same time know who you are, where you are, what you're doing. They then are physically entering into the bathroom because Satan wants to be, that's how obsessively stalking they are. You are stalking in directed light. I literally captured what are a patch of directed light. I'm in the depths of the library. Not only is that impossible light activity on the book shelves, I'm coming out of the study room where I'm showing you this light activity that's on the bookshelves and on the floor through the aisles. But then you've got next to where I'm going to stand to return the laptop, stalking with light, demons, you're helping the demon standing in front of me in line. They know I'm about to go there, return my laptop, so you've got them getting in front. That's a method of group stalking, relevant positioning. And right where I'm going to go, return the laptop, little circle, a patch of directed light. That's the mark of demon possession. And it is ridiculously impossible. I mean, that is nothing explicable, absolutely inexplicable. What is the explanation for those that you're having a problem making any sort of rationalizing? Well, you're capturing this and you can't deny it because you're looking at it yourself. I put my foot in it so you can see it's light, okay? It's not some discoloration of the floor. It is occurring inside of the depths of the center of that little seating area. It's not coming from the ceiling above. There's no hole through the ceiling. There's no window that it's going to shoot horizontally and then land like a cup of water through the window as you threw it, and then the light hits there. It's not coming through the windows. That is placed light. Those are demons who work there, demons who are present as patrons, stalking, and then they're stalking in the bathroom. And none of this is occurring if the sun was over the parking garage at the Ovid Family Community Library. We're not even talking about the patch of light. That's straight up demonic, okay? I'm showing you what is not sunlight. The directed light inside of that library, this library here, Paul Bryan, the directed light on the staircase, the elevator inside of the Ovid Family Community Library. Okay, the directed light that's flashing all over the place, that's dynamic directed light. What demons are touching you with. They have multiple shadows while they're pacing in and around bathrooms. Literally stalking in a bathroom stall, waiting for you to enter, flushing the toilet. That's the elements of monitoring. They're monitoring. They're group stalking. Okay, that's very, very demented. Those are the type of criminals you're going to put in mental institutions, and they will be plagued with a very serious sex offense. It's the state of California violating you, sexually stalking you in a bathroom. Okay, that's the sex offense. It's currently 6:04 p.m. Let me show you some fake sun. Let me show you some more. Alrighty, capturing that fake sun at 18:04. That's the time, 6:04 p.m. Where at this time, 24 hours ago, I am remaining inside of the Ovid Family Community Library, where I was nowhere near this morning, as I'm documenting the demons that are pacing all around me in Rancho Cucamonga. Basically, that's exactly what I'm capturing. 6:04 p.m. yesterday evening, though, I remain in Ontario at 215 E.C. Street, where, as I'm standing at the entrance, you're looking at what is directed light underneath the entrance of that library, because the light source is over the parking garage, which I capture standing at that entrance door. While I'm in Rancho Cucamonga, having been nowhere near the Ovid Family Community Library or the BNG Plaza or the Ontario Town Square. The entity has kept the fake sun over me at this intersection of Haven and Arrow Route, getting on Route 66 to come on Foothill Boulevard to the Paul Bunyan Library the entire time over my head, over the top of my head, specific maintenance of that presence. I mean, in direct conflict with what I just documented yesterday. That's the P.O.C. But even more specifically, at 6:04 p.m., where the demons that are the Ontario Police Department, all of whom I documented, are going to federal prison. All right, it's the ongoing evidence that has already established what shall be the disbanding of that entirely corrupt and bankrupt and demon-possessed agency, okay? They are stalking under a fake sun. And they are calling it an event as to what is the explanation for their presence. Oh, because they're present to provide, security or security services, whatever, as law enforcement at the Ontario Town Square because they're having an event. That's called criminal summoning, where the pattern of conduct is underway. And the fake sun is over the parking garage as I'm standing at the entrance, which I capture precisely at 6:04 p.m. I'm standing at the entrance of the Paul Bunyan Library where I'm showing you what is not sunlight, not possibly sunlight, while I'm inside. Not even possibly sunlight while I'm showing you a patch that is growing in real time. That patch grew like a fungus in the middle of the floor. And that's not sunlight either, it's directed light. And as I step out at the same entrance where I entered today, the light source is over this same venue. Impossible. And it's also not at the same time over the parking garage, which is again the same venue of the Ovid Family Community Library, where it's aiming light, molesting me. As I also capture that. I capture the parking garage. I capture also the molestation underneath that structure of that entrance of that library, where you see my shadow facing the doors of the Ovid Family Community Library. Where today I am in Ranch Cucamonga and I'm facing the Paul Bunyan Library in the with the same entrance where I walked into. The fake sun's over the top of my head. The fake sun is it is precisely to the right of my person as I stand at the same entrance doors. I want to be clear, what you're listening to is Satan that's both creating audible activity and is also terrified of the truth that I'm speaking. That's why you're hearing that horn honking. It's occurring under the fake sun. That's what Satan does as it's terrified as I continuously speak the truth to you. It's also audible activity that demon is monitoring. Anyway, what the entity is engaging in under that entrance structure of the Ovid Family Community Library, which would never be the sun, over that entrance at 10:29 in the morning, where the same police department is group stalking and kidnapping, as I documented on June 16, 2022. And then at 6:04 p.m. at that same entrance, I'm looking at the same supposed sun, still touching me with directed light, reaching underneath that structure at the building that's directly on it's on the opposite side of the same street. I'm looking at it as it's over the parking garage. That would never be the sun. In the same way that this is not the sun, I'm arriving here at 12:01 and I'm exiting at 6 o'clock. The fake sun is it's right here while I'm standing at the same entrance, not the sun. It's also not occurring at the same time. In addition, pay attention. This is the analysis. You're understanding what is not sunlight. This is why I'm breaking it down for you. Again, that patch of light in the middle of the floor in the Paul Bunyan Library, hell no, excuse my French, but that's how ridiculous that is not sunlight, and I think you know that. You know that, okay? No, that's not sunlight. And so we're not even going to discuss that. That's blatant. That's that level of asininity. But what is the environment that you are surrounded by, that you are ordinarily not paying attention to, that you are ignorant of? This is not sunlight reaching underneath the entrance of the Ovid Family Community Library. You also know that because the sun would not be present at the same address, 215 East C Street, over the parking garage while I'm standing at the same address, 215 East C Street, at 6 p.m. When it's there, I'm there during the 8 o'clock hour. I'm capturing pictures of it at the 9 o'clock hour. It's over my head while the entity engaged in kidnapping at 10:29 a.m. Well, not at 10:29 a.m., but I'm capturing over those demons' heads, the Ontario Police, at 10:29 a.m. on June 16, 2022. That's all speaking to what's not sunlight, what would not, and why? Because that would not be the sun. The sun is not standing still over an address all day long. You already know what the sun is, constantly moving, not remaining in Ontario. How would you have any sun in San Francisco? What NBC is telling you, those little demon-possessed meteorologists are telling you about what's going on with the weather, what's going on at the beach, what's over their head. All right, when it's remaining over 215 East C Street. Okay, the entity is engaging in what is the pattern of conduct. So while I'm showing you those images at 6:04, I'm not only capturing the fake sun over the parking garage at 6:04 p.m. yesterday, I'm also showing you what is directed light underneath the entrance of the Ovid Family Community Library. Impossible light activity, first of all, but also second of all, impossible because I'm in Rancho Cucamonga at 6:04. I'm facing the entrance doors of the Paul Bunyan Library, where I was also inside, and I'm showing you what's directed light. How would that ever be the case when it's over the parking garage? You're seeing how you're analyzing and paying attention to what is the placement of a light source that's remaining over me all day long at a specific address. And then you're engaging what is penetrating that venue with what is engineered light. All right, and then you're doing so while you're fully exposing what is not the natural environment, revealing to the world what is the reality of Satan. Satan exercising control over the environment. Satan's minions lying to you about the reality of how the environment works. Okay, talking to you about global warming, talking to you about seasons and what's going on with the weather. All right, and what's going on with regard to times of year. None of that has anything to do with the operation of the sun. You're talking about what is Satan doing? Satan is conforming to a system that has been given to us in order for us to metabolize it and accept it as this is the way, generally speaking, the way that the environment works. And any deviation from it, generally speaking, it's attributed to what is the ongoing intensity of the environment due to, pollution and the way that we abuse it, the way that the environment, that's all a bunch of BS. It's a lie. Wake up, okay? While I'm showing you what is a light source over the parking garage, it's demonic. It's impossible. There's a reason why those scientific facts exist. Not only because I'm showing you that they're not true, but because we were told those lies for a very specific reason. You need to open your eyes, even to the fact that you were lied to. Not just the fact that it's a lie, but why you were lied to. Understand that. Pay attention to that. In addition, you have what is the entity that's keeping the light source. Again, as I stated, over the Ovid Family Community Library entrance doors in the morning. It's over the parking garage, which the Ovid Family Community Library is facing. I'm standing under the structure covering the doors of the entrance of that same venue, that same address at 6:04 p.m., where the demon-possessed Ontario Police Department, they're stalking. You are engaging in criminal surveillance in that environment. That's why the environment is there. They are all demons engaging in that corrupt system, which is appearing in plain sight, which you are ordinarily unaware of, absolutely ignorant of. That's no longer the case. At this point, you're witnessing what is Satan that's just outright angry as I'm fully exposing it. And as you see, that is in no way slowing down the process, okay? You're witnessing what's a psychopath, while Satan shows more and more of its true colors, which is necessary for you across the world to witness. All right, because you're going to surround Satan with what is legislation. Satan's going to mental institutions. Satan's going to federal prison. Okay, Satan's going to be surrounded with what is federal legislation for the protection, all right, of the ordinary targeted individual, American citizens who do not serve Satan, who are not demon possessed, all right, who are generally ignorant of the fact that their constitutional human rights are being violated by a government. Because this is what Satan is using. Satan is using the government. In the U.S., Satan is using the people of the state who are exercising fictitious rights under the Constitution. They don't have any liberty rights. You don't have a right to be present. You're not exercising any liberty rights being present on behalf of a government that's engaged in surveillance in violation of constitutional rights. I mean, fundamental principles of constitutional law. These demons are exercising fictitious rights and fictitious authority under the law, engaging in group stalking. And it's demonic. All right, and so that's the significance of what I've captured, and that's why I'm giving you this long analysis, and it's very common sense. The sun is not over, will never be over the 215 E.C. Street, Ovid Family Community Library in Ontario. Obviously, it's not. I traveled to Rancho Cucamonga, remaining over Tracy Banks' vehicle as I get out and that demon drives away, just like as I get off of the demon-possessed venue, a venue is not demon-possessed. A venue can be haunted, but the demon-possessed operator driving what is Omnitrans. As I get off of that bus, that fake sun no longer remains over that window, over me. It remains over me as that vehicle drives away from me. All right. And it's driving away from me in Rancho Cucamonga, which is not over the address of 215 E.C. Street. You already know that as a matter of common sense. All right. The being in its perfect zenith over the top of my head, which I'm showing you in pictures, is not in it's not over in that position. It's not over the Ovid Family Community Library. And you don't have to be, it's impossible for me to divide myself into two and be at both places at the same time, obviously. But you're talking about what is impossible to be the case. You know this as a matter of common sense. And that's also a scientific fact. The sun is not in its perfect zenith over both of those addresses at that distance at the same time, in case you did not know that. It's not. And I've also shown the pattern of what is that light source moving in real time as I am en route anywhere. As I move, that fake sun moves. Speaking to what are a bunch of demons who are stalking wherever I go. All right. And they're also demonstrating their own demon possession via directed light. That directed light that you see inside of venues such as Paul Bunyan Library, patches of directed light, while demons who are in no way covert whatsoever. Okay, not intelligent, not sophisticated. There's nothing concealed about what they're doing. I have fully aired out the laundry of Satan and all of its minions. So while you're group stalking at the kiosk machine, which you know that I'm about to go to, and you know all of this because of the placement of that patch of directed light next to the kiosk, that's Satan. Stalking. Satan stalking while looking the opposite direction. Satan stalking as an entity. Everything that they're doing is about me. That's entirely pathetic and terrorizing to the ordinary targeted individual. And this is on whose behalf I'm advocating. All right, and so while that's the case, you're going to use that evidence against the entity. No, the sun is not present over the Ovid Family Community Library, which it would never be for the duration of the day. But in addition to that, it's also not while I'm looking at it through the windows of the Paul Bunyan Library, while the entity is aiming what is supposedly sunlight onto the book stacks inside of the Paul Bunyan Library, whereas yesterday at this time, and still I am documenting, I'm walking through the parking lot, Southwest Airlines is flying over the Ovid Family Community Library, the fake sun is over me in that parking lot of that Ovid Family Community Library, and I am walking then toward the opposite direction, toward the Ontario Town Square, where all those demons who are stalkers of the Ontario Police group stalking with the demons that are the people of the state in Ontario, where a fake sun remained over me at that specific address, and that is mutually exclusive to being anywhere near Rancho Cucamonga, the Paul Bunyan Library, the Victoria Gardens Mall, the entrance doors, any light activity that would appear through the windows onto the book stacks, all of that. First of all, not only is it impossible, understand, it's impossible because of, first of all, the duration of time, the impossibility of the maintenance of a perfect zenith at both addresses, Ontario and Rancho Cucamonga. Also because sunlight is not shooting horizontally and creating that sort of light activity on the book stacks. It's impossible in every regard. That's not what sunlight does. Look at the structure of the building. That is not sunlight that would occur. There would be no light through in there whatsoever. The sun is above us. It's not adjacent to windows. And it's also not shooting horizontally what would be light, the shape of those windows. Pay attention to what the engineered light does. It takes on the shape of what that engineered light touches. So you're looking at what are the windows, the shape of the windows appearing diagonally on those book stacks. It's engineered light. It's also not occurring while the sun is in Ontario over the parking garage. It's also not occurring while the sun is over, not adjacent to, not dipping down next to the windows of the Paul Bunyan Library, where it was over my head as I arrived at 12 o'clock, 6 hours ago, over 6 hours ago. Because sunlight is not horizontally shooting through windows like that. I'm showing you every aspect of what is directed light. This is the system of group stalking. It's the identification of the demon-possessed population. Hollow zombies that are pacing around you everywhere that you go, unbeknownst to you. The living dead, okay? Engaging in criminal conduct. All right, and that's what I'm speaking to. So that's what I captured at 6:04 p.m. It's currently 6:18 p.m. The fake sun remains right here. This is speaking to the impunity of the whole entity, surrounded by evidence, a fact established. This is the fact of demonic activity. This is the fact of group stalking. All right, it is both unreasonable and it is literally impossible to deny what is captured as a matter of objective evidence as I have published it. And that is the system that is properly referred to as, I have termed it, federal group stalking and monitoring. And it is the state of California's pattern of conduct. What I'm documenting, exposing about the state of California is what this country is engaged in. I just happen to be in California, but this is what the country is engaging in. And you know that because this is not the only venue. Well, California, with regard to the bigger picture, with regard to what's going on in the country, California is a venue. All right. So this venue, the state of California, is keeping what's a fake sun over me down to what's a specific address. That's how specific the documentation is. Any sun that you're looking at in New York, and I'm just picking a state because it's not specifically New York. You're talking about all over the country. Let's just name one, Florida, because I've been there as well. Texas, Arizona, Nevada, wherever you want to name, because it doesn't matter. It's impossible that it will be the sun. It's impossible. It's not the natural environment. I'm telling you what's going on in the world. These are the times. It's demonic. And it's not just demonic. It's not only teaching you about what's the reality of the dark times that we're in, which is nothing to fear. Satan is stalking you because it's inferior to you. You need to know it, though. You just don't know it. Now you know. Okay, this is the time for such a time as this. Those of you who are of a higher calling, those of you who may not even know who you are, it's time for you to wake up. This is what's going on. This is what Satan is doing amongst the people. And it's relevant for what is also criminal, because that's what you're witnessing me prosecute as well. All right, but at its core, it's speaking to what is going on in the times, and it's going on throughout the country. Now, then, even a bigger picture is the fact that the United States is not the center of the universe, contrary to what these demons think out here. I'm the center of their universe in Southern California. I'm the center of it because they're engaged in group stalking. That's why. But the entity is engaging in what is conduct. The U.S. is not the center of the universe. It's telling you what's going on around the world. Around the world. And while you're witnessing what is an impossible environment, the sun that's behaving in matters that's totally disregarding scientific facts and the way that the environment works, it's speaking to what is literally the irrelevance of such rules and laws and scientific facts. It has nothing to do with that. You're talking about what is just maintaining the specific environment all across the world, while Satan's minions are all across the world. Satan is engaging in what is keeping an eye on, keeping tabs on, maintaining what is essentially the group stalking system. All right, but I'm not speaking to what is the criminal conduct. I'm speaking to what is Satan's goal, Satan's focus is to make sure you are never awakened, that you remain in the dark, that you not know what is going on, that you not know the substance, the condition of those around you. That's Satan's desire. It doesn't matter what Satan wants. I'm just giving you the truth about what's going on here, what's relevant to what you need to know. And it's the reality of what has nothing to do with scientific facts. The sun that you're looking at over the Kardashians in Paris is not the sun. Where you're capturing the fake sun anywhere in the world. Let me tell you something, that is devastating to anything and everything that has been told to you about the environment. It's a lie. It's not a lie that's just relevant to California. That's a big lie. It applies to the world. You're talking about the environment, period. They're lying to you about the environment. NBC is lying while they're group stalking. They're lying to you about the weather. They're making it up. They're making it up, literally. Made it up, okay? And just, you're talking about what, for such a time as this, in order that you may be awakened, in order that you may recognize who you are, especially where you are realizing that you are subject to this sort of system. This sort of system is that which is at its core, it's satanic, and Satan is engaging in it unbeknownst to you, or you know, as you are awakened, you are aware of it. But nonetheless, this is a system that is, again, my goal is showing how it's not in any way impervious to federal prosecution. Satan is subject to being dragged in federal court. Satan and all of its minions, okay? But not only that, understand Satan is, the minions are the as I refer to them legally, the people of the state. But in other words, this demonic activity, this demonic conduct, it's about those who are of the light, and you don't even know it. You don't even know it. You're subject to what it's targeting by those who are in darkness. They are the demon possessed. They're in a demonic environment, and they're in an environment that has intentionally been painted, if you will, for us in order that we might not even understand what's going on. You've been preconditioned in your mind to accept things in a certain way. And it's time that you exercise independent thought, even as you review my documentation. All right, because I'm not giving you anything that you're not capable of witnessing yourself. All I have done is I told you beforehand what I'm going to tell you, what I'm going to show you. And then I showed you. And then I reminded you again what it is that you're looking at. And now I'm telling you what I told you. Okay, that's all I'm doing, because I'm not forcing anything. You are witnessing the impossible yourself. You see that video for yourself. You can't deny it, and neither can Satan. All Satan does is gets mad. Satan gets furious. Satan gets infuriated, in other words. Satan is inferior. Satan cannot stop it. Satan calls names. Satan engages in kidnapping. Satan engages in ongoing criminal activity, but not stopping the process, okay? Not stopping it. That's the personality of Satan. That's the psychopath that's going to be sitting in federal prison, going to be sitting in mental institutions. That's what's going to happen to Satan. And that's what you're witnessing. That's the big picture. All right, so anyway, it's currently 6:24 p.m. The entity is keeping a fake sun over the Paul Bryan Library and in Victoria Gardens in Rancho Cucamonga. The entity kept the fake sun for the duration of the day, 12 o'clock to 6 p.m., where it remains now. And then the entity engaging in what is then following as I walk down any street, that fake sun then starts moving, remains at the address all day long, penetrating the venue with directed light all day. And then at the moment that I start moving, then that fake sun is on the move in alignment to me. Now instead of being on the left side of my person, being over the top of my head, now on what is the right side of my person, or whatever direction is west, keeping a fake sun over me all day long, entirely demonic, revealing what is the obsessed stalker that are the people of the state. It doesn't matter how nice of a venue that they work at, they're demons. It doesn't matter how nice of a car that they drive, they're demons. All right. Doesn't matter how much money they may be making at that nice venue where they're working. They're demons. And moreover that, they're criminals. Those demons are going to be prosecuted. All right. They're engaging in demonic activity that they're going to be facing federal charges for. Very real federal crimes underway by the demon possessed on behalf of the government, a corrupt one. All right. And so all of that is relevant. The entity's fake sun is nowhere near the Ontario police, those demons who are group stalking at Ontario Town Square in that specific environment. And there is no event that you are engaged in, present at, that is anything other than that pattern of conduct in that specific environment. And that's why it's there. And that's what you're not going to be distracted from. While they're there, oh, we're here for this event that we scheduled last year. This is happening annually. All right. This has nothing. I don't know Erica Spencer. She's crazy. There's no monitoring here. Hey, there's kids over here. Calm down, Erica. while they are in what is that environment that is undeniable as a matter of scientific facts, and the entity is present in what is directed light under a fake sun, as a matter of scientific facts, it does not matter how far ahead you have scheduled that event. Understand what supersedes. What supersedes is the environment. It's a scientific impossibility that that would be there. You're just not paying attention to it, and you're going to pay attention to it now. This is why federal laws are going to change, because the government is not outside of reason to protect American citizens, because you do have corrupt governments, which is exactly what I've revealed about the state of California. Federal law has to change, because I have shown it as a matter of fact. The government is engaging in what is criminal conduct, is corrupt insofar as not only violating the constitutional rights of American citizens, the government, the state of California, has demonstrated every intent to obstruct justice. Federal law has to change. That's not just for the one that's prosecuting the state, as they are aware of the fact that they're subject to the P.O.C. That is general federal law that necessarily changes because of the corruption of the government, because of the now what is necessarily reasonable to engage in, which is changing federal law based on the necessity to protect American citizens, where the government is engaging in what is surveillance, which is not it's not unreasonable. In other words, it is not out of bounds. In other words, it is not out of the question whatsoever that the government is corrupt and placing American citizens under surveillance. This is what the system of federal group stalking and monitoring is. All right. And you're talking about changing federal laws insofar as all the ways in which I have shown you the entity engages in what are methods of kidnapping, because they don't have any lawful authority engaging in surveillance. They're engaging in kidnapping and defamation. All right. If not murder. OK, you're talking about the pattern of conduct as I am revealing it. You're talking about what has gotten very ugly as this dark system occurring in places where nobody knows what's going on. And it is not out of question that these corrupt governments are killing people while they're placing them under surveillance to obstruct justice. This is the darkness that I am exposing. It is a threat to your life. Federal law has to change. And that is whether that particular state has been prosecuted, whether the prima facie case has been brought in any federal court in that state or not, because of what the government is doing, because California is engaging in it. It's revealing what the country is likely to engage in. All right. You're talking about what is revealing the landscape as you're breaking other boundaries now. The government's engaging in criminal surveillance, the government's agenda to obstruct justice. You're talking about what is necessary to protect American citizens across this country. And you're going to have to change the federal laws. All right. Not permitting and adding additional laws, not only not outright not permitting what is holding someone against their will, for example, hospitals, and calling it medicine for the protection of the community. No. And also adding more additional laws, more safeguards in order that those who are perhaps in need of such medical care, in order to assure that they are not being subject to kidnapping where group stalking is underway. And it is a matter of concealed. It's a secret society that's going on in some state where nobody knows what's going on. And that demon-possessed entity is abusing the law. All right. That's the sort of protection that's necessary, because this is a reality. And the state of California has revealed it. Okay. And while the Ontario Police Department, for example, while the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department are stalking day and night by helicopter everywhere I'm at, that's what they're telling you across this country. Well, I'm documenting it. I mean, you don't have to be in the U.S. to listen to my podcast or view my documentation online. But with regard to this country, it's the admission of the state of California that they are engaging in it and that federal law is necessary. Literally while they're engaging in that stalking conduct. And that's how it's to their own demise. While they engage in it and all I'm doing is press and record, they are literally telling you federal law has to change. This is Satan helping me, even though I don't need Satan. Okay, I choked the life out of Satan's whole system, exposed every corner and crevice of it. But that's what Satan is doing. That's what the state of California is doing while it is engaging in this level of stalking and threatening and terrorism. You are necessarily changing federal law. It's a responsibility to protect those on whose behalf I am speaking. I'm advocating on their behalf. They're sitting somewhere kidnapped right now. They're sitting somewhere silenced. They're sitting somewhere buried under the ground, murdered, and nobody even knows what's happened. The entity that's engaging in this system, which I have done nothing other than provide a name for it, speaking to what is the fact of its existence, and that entity made up a whole other narrative about what happened to that person who is dead now. That's what's going on in this country. You have to change the laws. All right. So anyway, it's currently 6:30 p.m. This is P.O.C. under the fake sun at the Paul Bynum Library. All right. Alrighty, showing you what's the maintenance of that fake sun where Rancho Cucamonga police are group stalking. They're sex offenders touching on my thighs and on my buttocks and on my genitalia with directed light. 1592527. That's Rancho Cucamonga police monitoring. Going to federal prison with them. License 9BHW775, 9BGN327. These are demons that are molesting. That's why that patch of light is appearing in the shade as I'm approaching these demons. 8YXC966, 8FNB386. Forever 21, a sex offender. Okay, it's occurring right outside the walls. Forever 21 is monitoring. And they're monitoring with the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, directed light right in front of their store, okay? This is the venue of Victoria Gardens where that fake sun remains, and patches of directed light on the ground. That's exactly what I'm documenting, patches of directed light inside of the library. License 9BIS849. That is indeed the system of surveillance which Forever 21 is engaging in. Alrighty, showing you what is my location where the entity is molesting with directed light, monitoring under the fake sun, engaging in ongoing surveillance, and molesting, GROOVIE, molesting while patches of directed light that you walk through. That's the entity's pattern of conduct, stalking with directed light while the Rancho Cucamonga police are not coincidentally there crossing path. 9BIS849, directed light on this wall while that demon's vehicle has already passed. Their shadow is behind them. That's a demon. 6ZXK423, 8DST401, 8SYG363. And this is exactly why you are changing federal laws. You are witnessing the broad corruption and the demon-possessed population, all of whom lie together while they engage in this system. 7BNH512, 8RSA580, 9BGN327, 6GID098, 7GNC764, BRB2FYB, 7EGJ968. Directed light across the food hall. Demons pacing in and out of the door while that direct light is ongoing. Not coincidental, they're group stalking. License 7LIA859, FC1DREW, 98HV905, 8YMG462, 6UNY258, 8THX327, 8VRA792. And by the way, it is currently 6:44 p.m. License 8RPS899. I already read that one. Yeah, I read that one already. Cheesecake Factory is group stalking. All right, under the same fake sun that it was over me this morning right before noon. It's over me at the same property. All right, Cheesecake Factory is monitoring American citizens with the police engaging in terrorism. 6UNY258, P.O.C, 7WAK710. And let me show you the fake sun that's aimed on me. As today, while I'm walking by the same venue, the fake sun is directly over my head. It's at the same property. I'm walking on the same sidewalk. That's impossible. It's also nowhere near the parking garage, nowhere near Ontario Town Square, where I captured video at 6:40 p.m. of the demon-possessed agency, the Ontario Police. This is the demon possession of the Rancho Cucamonga Police group stalking. That is, by the way, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department group stalking. License 6RPA440, 7FXB277. Alrighty, showing you what is the impossible occurrence of fake suns over my head at the same venue this morning, right before 12 o'clock. 7KJB336, 8LKJ643, 7GBL128. That they are a pack of demons who are stalking you is not only established by what is that environment that's impossible to naturally occur. All right, that's the hallmark. That literally, it's not just the hallmark, I'm sorry. That is the direct evidence of the pattern of conduct, which you'll find that you're surrounded by that same environment, okay? But not only that, these demons stalk with directed light. That has nothing to do with the placement of that fake sun. 6TYC080, 8TAK634. Has nothing to do with that fake sin. They do it in the shade. They do it at nightfall. It has nothing to do with the placement of that fake sin. It's also not sunlight, but it has nothing to do with why that direct light is occurring. They're demons, 8ZYM650. It's a distinctive method of stalking with light, which is what these demons are doing while they're monitoring with communication devices. 8 U.S.D. 817, knowing exactly who you are, where you are, and are stalking you. Hunting you all together as a people. 8DME140, 7VQN671, W993AO. All right, and remember, as I walk through this parking lot, the fake sun is directly over me while those demons are surrounding in the parking lot, and I'm looking at T-Mobile. I was telling you who's going into T-Mobile. That fake sun's right over the top of my head. I'm walking through that same parking lot. My shadow's appearing on the bushes on my right, and my shadow's appearing on the asphalt on my left, just like I showed you in video yesterday at 6:40 p.m. at Ontario Town Square. License plate 352R78, Nevada. License plate molesting. 6FTZ052, 7NKU466, 8VAS621, license 7NKU466. License molesting. License plate 8SVD760. My shadow's in front and behind me. License plate directed light on the asphalt 9137BL3. License 8LKZ357. And by the way, it is currently 6:48 p.m. I already read 8LKZ357 now. License plate 8KBN196 24KBEAN. License 8VYF805 8GKU288. And again, Victoria Arbor is this group stalking. I'm standing right here in front of PF Chang's. They're monitoring. They're group stalking. 8RKV966. They're also being documented as a sex offender, a public establishment that's facilitating the pattern of conduct on behalf of the state. 8WWM568. All these demons pacing around are touching. They're touching on behalf of the people, and any company will be prosecuted for every touch that I'm still documenting. It's going all against every single last one of them because they're acting together on behalf of the state. License 8YSH104. 8AYU990. And remember, this is the bigger picture with regard to the venue. This is all Victoria Gardens. All right, but the entities molesting with directed light, Forever 21 is monitoring. Those are demons inside of a clothing store. They're monitoring, okay? They're inside of Windsor. They're inside of the food hall while that directed light is occurring. This is nothing other than the demonic system that's underway at a mall. All right, so you're going to document the stores where the same P.O.C is underway. License 8PES118, and that's exactly what they're doing. Forever 21 engaging in terrorism, sexual violence, molestation with the police. 8SRE924, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. Those demons are the Rancho Cucamonga Police. 8TWG431. Not only is that impossible light activity, it's the absence of any coincidence where the police are also group stalking. You're going to directly prosecute companies while they're participating. 7BNE916, the placement of your business, your establishment under the fake sun and directed light, all harms that the target individual is suffering while that pattern of conduct is underway, and your business name is there, facilitating the Rancho Cucamonga Police to stalk and monitor through you, with you, through minions that are on the grounds of your venue, in any way, continuously threatening the life of an American citizen. You're going to be prosecuted for it. You don't have a legal argument to get out of it either. Just letting you know, it's the state's P.O.C. and the state is doing it through you, whether these demons want to admit it or not, but you don't need Satan to admit it. You've surrounded them with evidence. You've literally choked the life out of them with evidence surrounding them. License plate 8BZE090. License plate 8XVT015. License plate 7VYW510. $36433 and FedEx crossing path. Let's see, it's 6:52 p.m. License 6MON518, 8WTT916, 8VOZ715. Um, 7FPV327, 8FOD742, 7KNT494, 9AOH455, 7YDU475, 8VZP174, 98899B2. I am at Day Creek in Victoria Gardens Lane, I believe that's the street. I'm looking at Victoria Gateway Center. License 38532B2, 7YSW. I can't really see that one. 8NTK938, touching with directed light on the opposite side of the street. 8YGW441. Has nothing to do with them being close nearby you. Flashing directed light is an impossible occurrence. All right, those are demons that also are going out of their way to touch you while they're stalking you. All right, so you're going to teach the government, you're going to teach Satan, you're going to teach the people of the state, period. Not only are they going to watch what they're saying while they're stalking. You want to engage in stalking, you're going to be prosecuted, but they're also going to be prosecuted for the content of your speech while you're monitoring with the state. You're also going to be prosecuted because you're an obsessed stalker that wants to touch all the time while you're stalking. You'll be prosecuted as a sex offender that you are with your demonic tactics. This is all relevant to the methods of Satan. License plate 8HIY953 and BYP837. That's Arizona. 8LJX848, 6TCZ720, 7KKS398. This is harassment. This third party 8UUD038 because our group stalking with loud noise and direct light. 8VEF110, 23589J2, 8UDU778, 8FTN818, 7FHY568, MAXCOBY, 8XBG153. They're all touching. And that's ongoing harassment while demons are crossing paths as loudly as possible. That's literally what those demons are doing. License plate 5XNK191 while they know I'm reciting their license plates onto my podcast. And they do know that that's why that which is not the sun, they are driving under, stalking me. Okay? Touching altogether as well. Sex offenders. 8JUA613. Best Buy inside of the Victoria Gateway Center. They're part of the same sex offense. They're stalking and monitoring. You are stalking at a facilitating venue in the specific environment. All right? That building doesn't have to go anywhere to follow. You're talking about what is the group stalking? Group stalking is about the environment. Maintaining the environment, following somebody with an environment, demonic terrorism, 8FFK380, WO91AO. That's how the state is present at every venue where that specific environment is present. That's group stalking. 8EOP721, ROZBNZ. License plate 4AK9QT, 7HFN639, 7ZCD928. With the child in the vehicle, 8PUR955, 8ZQZ207, molesting, stalking, monitoring with children, iHeartCOZO, 8LKJ643, 8ZIN306, 7ZMY111. See, you're looking at the fake sun right over this apartment building at the intersection of Victoria Gardens Lane and Day Creek Boulevard. Victoria Arbors is what you're looking at. That's an impossible occurrence. These are all demons, okay? State surveillance. BB32KO3 paper, 6KIX860, 50552C2, 7DNM098. And this would never be visible over some parking garage in Ontario. 7FGM526, it's not occurring here and remaining over the Family Community Library all day long. The sun would not do that. It doesn't remain stationary. You're not looking at this while it's also over the venue of the parking garage right in front of the same address of the Over Family Community Library. This plain stalking revealing what is the admission of the demon-possessed, the exposure of the demon-possessed. They don't have any choice but to be exposed while they're engaged in this ongoing demonic system. They don't have any choice. All right, what Satan does while it's caught red-handed will engage in trying to defame you, which is unpersuasive while they're a psychopath, sex-offending stalker. 7TQE112 surrounded with evidence to that end. License plate. 8HWT360. 8PMF285. 8GSG626. CC71D94 paper. 5JWC629. 8PSY374. 8VHD389. And you'll see that image I captured. It's over Victoria Arbors, the fake sun, right in perfect alignment with me. Okay? It's not even over Foothill Boulevard and I'm looking at it diagonally. No, that fake sun's in perfect alignment with my person on Day Creek Boulevard in Rancho Cucamonga. Okay? I guess that's after it's over the parking garage. Somehow it's moving over. No, it's not. Stalking with a fake sun. 7TJX344 impunity. 8AAC472. 8ZYU989. 8UZT546, 8NUE566, 8YNB260, 8EJJ967, 8RFF820, 8FCW665. All of these, the entity that I'm documenting, the venues, the entire venue of the Victoria Gardens, by the way, stalking in the bathroom as I documented this entity. License 8NVN145, a sex offender, documented stalking in the bathroom. License DICETT, license plate 7JLS530. Engaging in crouching in a bathroom stall, these demons waiting for me to cross path, and then they flush the toilet. To engage in activity creation and directed light. Those same elements of monitoring underway while I'm being molested outside of Victoria Gardens, being molested as I'm walking from the entrance of the library area, where demons are engaged in surveillance, sitting on the benches all around under the fake sun that's remaining over me, street for street, turn for turn, as I'm now walking, leaving the library. They are documented stalking in the bathroom. It's the same P.O.C. Ceaselessly underway. 8ZRL093. A license 7UGU041. And that's how you're using the evidence against the entity. The Rancho Cucamonga Police Department, a sex offender stalking me in the bathroom. 7EEE290, facilitating, okay, and contributing to that sexual violence, entirely demented sexual violence. That's what the Sheriff's Department's engaging in. License plate. They are entering that bathroom on behalf of that Sheriff's Department. 8DBX587, demented sex offenders. 8BYP098. 8JBN201, who are not coincidentally crossing path while then they're molesting my lower half of my body. 8YAR116. That's the sex offenders that are the Sheriff's Department. San Bernardino Sheriff's Department specifically. This is documentation against the state of California, going to make history, being prosecuted as a public entity engaged in group stalking as a violent sex offender. That's what's going to happen in the state of California. It is currently 7 p.m. Whole army of demons just stalking. It's pathetic. 6RPH951, 6VAF433, 1776FTW, PAELYS, 8EAK758, 7MMY, you can scratch that one, 8FUB931. 7TGC162, 6HGJ089, 7YHK494, 7NAN714, 8VRS390, 8LSX648, 1VEF081, 8RKG553. License 8TOH856, 8RYM067, 8FOB022. License BWR1878, 2807, 6C3. Let's see, 7HJC311. BFMA280, 8PUA301, I believe. Pacing 7RXV145. License ATZU503, stalking with directed light, 8TBV442, 41104C3, 8ZVJ601, 8XXC542, 4HMD760, 8WBX455, UPS 11243U2. Demons using a commercial vehicle to engage in P.O.C. 8ATP622, 8WHE646, E534ME, 7AQN144, 8YMJ775, 8ZPA867, 8AUR500. Eight UIJ020 93330G3, I believe. Let's see. 8NLK413, 8ZQY745, 7TWA660, 8XFL604, 7Z. I can't really see that one. License. I can't really see that one either. This is called criminal summoning. 8ZYM352, 7. I can't really see that one. Victoria Arbors is engaged in criminal summoning. This is where the fake sun is, where they're sounding sirens. This is Rancho Cucamonga fire. Alrighty, that's P.O.C. Criminal summoning 7NQU875. All they're doing exactly what the Ontario Police Department were doing, maintaining presence under the fake sun at the Open Family Community Library. It's nowhere near the Open Family Community Library, the light source that is. The identification of demons driving Rancho Cucamonga fire trucks, it's over here at Victoria Arbors, 7UAP237, 6GKK105, 8RZW811, 8PFH181. This is federal prison as I'm documenting right now, automatic grounds, 8WPP432. License plate STILMIC 6VFS328, 8JHW961. Criminal summoning, has the phone out, monitoring while crossing path. Operation of their communication device. GIZZYS. That's all criminal summoning. They're all crossing path monitoring to that audible activity. This is state surveillance. An entity is always stalking and following you around with methods of noise, sounding sirens. It's a hallmark. I documented this heavily since 2018, doing so in the specific environment as I continuously put together what is the totality of that pattern of conduct by the state. The use of stalking via sirens, demons in positions that they have no business in other words, engaging in state surveillance with the people of the state. It's massive facilitation, 4XGL498, 7DZT399, 6RYK396, 8LEU329, 9BKF276. You're talking about everybody that lives in relevant position, everybody on the property of Victoria Gardens, everybody inside of Victoria Gateway Center, monitoring. 7ZNT671. I'm reading license plates of those who will sit in federal prison for that aspect of terrorism. 7EQB362, 8RWF462. And you're talking about what is addressing the corrupt agency, the Rancho Cucamonga Fire Department, SGA 5VF Arizona 8CHN971. All right, so as the entity engages in that conduct, like they always do, 8JYD176, the people of the state will sit in federal prison for it. Right, you're not going to be distracted and look over there. No, keep looking at where you're at, because they're going to go to federal prison, document them. 8DXJ987, 8KBJ806, 92727E3, 7CKS206, and that's why they have directed light appearing in the shade. They're not even driving underneath the directed light of the fake sun. They're in the shade, crossing path at Victoria Arbors, a demon in perfect alignment with her dog, monitoring, 4PNGUIN, very specific stalking conduct. Pay attention. Pulling out a dog on the property, maintaining perfect alignment. She's group stalking, KVX0893. That's why she's on the grass at that ground, at that specific corner, in alignment with me. And these demons are crossing path at Victoria Arbors in the shade with directed light appearing. It has nothing to do with the placement of the fake sun. Obviously, it's not sunlight, but I'm just saying that directed light conduct is not only occurring when the fake sun is up over me all day long. They do this, it has nothing to do with it. They're driving in the shade, UPS and all the rest of them, stalking with directed light in the shade. All right, they're demons. And that's why that's occurring, and that's why Rancho Cucamonga is sounding sirens. All right, that's federal prison for the people of the state, as I'm continuously documenting. All right, license. Oops, hold on. It is 7:07 p.m. 7LMY377, 9AUS 639, 7XDF 159, 9AVC 127, creating light activity. That's impunity. 7654182, 7YNG 876, 8VIL 203. And Victoria Arbors is indeed engaged in criminal summoning, even having a demon step out to maintain presence and alignment with me on the grass at the corner. 8GRE 189, 8CMG 478. You see what is very precise positioning. That's what that demon is doing. Victoria Arbors, they live in relevant positions. They're all monitoring with that fire department. You're prosecuting the whole community. 8ZAV 612. License. 8EVT 086. 7NUE 298. 7TQM 112. 8ZKJ 666. 7YJF 017. All right, and again, as I'm getting to what is necessary with regard to that prosecution, the entity is engaging in criminal activity as an entity. You're going to use the entity's criminal conduct against itself. While the entity wants to engage in stalking by helicopters and police and sheriff's departments, fires, trucks, and ambulances, the people of the state will sit in federal prison and will be prosecuted. It's evidence against them. It's on the ongoing elements of monitoring. Doing so while they are in that specific environment, and doing so while they are acting together as one. All right, so that's evidence against the people of the state. That's what the group stalking system is. So the entity that's stalking the sirens, document the people of the state. They'll go to federal prison for it. Using the entity's criminal system against it. All right, that's what you're doing. License. It is, by the way, 7:09 p.m. 8XEZ928, 38609D3, CD78M79 paper, 8BFV485, 7KPC722, BEC6278 Arizona, 8VNH928, 7XAJ713, 7GYD071, 88074Z2, 17316M2, 6PHF255, 7YSM816, NMY9885 Texas, 7MXT573, 8NRU417, UDD9900 Virginia, 8HGG001, 8YPP964, 5NWG186, 6XAN504, 8YXA270, 8MIJ828, 6ZKA450, 8CIK216, 5N32845, I believe. 5N32845, yeah. 5ZCZ252, 7AUA676, 9BGE291, 7MYZ882, 8FEM309, 7NIB373. See, 8CLB228, HEREMI, 7ZYL466. You'll see the fake sun right over Best Buy where the entity is engaged in criminal summoning. All right, this is federal prison right here. 8VKZ626. This one right here as well. And direct light, 80676F3. And I'm showing you the fake sun that's over the Best Buy, the Victoria Gateway Center. You can get every employee inside of those venues, federal prison. All right, everybody inside of Longhorn across the street where the entity is sounding sirens, stalking with light activity, monitoring with that minion, including one being pulled over. While my shadow's on both sides of me right now, federal prison, 8XGS989. And let me show you that because they are going to federal prison. Yeah, Satan can't resist it. This one's going to federal prison. License AWZH413. It's just a little trap. Every time I use my phone, changing activity, a demon has to cross the path. They're stalking with activity. They are all on the opposite side of the street. while the entity is engaged in criminal summoning. The fake sun is over that shopping plaza. Everybody in that mug's engaged in criminal summoning. Foothill Crossing, that's a shopping center. This is Longhorn Steakhouse at 12327, where the fake sun is over the top of my head this morning, and you're looking at it in the picture. Well after 7, it's after 7 o'clock right now. It's 7:12 p.m. That is not possibly the sun over this same street. It was over my head at the same intersection this morning. All right, license 113R61. That's Nevada. Okay, they are indeed going to federal prison. That's criminal summoning. It's the pattern of conduct. Not only would that not be the sun as I got off the bus this morning again, right? I showed you that, but that wouldn't be the sun while I'm remaining at the Ovid Family Community Library, 9ADX 553, or in Fontana. Okay, fill in the blank, or in Chino, 68TE 127. AWTV 095 and Omnitrans engaged in criminal summoning. They're over here at the bus stop at 7074 where the fake sun was over me. All right, 8SQV 921. And they are present while the entity sounds sirens, stalking with light. That's the a company engaging in criminal summoning. I have a 70 SB 411. I have a pool of defendants that I specifically identified working for Omnitrans. In addition to, I mean, you'll be able to, you're prosecuting the company. Everybody that works for that company is not going to remain a mystery. All right, and what they were doing, where they are. Okay, BF14Z77, but I'm just speaking to those who, as I'm going to prosecute my case, and those who are going to sit in federal prison for what they did, what they're doing. They're going to sit in federal prison. 6TVJ463. It's 8VAZ858. 8V, I already read that one. 5LFX951. 8XDX825. License 8VVU439. 8XIB069. PEZRADR 5TBH732 8VXB415 8KMC885 7ZOL623 57657G3 8CKC152 8FJJ600 6XDS331 26511D3 Chico's Towing 8KES295 7EOY711. Sorry, I don't mean to make noises. My property. All right, this is criminal summoning. License 6TJS199, 8EKS152, 8ZZY859. All these demons pacing are going to federal prison. 9BLT861. One demon after another pacing while the entity sounding sirens. BV26Z3L paper 8JGN209. Longhorn Steakhouse, they're engaged in criminal summoning. The shopping center over here, they're pacing around in that parking lot. They're all engaged in criminal summoning over here. And this is at the intersection of Day Creek, in other words, Day Creek and Foothill Boulevard. The McDonald's is along Foothill Boulevard. The Wells Fargo is along Foothill Boulevard right here at this intersection. And they're all engaged in criminal summoning. Alrighty, hold on, Omnitrans is here. Alrighty, arriving at the bus stop and she's telling me she's not in service. License 1404973, Route 82. She's engaged in relevant positioning. This is Omnitrans engaged in relevant positioning at the bus stop. I want to be clear. The entity is also doing this because I'm documenting, so it very well be maybe like they want me to hurry up and run to the bus stop, so I'll stop documenting. That's also a tactic that the entity engages in while I'm documenting. But this is the African-American female. This is Route 82. That has nothing to do with Route 66. Engaged in relevant positioning, criminal summoning, loitering in relevant position has nothing to do with, it's not even on the street, Route 82, all right? But they are monitoring nonetheless. But also, again, the entity that is wants me to perhaps run to the bus stop and stop documenting, only to find out that it's not the bus anyway. But I'm still documenting because Omnitrans, the company, is engaged in criminal summoning, and I documented her. That's the license and the bus number. OTKUNEN. BV94D66 paper, 7G, I can't really see that one. Let me just scratch that. 1091182, 8PBU074, 6YYS198, 21226J3, 8RFP895, 7YQR721, 262MBV, CMSD 00, I believe. 8FOT941, 8RLC164, Heart BEVET, 8 HSG807, 6XNG590, 6UYY488, 7UWF981, 8JGJ442 touching, 8KST881, 7HHR826. And the one that wants to engage in touching, they're going to federal prison. All right, let me get these minions back here because they're engaged in criminal summoning. Back here at the Longhorn Steakhouse, this parking lot at Ortho Mattress, they're all monitoring. 8FER560, 9ABB268, 9BCD371, 05229C1. This is federal prison. They're monitoring while the entity, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, using lights and sirens, and the fire department using lights and sirens stalking in the path. They're engaged in criminal summoning. 8DMG796, BSJZ4, 8MZT131, KRSHGRV, 6FDM242, HOLAGUE, 8JLB559, 53596Z1, 8SZS869, 7UIG756, 6ZCN433, 8XPL589. Molesting, you have directed light, my shadow appearing, touching on my thighs, touching on my buttocks with directed light. This demon's license plate, that's all of them, but this demon in particular is right here, 8GIP967, 9BCV581, and that's also how you know they're monitoring and they're engaged in the pattern of conduct of criminal summoning. That's why you have the same impossible occurrence, light just appearing in the shade in the middle of the ground, all right, inexplicable light, and you have the maintenance of a light source that's not possibly the sun, and you have what are the demon possessed that engage in activity creation in that environment. All right, you're going to prosecute those psychopaths for that P.O.C. An entity that is in every way continuously communicating the fact that everybody's targeting you. And then these demons are looking every which way. They're targeting you while Satan is looking the opposite way. So as though to cause the ordinary targeted individual, not only to, that's a method of terrorism, it's a method of targeting, but Satan wants to target you and then also act like you're crazy while Satan is targeting you. But it's not persuasive. That's showing what's a psychopath. They are going to go to mental wards for that, okay? That's entirely malicious, it's very sick. And you're witnessing that malice through the directed light, through the fake sun, through the amplified audible activity, and showing what is the malicious system of group stalking, okay? This is directed light that's appearing in the middle of the road. I'll show you this. And then I guess that's just supposed to be occurring from over there somehow. It's all in shade, so I just want to show you what's fully shaded. All right, and who's going to go to federal prison? HJLB559 is monitoring. And those demons that are driving on Foothill Boulevard, including Omnitrans, the impossible occurrence of directed light reaching all the way down here next to me on the parking lot. That's why they're going to federal prison. They are indeed engaged in monitoring with law enforcement, automatic grounds. The entity sounding sirens, that's the state automatic grounds, federal prison. License 7HHY882, 8PZP464, C, hand, YAPPL, 8YCF842. And let me show you the fake sign over this Longhorn. It's over my head at this same venue where I'm getting off of this Route 66 in the morning. All right, and this sex offender is going to federal prison. Group stalking in a black Forte Kia. While the entity is flashing directed light while they're driving on Foothill. That's terrorism. Sitting in a vehicle with license plates covered up. This is a white male. License 7B19906. That's an additional federal charge. You're just trying to conceal your identity and who he is. I'm going to prosecute him. 8FRW557. He's going to federal prison, though, nonetheless. 8BFB533. They're all engaged in criminal summoning. 8DWD312, 6PMV285, 7ZAG005, 8ZUT313, 6WXL317, RHABIBI, 7EIP540, 197WWN. That's a out-of-state license plate. 7, I think I read that one already. 568, yeah, I think I read that one. Alrighty. It is, by the way, 7:22 p.m. License plate 8YYC949. Yeah. Total Wine, Spirits, Beer, and More. They're monitoring. They're inside of this little plaza over here. The plaza across the street includes, Buffalo Wild Wings. Oh, here comes Omnitrans. And getting the VIN number of this demon that's engaged in a sex offense, engaged in criminal summoning with no license plates on his vehicle while he's group stalking. I did get his VIN number. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, license plate. 8VYF823. License 8YBL370, 8TCJ 839, 8UHG 371, 6PER 966. And these are the third parties on Foothill Boulevard while I'm in the parking lot of Longhorn, directed light reaching all the way down the street. They're all demons. That's terrorism. As I'm reading their license plates, I'm documenting all of them engaging in that act of terrorism. I just want to document that. Because that's what they were doing while I was down there in the depths of the parking lot. All right, that's analogous to the patchet directed light inside of the library while you're group stalking looking at the laptop kiosk. All right, Satan keeping their back to you like they're focused on something else. They're stalking you. Satan is a psychopath, okay? License DE656 handicap. License 9BJE956, 8KCE280. License 8WSL827. And that's speaking to, like I stated, the directed light conduct by these demons has nothing to do with the fake sun. It occurs in impossible methods. It's impossible under all circumstances. And they do it at nightfall in the shadows, totally separate and apart. AWVU 916. It's the demonic method of terrorism by the demon possessed. This is how they engage in terrorism. License 7ZPN 517-26008C3. 7EUV 497, I believe. 7UQX 863. 8LWW240, 8VKT495, 8WKF733, 4UNC138, ROBFAM7, 7HCE148. Five TYY 761, 8TFJ 736, 7 TPT 087, 8HGT 677, 8YXA 135, 7XPJ 531. All right, and I want to document again the entity stopping at Route 66, the bus stop for Route 66 with the Route 82 sign. The entity engages in what is harassment. All right, very well likely a Route 66 bus changing the signage. All right, 8WDN 141, or a Route 82 bus stopping at Route 66 engaged in loitering in relevant position. Okay, but again, Route 82 does not run up and down Foothill. It turns onto Foothill, but it doesn't. It's not even. They're literally loitering in relevant position. But the entity I've documented, Omnitrends, that is monitoring, engages in what is methods of maybe keeping me at a location where they don't want me to move. They'll just keep me at one location, or when they want to, arrive, perhaps stop me from documenting or something, or slow that down, they'll hurry up and arrive or something. But like I said, that's intentional conduct. That Route 82 is loitering, as I documented, at Route 66, and the entity very well engages in what is changing the signage in order that I do not get on the bus. That African American female did have passengers on the bus while she was acting as though she was not Route 66, did not let me on. All right, she's immediately telling me no when she doesn't even know what route I'm looking for. All right, you're at Route 66, so why are you telling me no and not opening the door? You would have opened the door and said, oh, this is Route 82 or something. That's not what she did. I just want to point that out. And that's why I started taking the picture. 6RRS925. But Omnitrends is engaging in what is harassment. They're engaged in surveillance, obviously. Directed light, the fake sun, harassment, theft of property, all of the hallmarks, the P.O.C. Omnitrends is engaging in it, and I want to document again. Route 82 being at Route 66 is that which is very likely, again, not only for me to run across the street, for example, expecting Route 66, but also that it very well is Route 66. They change the signage. They do that. I've already documented that. All right. And also that results in me staying at the bus stop, keeping me from going to any other venue, for example, wherever it is that I may be headed, which the entity is fully anticipating also. Okay, but like I said, I just want to point that out. It is directly relevant to what Omnitrends is engaging in: state surveillance and terrorism. It is 7:28 p.m. 7RYR208, 8WHM 564, 8EBP 693, 8LWR913. That loud noise is occurring with what is directed light. 7MGM is a demon. 7MGM 993 is a demon. Directed light across the curb while they're driving on the street. All right, they're all demons under the fake sun. Amplified audible activity, 8SAX217. It's the P.O.C. License. And again, where's the flashing light directed? Under this little bus stop area where I'm seated. A demon creating amplified audible activity, and they're dragging direct light across the curb and on the street while they're driving. 8D90127. Okay, these are the cockroaches of humanity. Pathetic minions crouching in bathroom stalls, sitting in libraries all day long around me, stalking. License 8RJG221. Using everything that they have at their disposal, a PA system to just hitting their knuckles on desk, stalking with noise while they're demons, very sensitive to whatever I do, physically and on a communication device. UBERU2, something like that. I can't really see that one. 8PYR636. License 6UNV072. 8UWD428. 8VVN 369, 9BCW 142, 8PKL 589, IMALAW. They're in violation of the law. Again, their license plate, they're a minion. License BV51E48, I believe. 7XDE222. Oh, Route 66 is arriving. And by the way, they're arriving in directed light under the fake sun. It's 7:30 p.m. Bus 2359. And I'm showing you what's the fake sun as I am, as the bus is arriving.
There, you're fair.
Hello.
No courtesy breaks.
But I'm gonna, hold on, turn this on. I am on Route 66. License 6BFN201 is monitoring while I'm on the bus, getting onto the 15 freeway crossing path. And it is currently 7:32 p.m. showing you the fake sun at Day Creek and Foothill where this bus arrives. And the fake sun is remaining through what is the window of the windows. The fake sun is advancing as the bus is driving in the direction what would be east on Foothill. So the entity is maintaining directed light through the windows on the bus. Absolutely impossible light activity, but that's the pattern of conduct. The pattern of conduct is stalking with impossible light. I'm showing you what's entirely unnatural. It's demonic, F483CL. All right, but that's what the entity is doing. The fake sun is keeping behind the bus, obviously, while it's driving in the direction east. And if it was driving in the opposite direction, as I've already documented, the entity keeping the fake sun in the front of the bus, aiming directed light through the windows of the bus. All right, it is currently where at this location, at that same bus stop, the sun is over the top of my head at that same bus stop. Okay, that's all you're doing is paying attention to what is entirely demonic, absolutely impossible, and entirely asinine. It is 7:33 p.m. on Route 66. Alrighty, this is bus 2359 with license plate 1545838, Route 66 that I boarded at Day Creek and Foothill, and you can see in the still image the light source present. Okay, following en route while I'm on the bus. I am at the Fontana Metrolink train station right now, and it is currently 7:51 p.m. All right, capturing video of the Fontana Police Department stalking by helicopter at the Fontana Metrolink train station. It is currently 8:17 p.m. This is captured at approximately 8:15 p.m. The people of the state are group stalking via traffic in relevant position on Nuevo, inside of what are the villages, Sierra at Village, Village at Sierra Apartments. The 55 plus, the people of the state residing in relevant position at the Plaza at Sierra, the Gardens at Sierra. These are the people of the state in relevant position, while the Fontana Police Department is stalking by helicopter. Of course, Omnitrans is directly engaged in the P.O.C. They're pacing around in directed light, and they are monitoring, stalking, engaging in terrorism with the Fontana Police, again, engaging in their ongoing, well-documented pattern of stalking by helicopter. The license plate documented, Omnitrans, is license 1545838. And the African-American male who you see crossing path on video, and he's doing so in directed light, license 1545685. This is P.O.C. That's captured on video. I'll be adding that video to this podcast. Thank you. smells clean on here.
Fontana Police Department engaged in the group stalking at Fontana Metrolink train station. This is relevant positioning. And this is the Fontana Metrolink train station. It is currently 8:15 p.m. The Fontana Police Department is group stalking with the people of the state. This is Sierra at Village. This is called positioning. They're on the sidewalk in directed light group stalking at the vehicle in relevant position. These are demons that are pacing via traffic, and they're all in relevant position on the property. Omnitrans, the third party's license 1545838, the African American female, she's monitoring. That's Route 66 that I got on. 7WPM031, that's a demon that's pacing, stalking the path with light activity. Route 61, license 1545685. Again, that's the Fontana Police Department group stalking with the people of the state. That's federal prison, 7WPM031, and this is Omnitrans crossing path right now. This is federal prison, P.O.C.
Aboard what is bus number 2354, the same African-American male you see group stalking with the Fontana Police Department. He's going to federal prison, representing the company Omnitrans. The minions that are aboard Omnitrans, all of them are engaging in what is an ongoing sex offense. The entity molesting, touching my upper portion of my body with directed light, while the demons that are the people of the state pacing all around the bus while I'm on it. The entity stalking with directed light, I've already shown that fully, the directed light on Omnitrans bus. The entity is also touching me. So this operator is a demon, a criminal, and I want to document with the demons that are on the bus, and they're all engaging in what is a demonic and also criminal sex offense while I'm subject to ongoing molestation by these demons are on this bus. So I want to document that. And this is coming from the Fontana Metrolink train station. Even as I document, we're at Monterey and Hope Boulevard. The entity flashing impossible light activity while this demon is listening to me document. He's going to sit in federal prison. All right, that's impunity. And you can see his face on video. He's crossing path in directed light. It is currently 9:20 p.m. This is P.O.C. and I took images of all of those demons getting on the bus. I will be publishing them on my website. They are the sex offenders that are engaging in criminal surveillance with Omnitrans, the people of the state. The demon possessed stalking on a bus. Okay, P.O.C. Hey, monitoring. This is license plate 1545685. Bus 2354, engaging what is harassment with the bus driver. This is when they are cutting off my path, not permitting me to get off the bus, which is what they're supposed to do before anybody gets on. You're supposed to let them off. These demons are doing so while they're monitoring, and that's with Omnitrans. And again, that bus driver who's monitoring, driving, operating that bus is engaging in harassment with them. All right, the first thing you see them getting on, you see me in the aisle about to get off the bus, not telling them, hold on a second, wait till they get off. They hop on in order to be present, be very close while I'm getting off of the bus. This is harassment, all right? And they're doing so with the company that is Omnitrans who's monitoring. All right, so anyway, it is, that's an African-American male, and he is operating that bus. The bus displayed no employee number, okay? But this is 9:23 p.m. And this is when I'm getting off the bus and I'm on surveillance cameras, and I captured all of those passengers. They are all engaging in what is harassment together, all engaging in what is monitoring and ongoing molestation as demons together, stalking on a bus. All right, 8HNF 519, the people of the state of California engaging in what is state surveillance while the people of the state engage in group stalking via public transportation. Demons just getting on and off the bus, maintaining presence on behalf of the state. That's literally what Omnitrans is engaged in. It is currently 9:23 p.m. This is P.O.C. getting off of Omnitrans from Fontana and arriving at Ontario, getting off at Metro 102 Apartments. All right, license 6SOU046, molesting on, I'm at Holt and Plum at the intersection crossing the street. This is the entity that is stalking in the path for purposes of touching. That's the predatory conduct. They're stalking. That's what they're doing. And they also are stalking while they are intending to touch you with light, placing you under surveillance. Inside of the drive-thru at Andy's Burgers in relevant position. I'll get this Minion's license plate. All right, and this is the venue where there was no sun over any Andy's Burgers this morning. Was no sun over Shiro's Liquor this morning. 8SVO797 is indeed stalking. That's why there was no sun over that venue. And it is impossible to be the case while I remain in Rancho Cucamonga, en route to Rancho Cucamonga, and remain there and then walk to what is the bus stop of Route 66 where the fake sun remained over me to the library. All right, that's how you know what they're all doing. All right, and you also know that because the Ontario police are incriminating them. Stalking by helicopter, license plate. This is the impunity of the people of the state. They're going to federal prison. License plate. 6RXP493, 6WHF042, 5ECY944. While the Ontario police are stalking with all of them. You also know that they're monitoring because the police are stalking. In addition to the fact that there's no sun over this venue, they are stalking. AWCY123 is going to federal prison. Molesting. All right, license 8ZFD740, federal prison. Surveillance in the parking lot. Group stalking via the drive-thru, the license plate that I already read. 191, 9ABT473. License 8SVA003. License, and by the way, this is the police department that is stalking that Tracy Banks is referencing, and at that for no reason. It's her audible activity. She's going to federal prison, and she's stalking with these demons inside of Andy's Burgers. 8SVL. Oh, hold on, I'll get the back license plate. Let me show you what is P.O.C. License 4KLW307, federal prison. 67775W1, federal prison. 8H15379, federal prison. Engaging in surveillance, stalking in a drive-thru with Andy's Burgers, an establishment having no right to engage in any sort of existence while the entity is stalking, which Andy's Burgers is. Andy's Burgers is a group stalker. 8SVL797, criminal summoning. Criminal monitoring, Alrighty, and they are present where there was no sun, like I stated. There was no sun over B&G Plaza today. That's why I document. All right, and while 8ZED740 is sitting still in the parking lot, I'm gonna document this because this is impunity. They're gonna send federal prison. All right, not only are they monitoring, understand this is a demon that knows that they're being documented right now. The Ontario police are flying in circles by helicopter, and they are remaining in relevant position. That's an unlawful threat. That's called impunity. They're going to sit for a long time in federal prison. A long time. The Ontario police who are stalking, the Ontario Police Department who you're going to remove from existence, is also providing what's evidence against this Latino male. He's going to federal prison. Sitting there feeding his face. Let me show you the helicopter over him. He's going to federal prison. That's where he's going. That's P.O.C. That's called impunity. All right. Doing so while I have multiple shadows. The Ontario Police Department flying over Ontario Town Square townhomes. All right. This whole neighborhood has already been fully documented. You're talking about what the prosecution of the whole. All right. But I will speak to what you see in the image where 8ZED740 is engaged in obsessive stalking, is unfazed. I hope he's as unfazed in federal court when he is realizing he's going to sit in federal prison for a very long time. A very long time. All right, I hope he's that unfazed. You see him feeding his face in the car. You see the Ontario Police Department over his vehicle, flying in relevant position, pacing around, just like they were last night while I was sleeping in the vehicle, outside of 325 West G Street, where the entity placed the fake sun over me this morning, which I documented, which I have routinely documented. All right, that's P.O.C. Shiro's Liquor, fully documented. Like I said, if there was any basis to doubt the documentation, there isn't. You've got an ongoing, well-documented pattern for a prolonged period, a very specific pattern. But even if there was, the entity is literally flying in circles over an apartment complex while my shadows are perpendicular to each other in a neighborhood where I showed today the sun could not have possibly been present 24 hours ago. Well, over 24 hours ago, yesterday morning. That's the P.O.C. in and of itself. All right, the entity is engaging in what is stalking by the police. Let me tell you who else is going to federal prison. Because while this traffic, this is called impunity. 7FIF718 is going to federal prison. Shiro's Liquor, they're group stalking. All right, engaged in what is relevant positioning. That's not the sun over Shiro's Liquor in the morning. That's not normal light activity while they're monitoring, while those demons are sitting parking in front of Shiro's Liquor. I'm going to prosecute that group stalker for that conduct because they're monitoring with them. 7PSW283, directed light, stalking with the Ontario Police, monitoring with Union Pacific, sitting engaged in surveillance in the parking lot, federal prison, okay? Sitting right there in their car while the police are flying in circles, okay? That's P.O.C. License. Let me see. 7ZDZ684, and the fake moon is directly over my head at Shiro's Liquor, where the fake sun is over this venue right now. That's the pattern of conduct. These are a bunch of demons who are going to sit in federal prison. All right, that's not the sun that's over Shiro's Liquor. That's revealing what are demons that are stalking all around and inside of Shiro's Liquor. And while you want to use your business for criminal conduct, and while these are not even natural born citizens, they're going back to their wherever they're from after they serve time in federal prison, and they're not welcome back to this country. They're doing so with the police who are providing ongoing evidence. This is how idiotic this entity is, because I'm going to prosecute them. They're never coming back to this country after they do their time, because they're going to sit in federal prison. After they do their time in federal prison. And guess what I'm going to use? The Ontario police stalking me in relevant position to them. 8 TPA 098. Stalking with Shiro's Liquor in the parking lot. Okay. Union Pacific is audible activity. Engaged in criminal monitoring, stalking with the police. 6 NPW 544 CC25G62. At Shiro's Liquor, where there was no sun over this liquor store this morning while I'm in Rancho Cucamonga. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, Omnitrans, molesting with directed light, creating light activity at the bus stop outside of Shiro's Liquor. This is how Omnitrans is participating in the pattern of conduct. 1399981. It is not separate from the police department that literally just flew over this venue by helicopter. You're witnessing how a company is engaging in state surveillance. This is an overweight African-American female operating the bus. Hi. Thank you. Alrighty. Engaging in surveillance, using a commercial means to do so, facilitating monitoring with the people of the state, group stalking on a bus while the police is stalking in helicopters flying in circles, monitoring to all this activity that they're creating, engaging in demonic activity, which is terrorism, sponsored by Omnitrans, license 1399981. I captured images of all those demons on that bus, including the operator. The entity is engaging in what, this is exactly what I documented this over, it was past 1 o'clock in the morning. The Ontario Police Department, those demons at 1 o'clock in the morning are stalking me 24 hours a day, okay? Well, I went outside of Ontario today. And let me be clear, big picture, this is the entity. You're dealing with Satan. Satan is present in Ontario, Satan's present in Rancho Cucamonga, Satan's present in Fontana. Every city where I'm going is just a satanic system going on in the state of California. But as I'm documenting the specific venue, okay, you're talking about what's the police department stalking by helicopter in Fontana? That was the Fontana Police Department. Same demonic entity, same public entity, 8 HIW 104. So that's why I was correcting myself when I said 24 hours a day. But you're talking about what is in Ontario? Oh, these demons are stalking 24 hours a day. The Ontario Police Department are not sleeping. They're listening to my breathing patterns. They're listening, and by listening, I mean listening, because you can hear when you're engaged in obsessive stalking and surveillance, you can hear when someone is blinking, when they are focusing their vision, especially demons. That's how they engage in this demonic behavior of stalking with noise. Literally, as you engage in what is the most subtle, inaudible, physical movement, this is how I became aware of the fact that these are demons that are paying very close attention to me. And they are doing so 24 hours a day. Ontario Police group stalking on Hope Boulevard right now. All right, this is the criminal conduct of all those demons who I captured under the fake sun that was nowhere near the Ovid Family Community Library today because it wasn't the sun. And it's revealing that they're all demons. And I'm going to use that evidence for how long they're not getting out of federal prison. Okay, and that's why you hear me tell Satan the truth to their face. Satan is playing dress up. You're playing dress up. You don't even have authority. All right. And you're stalking me, the one who's going to take that badge and that uniform and put that animal that are the demon-possessed Ontario Police Department in the cages where they belong. While they're stalking someone, a whole police department has nothing else better to do. You know why they're doing it? All right. You know why? Because Satan has an agenda, and Satan is using as many minions as possible. And you know why Satan is using as many? Because Satan has no power. Satan is inferior. Satan is very fearful. All right. And using what are superficial devices to try to threaten somebody. You want to threaten via the police. You want to stalk by helicopter. I'm going to turn that around because you're threatening the wrong one. And I'm advocating on behalf of an ordinary target individual. Since you want to threaten my clients, in other words, I'm going to use that against you. You will sit in federal prison for a long time. I will not in any way tolerate such conduct by a government who's entirely corrupt and is delusional, thinking you have any authority under the law. All right. You want to engage in threatening my client, if you will. We can put it in those terms. All right, because I am advocating. I'm going to prosecute you based on that conduct. 6RSZ 749, 62804C3. They're all stalking with the Ontario Police, this federal prison, while these demons are sitting here at an AA meeting. They're kidding themselves. Satan's sitting up at an AA meeting. You don't have any hope. And they're engaged in criminal monitoring. 8PID 176, 6RJS 794, 8GSZ 803, 7WYX 102. 6 PUG 111. It's currently 9:37 p.m. Alrighty, so anyway, back to what I was stating real quick. I was just going to state that the Ontario Police Department are heavily consumed as the demons that they are. This is demonic activity that they're engaging in, paying very close attention to everything that I'm doing. And that's the reality of this group stalking system. It's a population of the demon possessed, and they know exactly what you're doing with your pinky finger. They know what you're doing with your big toe inside of your shoes. Not because you're wearing open-toed sandals or flip-flops, but when you are wearing steel-toe boots and you can't see your feet, they know what you're doing with your big toe. All right? This is demonic activity. Demons know what you're doing. While they are outwardly looking as though they are consumed with something else, especially as the system is designed such that strangers are indeed stalking you. Strangers who are demon possessed, and they are aware of every physical movement that you're doing. And while they're engaged in surveillance, criminal monitoring with communication devices, these demons know what you're doing on a communication device, on the internet. All right. And they're also engaged in the very demonic conduct of creating any method of noise. Any method of noise. They'll hit something. They'll drop something. Demons aren't making any mistake. They're not dropping anything. They're not accidentally hitting anything. All right. They're engaging in what is noise creation, and it is psychopath conduct. The Ontario Police Department are demons, a part of what is a law enforcement agency playing dress up. They're a bunch of psychopaths stalking me. Stalking. How embarrassing is that? You're both pathetic, and you're also going to be put on the map as terrorists. License 8ZSE 822. All right, following now, crossing path on Euclid Avenue while they're listening to me speak the truth about the fact that they're an obsessed stalker. All right, but like I said, even if they weren't demons, I would never have a conversation with any of them. They have an inherently inferior demeanor about them, all of them. All right, you're talking about those who are damned from the beginning. All right, to engage in what is this worthlessness. You're stalking. You're a police officer. You should have something important to do. They're stalking by helicopter. I'm telling you, I'm the focus. 1 o'clock in the morning, flying over the car. You hear it clearly on my podcast because that's what they're doing. Listening to me breathe, listening to me turn off. If I'm sleeping and I'm turning off, they're listening to everything. Listening to my digestive system. All right, listening when I'm eating food and I'm chewing it. If I don't chew it, if I take too long to chew it, they're creating noise, stalking. That's the reality of what these demons are doing on an ongoing basis. On an ongoing basis. That's psychopaths. So you are in every way learning what is the reality of demonic activity, the demon possessed, and no longer being in any way distracted or deceived by the outward physical appearance of those who are demon possessed. It doesn't matter where Satan is focusing their eye vision. Satan doesn't have to look at you while knowing exactly what you're doing. You're dealing with spirits that are on these people that you're looking at. Demonic spirits. Demonic ones. All right, anyway, it's currently 9:41 p.m. I'm at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, where the Ontario Police Department is following me by helicopter, and demons pacing all around with the people of the state in their vehicles, all right, crossing path while they're listening to me speak the truth about the demon possession that they are subject to while they're stalking me. Because they're not only criminals. Group stalking is the evidence of your demon possession. Group stalking, the elements of monitoring, light activity, relevant positioning, it's ritualistic conduct by monitoring spirits. They're demons. This demonic activity is criminal. That's the reality of it. But they're engaging in what's demonic conduct, and it's also criminal. Okay. So anyway, it's currently 9:41 p.m. This is P.O.C. That's the Ontario Airport, flying over the side of the museum where I'm located, stalking in directed light, following where I'm located, okay? And this is the same position where the fake moon is directly over me at the museum, the center of the universe I am while they are stalking. That's what the Ontario Airport's engaged in, all right? It is currently 9:52 p.m. where they're flying right over me, stalking with the people of the state.
Here is the Ontario Police flying over in relevant position. stalking, okay? They're always flying around me. This is what they were doing last night, flying over the vehicle that I was inside of, outside of 325 West G Street, which you heard on podcast. The night before that, flying in circles while I'm parked at the Tabora Professional Building, and they're flying in circles over the venues that I'm looking at, 630 North Fern, 325 West G Street, in relevant position. In other words, while the people of the state, you see that vehicle in transit, they've been engaged in surveillance parked on the side of the Mestiza Cake House and Cafe, group stalking with the Ontario Police Department, aiming light, using their headlights as light, while those demons that are driving on Euclid Avenue, going north and south, are pacing around. The Ontario Police is pacing, flying in a circle. All right, and the night before that, what were they doing? Flying in circles over me at 328 East F Street, F as in Frank, through that neighborhood as I was reading license plates. This is the Ontario Police Department that's engaged in ongoing stalking on an ongoing basis. This is the police department that is stalking everywhere that I'm going on an ongoing basis, day and night, that is engaged in ongoing ceaseless stalking while it's also being documented with the people of the state who are, again, the same conduct while they're being documented. This is the entity that engaged in kidnapping, having no authority under the law, and in revealing to the world what is necessary, additional federal laws to address the system of what is group stalking. All right, this is the Ontario Police who's going to be disbanded. All of those police officers that I documented, those are all demons. At the Ovid Family Community Library, they were group stalking. As I documented, under the fake sun that was nowhere near the Ovid Family Community Library today, while they were refusing to provide their badge numbers under the fake sun in directed light, stalking with the people of the state. As I'm documenting them, while that same police department is stalking at the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library area, the Ontario Town Square, they are stalking on an ongoing basis by helicopter. All right, like I stated earlier, there is no event where you are engaging in ongoing stalking. That's nothing other than the pattern of conduct. All right, this is the ongoing stalking conduct as I documented those demons on images and in video outside of the Ovid Family Community Library. This is the same police department that's engaged in ongoing obsessive stalking. All right, cowards. All right, stalkers, demons. That's the system of group stalking. This is terrorism, all right? This is adding what is additional time to what is time in federal prison. Both the people of the state and the Ontario Police Department, they're going to be disbanded and they're going to sit behind federal bars. This is P.O.C. It is currently 10:11 p.m. and this is an entity that is stalking. That's entirely demonic. They're flying in a circle. That's demonic. And I want to show you what is the directed light, okay? This is P.O.C. Here's a shadow on the ground. Here's my shadow upright. That's not light activity occurring from any normal light activity. This is demonic, and that's demonic. And it's terrorism on its face. Stalking anybody, a police department stalking by helicopter is terrorism on its face. Group stalking is more than that, though. It's terrorism by a demon-possessed entity, placing you under surveillance. This is P.O.C. All right, it's also the pattern of conduct by the state of California where the Fontana Police Department are stalking by helicopter, going to another city, and the entity is still stalking by helicopter. This is P.O.C.